Immortality begins by becoming an alchemy master. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276 President, I will walk the same path with you. On the plane training ground. Hearing the name of landslide, Wang Yuan looked a little dazed. But it was not because he was embarrassed by Luo Chen. It was because he was so experienced in battle that he accidentally fell into Luo Chen's trap. This spell is very powerful, but the restrictions on its use must be very great. Judging from Luo Chen's current level of mastery, it is far from being as simple as quickly casting a fiery sun spell. But he was very smart. He separated and broke this spell and combined it unconsciously. The first time should be when he deliberately accumulated the fiery sun spell and then took the initiative to withdraw it. At that time, the battlefield was left with hot spiritual energy. With this as a guide. Looking at the dazed Wang Yuan, Luo Chen was very satisfied. In a year, he finally pushed the two first-level spells, Earth Mountain Spell and Wave Spell, from the Grandmaster level to the Great Perfection level. In this way, the three small spells that make up the second-level top attack spell Landslide, Fireball, Earth Mountain, and Wave, are finally balanced. Luo Chen was also much easier to perform Landslide than before. Although he couldn't release it quickly, after reaching the Grandmaster level, he had a vague understanding of the essence of this attack spell. The Earth Mountain is for suppression, the Waves are for slowing down, and the Fireball is for explosion. The combination of the three can not only restrict the enemy's escape, but also form a destructive force under the explosion of terror. When he was trying out the moves just now, he disassembled the landslide and released it in 3 steps. Silently and in one go. The final effect was also brilliant. I didn't expect you to grow so fast. Wang Yuan came back to his senses from his trance, and he sighed again and again. When you were still weak, I personally taught you how to deal with the enemy by any means. Now your fighting skills are so superb that even I was fooled by you. Luo Chen descended from the sky and looked down on people, which was always impolite. Brother Wang, you flatter me. Wang Yuan shook his head and said seriously, of course I won't say anything against my will. I can feel the unused strength of your move just now. If it all explodes. Honestly, how much strength did you use just now? Luo Chen stretched out his right palm, bent his thumb and index finger, and made a 3 points of strength. Wang Yuan was really surprised. Just 3 points of strength forced him to use the giant spirit transformation. What if it was 10 points of strength? Under such a terrifying explosion, I am afraid that even if I am at my peak state, I will be bombarded into slag. Seeing his surprise, Luo Chen smiled and shook his head. Brother Wang, why are you so surprised? If it is really a life and death fight, with your ability and your character, you can escape the range of the spell when I take the second step. What about being deeply bombarded later? The second step of performing the landslide is to attack Wang Yuan with a wave spell, forcing him to withdraw. Wang Yuan thought about it. If it was really a life and death fight, that wave technique might threaten a normal foundation building cultivator, but it was no threat to him. He only needed to rush over and interrupt Luo Chen's subsequent spell casting. In other words, they were sparring with each other, and in order to preserve his demeanor, he chose to retreat. After figuring this out, he was relieved. But even so, he was still full of emotion. You kid, you are really getting smarter and smarter. I am the president of the Luo Chen Club who is proficient in human nature. Luo Chen smiled. Do you want to continue? Wang Yuan pouted, took out a linen shirt from the storage bag, and casually covered his naked body. Why continue? You ruin all the clothes. Hey, exploding clothes is a man's romance. If I take the initiative to get naked in the fight, who dares to fight me for 300 rounds? But brother Wang, you always ruin a piece of clothes every time you fight, which is still a bit uncivilized. The two walked out while bragging and farting. Wang Yuan also has something to say. When performing the giant spirit transformation, the body will expand and become larger. It is rare to find a robe that can support such a huge change in body size. Not only does it require a material with particularly good ductility, but it must also be engraved with at least a third-order Ru'ai formation. And the one that can engrave the third-order Ru'ai formation is not an ordinary robe, but a magic weapon. He didn't come across such a good thing. It was a pity that Luo Chen didn't have time to experience Wang Yuan's blood god tribulation finger head-on. I heard that the other party is developing a follow-up killer move for the set of finger techniques. It is based on the gas homogeneous technique, combining Mingjin and the pure spiritual power after the spiritual energy is transformed into liquid. Wang Yuan naturally won't experiment on Luo Chen. That move, he himself is still developing, and he can't control the power of the landslide as freely as Luo Chen. As for the killer moves that the two have more hidden in the bottom of the box, no one mentioned it. That has already involved the stage of magic weapons. With the strength of the foundation building period, it is difficult to send and receive magic weapons at will. Out of the discussion platform, Luo Chen treated Wang Yuan to a big meal at Zhongding's house. Both of them were practicing body cultivation, so they ate as much as they could. Luo Chen spent 500 spiritual stones, which was comparable to low-grade key combining pills. Luo Chen felt distressed after spending so much. The last time Zhongding's family treated them to a meal, they invited Taoist Chen at Dahofang. It seemed that they only spent more than 50 spiritual stones that time. This time, they spent 500 directly, which was really a bit of a spendthrift. However, seeing that Wang Yuan was very satisfied with a meal and his face was flushed, he didn't care. Isn't it just to spend the spiritual stones that you earn? Besides, you ate so many good things at this meal, and after going back to digest them, your body will benefit more or less. It can also be considered as cultivation. When they left, Wang Yuan mentioned it. Sima Wei Niang seems to be about to reach the great perfection of key cultivation. If she wants to build a foundation, you have to find someone to watch over Luo Xianhu. After hearing this, Luo Chen's brows twisted slightly. It doesn't take long to break through the foundation. Generally, it takes only a dozen days, or a month at most. But after building the foundation, it takes a long time to consolidate the realm. He spent 3 years at the beginning. Not counting Duanfeng, Min Longyu spent half a year, and Wang Yuan also spent half a year. If we count the two in the future, then Luo Xianhu will most likely usher in a period of half a year without a leader. This is not good news for the rapidly developing Luo Xianhu. After thinking about it, Luo Chen slowly said, "It doesn't matter. After she reaches the great perfection of key refining, I will arrange everything." 1 month later. Xianlin Peak, in cave number 6. This is a second-level middle-grade cave specially rented by Luo Chen in the name of Luo Xianhu. The concentration of spiritual energy is between low-grade and high-grade. Usually, Min Longyu and Wang Yuan use it. Duanfeng basically doesn't come here. After he and Feng Xiao became Taoist partners, he rented a low-grade cave alone. It would be very inconvenient to rent it together. As for the cost of renting a low-grade cave alone, that little spiritual stone is nothing to Duanfeng. As the master of the weapon hall, his monthly income, even if not as much as Luo Chen, is far more than that of ordinary foundation building practitioners. At this moment, there was only a man and a woman alone in the empty cave. "Won't your eldest brother and third brother come to see you?" Luo Chen asked. Sima Wei Niang looked calm. "I have met with them before preparing for the retreat, and I have said everything I should say." She was very calm, much calmer than any person who was about to build a foundation that Luo Chen had seen. Duanfeng was full of vigor before building a foundation. Wang Yuan was full of vigor when building a foundation. Min Longyu regained his original intention at that time and was resolute. As for Muran Qinglian, because Qin Liangjun was looking after her, Luo Chen didn't know what state she was in when she was in retreat. However, judging from the subsequent failure, even though she was determined to build a foundation at that time, she still had some worries and uneasiness. Compared with these people, Sima Wei Niang's calmness seemed a little incredible. Obviously, her aptitude was not as good as those people, and she had more miscellaneous things to worry about than those people. But she was so calm, as if she didn't worry too much about whether the foundation building was successful or not. Luo Chen hesitated a little. In the simulation of the Ghost and God mirror, Sima Wei Niang successfully built a foundation. But that memory was quite vague. He even felt that it was just a beautiful hope based on his basic logic of wanting to get rid of the burden. But looking at the woman's state, he was a little unsure. "Aren't you afraid of failure?" Sima Wei Niang raised the corners of her mouth slightly. "What will happen if you fail?" Luo Chen was stunned. What would happen if he failed? Sima Wei Niang smiled. "If I succeed, I will still be the president of Luo Xianhu." If the foundation building fails, will you, the president, abandon me? Okay. No wonder she is so calm. It seems that she has already seen through the future. Luo Chen knows that he is reluctant to give up such a good helper. Regardless of whether the other party succeeds or not, Luo Chen will always have a place for her. Sima Wei Niang shook her head with a faint smile on her lips. In my life, I have traveled with my brothers through thick and thin, and experienced many ups and downs. I have fantasized about building a foundation, and I have tried hard. But I know how difficult it is for a casual cultivator to build a foundation. Therefore, efforts are just aimless efforts, and the hope is so slim. But as I became the president of Luo Xianhu, all matters big and small passed through my hands, and Luo Xianhu grew stronger step by step. I can feel that as Luo Xianhu grows, I am also truly moving towards success. When I saw Du Feng, Wang Yuan and others building their foundations one after another, I knew that it would soon be my turn. Today, it's just a matter of time. Building a foundation is a matter of time for me. The woman's calm words flowed like a stream. There was no big wave, but it was so gentle and powerful. Luo Chen knew that he no longer needed to say anything encouraging. Exit the cave. Luo Chen nodded gently at her. When we leave the retreat, we should call each other fellow Taoists. Sima Wei Niang pressed the switch of the dragon-breaking stone, pursed her lips and said nothing. Dong. A dull sound rang out. Listening to the man outside leaving, Sima Wei Niang leaned against a boulder and murmured softly. President, I will walk with you. Thanks to my friend who is crazy for the 5,000 starting coins reward. Chapter 277, Immortal City changes owner, lifespan approaches. The president is in seclusion, striving to build a foundation. This news swept across Dangshi Peak like the wind. All the monks of Luo Xianhu, young and old, male and female, almost all learned the news in a short time. The feelings of the monks of Luo Xianhu towards this female president, who is the head of a sect in other forces and the head of a family in a cultivation family, are very complicated. She is extremely strict and puts an end to any cheating and slippery behavior. Once discovered, they will be severely punished. She is in charge of production development. Even the monks of the battle hall, who are supposed to be used for fighting, were sent to farm in their spare time. She is also very stingy and cuts a large part of the generous salary set by the president. It is said that this is not the first time she has done this. When she was in Daofang, she cut the basic salary to the bottom in one breath. It can be said that no one in Luo Xianhu likes her. Most people hate and fear her. However, everyone can see that under her personal management, everything in Luo Xianhu seems to be in order. While developing rapidly, no weak people are left behind. For the powerful who have made great contributions, they are generous with rewards and promotions. Nowadays, the strength of Luo Xianhu is also considered strong among the forces within 100 miles. It has even surpassed the old-fashioned immortal cultivation family Jing family. Even the Shangongmen, which is a little further away, is far inferior. There are cultivators who don't like the president, and attribute all the credit to the wise president. But in the eyes of discerning people, Sima Wei Niang's credit cannot be erased. Therefore, among those disgust and fear, there is always a little awe and admiration. Now, she is about to attack the foundation. Some people hope that she will fail, fearing that she will become more serious when her realm is higher in the future. Some people hope that she will succeed, so that she is good, and Luo Xianhu will be better. One rises and all rise, one falls and all fall. Generally speaking, the latter accounted for the majority. Because of these miscellaneous thoughts, without Sima Wei Niang in charge, the sky above Dangshi Peak seemed to be filled with countless impetuous air. People's hearts are floating. Even the cultivators who usually farmed the land became lazy when casting spells to loosen the soil. It was like the superiors went out for further studies, and the subordinates began to slack off. Some senior officials soon noticed this sign. But with their positions, it was difficult for them to make decisions. Even Du Feng, the hall master of the foundation building period, could only manage his own hall. Other halls seemed a little helpless. This won't work. It was also at this time that some of the high-level key refining 9 level who were secretly dissatisfied with Sima Wei Niang realized how important she usually played in Luo Xianhu. Some people who wanted to take this opportunity to replace her found it helpless. They seemed to be far less prestigious than that woman in Luo Xianhu. It can only be said that some people usually look important, but when she is gone, they will find that she is more important than they imagined. However, This impetuous atmosphere within Luo Chen who soon disappeared. Because Luo Chen is here. Sister-in-law, how are you? In the Luo Chen hall, Luo Chen looked at Murin Kinglian who had put down the merit book. He did not look at the book at the first time, but asked with concern. More than a year has passed since the failure of building the foundation. Murin Kinglian seemed to have come out of that failure. She smiled gently and said, "It's okay now. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you for saving me at the first time." Luo Chen shook his head. "I dare not take credit for it, but it's still Brother Qin who takes good care of me. He's a rough guy, how can he take care of people?" Murin Kinglian laughed and scolded. It's just that the happiness in the smile is visible to the naked eye. In the past year, Qin Liangchen put aside his usual chauvinistic style and took care of Murin Kinglian with all his heart, which is really impressive. Outsiders are so surprised, let alone the Taoist couple who are in it and feel the deepest. The books here are basically a summary of the merit policy before and after the change. It's a bit much? If you want to read it all, it may take some time. Luo Chen smacked his lips and picked up a merit book with some unfamiliarity. He hasn't looked through these things for a long time since he handed over the position of president to Sima Wei Niang in Xiao Valley. At first glance, it was dense and trivial. But he resisted his impatience and read it carefully. This must be done. If his superb alchemy is the foundation of his existence, then Luo Chen who is the foundation of his life? Without Luo Chen who, the income generated by his alchemy will be greatly reduced. Even now that it has developed. Even if he doesn't make elixirs himself, Luo Chen who can barely be self-sufficient. People like Mi Shuhe and Wang Hechao don't seem to have any special skills. Back then, they still relied on the gang and lived a very comfortable life. Although the number of Luo Chen who is not as large as that of Pashan Gang and Dejiang Gang, they are all elite soldiers and generals. There are talents in all aspects, including alchemy, casting, array, planting, and even business. There are many elites in the industry. It can be said that the current Luo Chen who is already a real adult beast. What Luo Chen has to do now is to pull the reins himself in the absence of Sima Wei Niang, the beast master, to lead this beast in the correct direction to prevent it from going astray. When Luo Chen was reading the merit book, Murin Kinglian had been sitting quietly by the side. Occasionally, when the other party had questions, she would give an answer immediately. A year of recuperation does not mean not asking about worldly affairs. Sima Wenji and Qin Liangchen brought back copies of the documents for her about the movements of the Zuntang. Recently returned to the Zuntang, all kinds of affairs are still known to her. With her help, Luo Chen soon had a preliminary understanding of the personnel situation of Luo Chen who. He has always paid close attention to the financial aspect. Now, as long as we have the personnel in hand, we can handle various matters in the future with ease. The expansion of the outer sect has been ongoing. Deacon Su is in charge, and President Sima has approved it. At present, the number of outer sect monks has exceeded 100, almost half of the inner sect. Some people in the upper echelons are worried that it will become too big to be eliminated, and suggest to reduce the number. When it comes to matters involving the outer sect, Murin Kinglian seems very cautious. After all, Luo Chen who is not a sect system, and lacks the cohesion brought by inheritance. If the outer sect is really powerful and threatens the inner sect in turn, it will be a big joke. However, Luo Chen is not too worried about this. As long as I am here in the inner sect, and Xiao Duan and the others are building their foundation, the outer sect will not be able to make any waves. There is no need to refer to the system of the big sects, but we should look at the peripheral forces of the Pashan Gang. Most of these outer sect cultivators come here to seek the shade of the Luo Chen Association, just like the thousands of independent cultivators who are affiliated with the Pashan Gang in Dahofang. In my opinion, suppression is not necessary. On the contrary, we can expand the recruitment in large numbers while ensuring that our family is relatively clean. Murin Kinglian understood the Pashan Gang. At that time, the core of the Pashan Gang was the middle and late stage cultivators from the 9 halls. For those early and middle stage cultivators, they were basically treated like cattle and horses. The treatment was almost non-existent. When something happened, they were always driven to the front. Now that I have arrived in Xianlan Xiancheng, this set of rules can still be used. After all, in the world of cultivating immortals, independent cultivators in the key refining stage are the least valuable. When this batch is gone, the next batch will grow up again. Xianlan Xiancheng is also located on a major transportation route, and independent cultivators from all directions gather every day. Those casual cultivators who want to come to the Immortal City to seek opportunities. Not everyone can rent a cave on Cheyenne Peak or settle down on Dangsha Peak like the Luo Chen cultivators. They need to practice and need a spiritual place. Luo Chen gave them this opportunity, so they naturally have to pay a price. The more people they recruit, the easier it is to support the high-level cultivators of Luo Chen. Of course, it is not advisable to exploit and oppress them blindly. They should be given appropriate promotion channels. There should be a bridge between the outer and inner gates so that they can see the hope of getting ahead. Luo Chen couldn't come up with a specific promotion channel for a while. He needed to sort out everything first before he could have a clear goal. Speaking of cohesion, Luo Chen took the book, stopped flipping through it, and fell into deep thought. After a while, he came back to his senses. It's time to pass on the legacy. Murin Kinglian hesitated. What do you mean? In the Luotian society, there are already 4 foundation-building cultivators, including me. We can't compare with the big giant in sects, but we can compete with those declining small sects. They can use the inheritance system to improve cohesion, so we can do the same. Luo Chen talked freely and made a decision in his heart quickly. I have already accepted Chu Lingjin as my disciple, so it is only natural for me to accept another disciple to inherit my legacy. Duan Feng has been teaching disciples. He can definitely pick a few with good talents and teach them his casting skills or his skills. Min Longyao has always had the idea of reviving the Min family. Now that the Min family no longer exists, his formation skills come from his family, and he can also pass them on in another way. As for Wang Yuan, whether he is pretending or really accepting a disciple, I will go and talk to him. Murin Kinglian listened to these words, and waves of emotion rose in her heart. This move seems ordinary, but she knows what it means better than anyone else. The elders of Luo Chen, no matter how much they trust this force and how cohesive it is, but in the final analysis, they only regard it as a place to live and earn spirit stones. It is just a shop of a large sect with better treatment and closer relationship. But if the inheritance system is really determined, it will be completely different. That means that Luo Chen is evolving from an ordinary gang of casual cultivators to a sect system. And the sect system is not inferior to, or even better than, the family system based on blood relationship. Let's talk about her kin family. It has been more than 10 years since her son Xiao joined Luoyan sect. In these 10 years, although there were wars, he really didn't go home, not even once. After resuming contact, in the other party's letters, the couple also found that the other party's letters frequently mentioned people like senior sisters, senior brothers, and uncles in the sect. That feeling is just like having a new home outside. A mature sect system can really give cultivators the same feeling as home. Even, it will make people want to live and die with the sect from the bottom of their hearts. If Luo Chen's inheritance system is really implemented, its influence will exceed the merit policy implemented when Sima Weinyang was in office. Swallowing his saliva, Murin Kinglian couldn't help but say, the president is wise. Sister-in-law, it's really nice to praise people. Luo Chen smiled and continued, however, how to inherit, how to accept disciples, and how to continue this system in the future are all things that cannot be sloppy. I just mentioned the beginning of this matter, and the specific details still need to be discussed. Okay, I'll continue to read it. Sister-in-law, if you are bored, you can go out for a walk. I'll call you if there's anything. Murin Kinglian shook his head and still sat patiently beside him. Luo Chen continued to flip through the merit book. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, Luo Chen's eyes paused on the corner of a page. Looking at that page of paper, he fell into long contemplation. Murin Kinglian noticed something was wrong and asked curiously, what's wrong? With her control over the Zuntang, she knew all the details and quickly recalled the content of that paragraph. That was the Dangsha Palace rented on Yulu Street. As the lease was about to expire, in order to continue to maintain the preferential rent of 5,000 yuan per year, Gu Kai went to Binglin Palace many times. In the end, the rent was negotiated to 5,200 yuan per year. Increased? No, Gu Kai has done her best. The rent of Xianlan Ferry City has been increasing every year. They were able to increase it by only this much after 3 years, which was really a bargain. In this process, Gu Kai made a lot of efforts, so naturally he should be recorded as a meritorious service. However, Luo Chen's focus was not here. Why is it not a 3-year lease this time? Instead, it is a short-term lease of 1 year. Murin Kinglian replied as a matter of course, it is because the 10-year term of Ice Castle's rotation of Xianlin Xiancheng is approaching, and it involves the handover with the next giant in sect, so the lease can only be renewed for 1 year. It's already a common practice in Xiancheng. She said it as a matter of course, but Luo Chen's expression fluctuated rarely. Ice Castle's 10-year rotation period will end. This is not good news. The backer of his Luo Xian who is Ice Castle. If the ruler of Xiancheng is replaced by other sects, then the various businesses of Luo Xian who will inevitably be affected in various ways. I actually didn't notice this all along. I'm used to the invisible protection of Ice Castle, but I forgot to come to Xianlin Xiancheng. 6 years have passed. Count it up, Xiancheng is indeed going to change hands. Luo Chen's eyes flickered and closed the merit book. I'm going to Binglin Palace. Sister-in-law, please help me take care of Luo Xian who from time to time. Murin Kinglian nodded, this is her job. However, after watching Luo Chen hurriedly leave, she also realized something belatedly. The expression on her face gradually became solemn. In Binglin Palace, Luo Chen was received by the familiar Shilan. The other party told him a bad news. All the foundation building true cultivators in Bingbao have not seen outsiders recently. It is said that they are handing over to the cultivators of Kingdom Valley. Is Kingdom Valley the rotating sect of Xiancheng for the next 10 years? Yes. Shilan said sweetly, this is related to the holding of the auction. Which sect is on duty next year? The two sects will jointly hold it. The last auction was held by Bingbao and Kingdom Valley. And the next time, it will be the turn of Kingdom Valley and Luoyan sect. In other words, the rotation order is from Bingbao, Kingdom Valley, Luoyan sect to the back. As for the ones behind, it is Alio Mountain, Beho Palace, Yanmen, and finally back to Yuding Sword sect. In this way, it is a reincarnation of 70 years. After receiving this news, Luo Chen's expression eased a little. He also knew 2 people who were practicing foundation building in Kingdom Valley. Would the situation continue to be the same? However, Luo Chen, who was cautious, would not put his hopes on Tao Yixing and Zhuan Yunzi. As for those 2, Zhuan Yunzi might be able to have a small position in Kingdom Valley with his outstanding alchemy skills. But Tao Yixing was definitely not in a high position. Moreover, what if the people sent by Kingdom Valley to take charge of the Immortal City were not the ones he was familiar with? His connections would be completely useless. Xiaolin, when your grandma is free, tell her that I want to talk to her. If possible, it would be best to meet fellow Taoist Tan Taiyu. Shilan smiled sweetly and said, okay. Leaving Binglin Palace, he headed towards the nearest Xianlin peak. When passing by the Bingliu cave, Luo Chen paused for a while. Without Wei Niang, I'm really not used to these busy days. With a faint self-deprecating laugh, Luo Chen returned home. With a great perfection of Tuiyu technique and Bateo technique, he now has more time every day. Zongmiao Pill has also reached the great perfection level. He only needs to refine Zongmiao Pill once a month, which is enough for him to use, and he has more time. If he does not take the initiative to learn new spells, he still has plenty of time. In addition to refining Yuzu Pill and Yulu Pill, he basically uses his free time to read various books. Shenghu Pill Solution, Xianpeng Change, and several first-level pill recipes collected before. As a third-level alchemist, Shenghu Pill Solution has helped him a lot. For 2 or 3 years, he has been observing it from time to time. Combined with his own advanced alchemy skills, Luo Chen now finds those first-level pill recipes very simple. Even without the system introduction, he feels that he can easily get started. He has even completely figured out Wang Yuan's blood evil pill recipe. If Wang Yuan can gather the main ingredients, he can try to refine it on the spot. It's a pity that Wang Yuan has gathered a lot of cultivator's blood essence, and Purple River placenta can also be bought on the black market. But the Yellow Spring Yin Shat has not come. Otherwise, Luo Chen could personally make a batch of blood sha pills for Wang Yuan. After a night of practice, Luo Chen took a simple rest for an hour, and when it was dawn, he put a few books in his pocket and prepared to go out. However, just after he walked out of the cave, he was stunned by the middle-aged man waiting outside in the morning breeze. You come to me so early, is there something wrong? The visitor was Li Yingzhang, a cultivator from the Li family of Qinhu River. A foundation-building seedling, the future pillar of the Li family. He said respectfully to Luo Chen, the ancestor of the family is about to die, and he wants to meet the senior before he passes away. Chapter 278, To Fish in Troubled Waters. Is it my Luo Chen who is trying to fish in troubled waters? In the Qinhe Water Palace, Luo Chen looked at Li Jinhuang. The other party sat cross-legged, with a haggard appearance and a pale face. The wide robe that originally fit him now covered his skinny body and seemed empty. Is this the state of a true foundation-building cultivator who is about to die? Ordinary cultivators may not be able to see it. But with Luo Chen's good eyesight and sharp spiritual awareness, he can clearly perceive the blood and qi that are constantly flowing out of the other party. It can't be locked. The already declining foundation of Taoism can't lock the blood and qi of the cultivator at all. At this moment, his body is like a sieve, and his energy and spirit are constantly leaking out. Facing Luo Chen's scrutiny, Li Jinhuang behaved very calmly. He did not make any disguise, and showed his state to Luo Chen openly. This is a show of goodwill. It allows Luo Chen to understand as much as possible the situation that a foundation-building cultivator will face in the last stage of his life. If Luo Chen one day falls into such a fate, he may be able to do something in advance. In other words, Li Jinhuang had been showing goodwill since the Qinhuajiang Li family and the Dangxiafang Luo Xian who got in touch. The granddaughter was married to Dangshu Mountain. He was given a quota for the foundation-building pill. He processed a Zongmiao pill for Luo Chen. Even when he was about to die, he was still emitting afterglow. Luo Chen could understand his thoughts. He hoped that he could take care of the Li family after he left. After a long time, Luo Chen retracted his gaze. Dao invited me here for more than just this. Li Jinhuang opened his mouth and spoke in a hoarse and chaotic voice. Fellow Taoist, you should know clearly what I am seeking. The Li family is now in the most dangerous moment. As soon as I fall, the wolves surrounding me may pounce on me and tear up the fat meat of the Li family. That would be a disaster that I would not be able to rest in peace. Luo Chen frowned slightly, with the care of Luo Xian who, the enemies of the Li family should not dare to act rashly. Li Jinhuang smiled bitterly, but some of them were not enemies before. Luo Chen was puzzled. Soon, after Li Jinhuang's explanation, he knew that they were not enemies of his enemies. Danun sect. Hearing this name, Luo Chen was a little surprised. Danun sect was one of the major competitors that Luo Xian who faced when it wanted to enter the Xianlin low-level elixir market. Apart from other small-scale elixirs, the Yangying pills refined in the sect still had a good market. However, in the constant competition between Luo Xian who and Zhang family, Danun sect gradually couldn't keep up with the pace. Danun sect is not having an easy time now. Their Yang Yuan Dan has good medicinal power, but the price is very expensive, and they don't lower the price. As a result, the sales volume is constantly decreasing. Only some old customers who are used to it continue to buy. To be honest, Luo Chen has long since stopped taking Dan Yuan sect seriously. The pills are not competitive, and there is only one old cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building in the sect. Moreover, the Li family of Qinhe River also sold first-level cultivation pills. Aren't they always your Li family's competitors? Li Jinhuang shook his head and said slowly, competitors, but also partners. Dan Yuan sect needs a main material to refine Yang Yuan Dan. In Xianlin Fairy City, only my Qinhe River Li family grows it on a large scale. Before the old head of Dan Yuan sect passed away, our two families formed a cooperative relationship. Because the main material is controlled by my Li family, the price of their Yang Yuan Dan cannot be reduced. Luo Chen suddenly realized. You mean, once you go, the Danun sect will not be able to help but take action? Yes, who wants their lifeblood to be held in the hands of others? The current head of Danun sect, whose name is unknown. Many years ago, because of his superb alchemy skills, he was honored with a Taoist name, Dan Yuanzi. It is somewhat similar to the Taoist name Dan Shenzi that Luo Chen often used when he was in Dahofang. What if he wants to take action against the Li family? What is the specific realm? Luo Chen asked. One level lower than me, about a fourth level of foundation building. Li Jinhuang answered immediately. Hearing that it was this realm, Luo Chen felt a little more confident. No problem. When the time comes, I will take action. You. Li Jinhuang was half believing and half doubting. It's not that he didn't believe Luo Chen, it's really the realm of the other party in the early stage of foundation building. In his doubt, Luo Chen pinched a spiritual formula. A powerful spiritual power wave slowly spread out. The momentum is sharp, no less than Li Jinhuang in his prime. In fact, it is faintly better. Li Jinhuang's eyes widened. When did you reach the middle stage of foundation building? In these few days. Luo Chen said lightly, with strong confidence in his words. Saving the Li family is not only because of Li Jinhuang's continuous goodwill in the past few years. It is also because the Li family can provide huge benefits to Luo Xianhu. Although the Li family is known as a family of elixirs, the income generated by alchemy is only a small part. The main source of income for their family is still the medicinal materials business. When Luo Xianhu's Zongmiao Pill entered the market, it caused a huge blow to other payers. Among them, the Zhang family benefited. The one who was least affected was the Qinhuajiang Li family. Because the other party's main business is not alchemy, and their medicinal materials business, even Luo Chen is extremely jealous. Adhering to morality and promises, Luo Chen will not encroach on the Li family's medicinal materials business after Li Jinhuang's death. But Luo Xianhu can cooperate deeply with the Li family to make those medicinal materials businesses bigger and stronger, and share part of the profits from them. Apart from anything else, just buying some medicinal herbs at a reasonable price for personal use can save a lot of spiritual stones for Luo Xianhu. Feeling the powerful spiritual power fluctuations of Luo Chen, Li Jinhuang couldn't stop cheering after being shocked. Good. 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 It couldn't be better if you have this strength. Luo Chen was confident and proud, but also a little curious. Even if I haven't been promoted to the middle stage of foundation building, with the strength of the 4 foundation building true cultivators of my Luo Xianhu, it is enough to intimidate Dan Yuanzi. You don't need to worry about this, right? Li Jinhuang restrained his smile. His expression became solemn again. There are wolves all around, and it's not just the Dongnian sect. Luo Chen shook his head. Then it seems that your Li family doesn't have a very good network of connections. It has nothing to do with close connections. It's just that the man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. Li Jinhuang said lightly, the potential limit of this area occupied by the Li family is even greater than your Dangsha Peak. Because of this benefit, no matter how good I am in my daily life, once I go there, there will always be someone who can't help but take action. He paused and took a deep breath. As for the rest of the enemies, in my judgment, most of them will just stand by and watch for the time being. Only the Hu family has a life and death feud with my Li family. But in recent years, they have been militaristic and have sucked up the wealth of the clan, and forcibly cultivated 3 foundation building true cultivators. If I go there, whether it's for profit or hatred, they will definitely take action against my Li family. Luo Chen's expression gradually became solemn. He naturally knew the Hu family that the other party was talking about. The Tanqiu Hu family, one family with 3 foundation building cultivators. In the past 10 years, the momentum has been quite large, not inferior to the Luo Chen Association, which has successively produced foundation building cultivators. Even because the other party is a local family of Xianlin, the casual cultivators in Xianchang have to look up to them a little bit, and compare them with the Zhang family of Gunlongji, which also has 3 foundation building cultivators. However, in the eyes of truly knowledgeable people, the Tanqiu Hu family is not very presentable. The 3 foundation building cultivators in the family were promoted by sucking up the resources of the entire family. And they are only at the initial stage of foundation building. The so-called sucking dry is by no means empty talk. It is really sucked dry. Logically speaking, with 3 foundation building cultivators above, there must be a lot of key refining cultivators below. But the Hu family is not like this. The key refining cultivators in the family are living a miserable life. The Hu family is also an elixir family, and was even one of the competitors of the Luo Chen Association when it entered the elixir market. In their family, those who assist in alchemy are not called medicine apprentices and fire workers, but medicine slaves and fire slaves. All day long, they refine pills day and night. There are countless people whose paths are cut off, whose furnaces explode and who have no chance of advancing because their spiritual power is exhausted. Nowadays, there are only a dozen or so key refining cultivators left in the Hu family who can fight. It can be said that the hundreds of years of heritage of the Hu family have been directly exhausted in this generation. In this way, they have managed to accumulate 3 foundation building cultivators. This kind of warlike business style is looked down upon wherever it is. Li Jinhuang said that they would attack the Li family, and Luo Chen believed it. The other party is almost at the end of the road. The family heritage has been sucked dry. The pill business has suffered a huge blow from the Luo Chen and the Zhang family. The three foundation building cultivators are in great need of cultivation resources. With the blessing of various unfavorable factors, they have long coveted the Li family. It's just that Li Jinhong is shaky and old, and he suppresses their inner impulses with the realm of the middle stage of foundation building. What if they start fighting after Li Jinhong passes away? Luo Chen thought about how he should deal with this situation. After a while, he slowly said, 1 in the middle stage of foundation building, 3 in the early stage of foundation building. Luo Chen, can handle it. Hearing Luo Chen say this, the old Li Jinhong smiled with relief. He saw Luo Chen's determination to save the Li family. Seeing his smile, Luo Chen rolled his eyes unhappily. If things really develop like this, then my Luo Chen has put in so much effort, and your Li family will naturally have to pay the corresponding price. At least, I want half of the profits of the Li family's medicinal materials business in the future. Half. This is an unbearable burden for any immortal cultivation family. But Li Jinhong is still smiling. If I go, the remaining half of the profits will be enough to support Yingxiang's cultivation in the foundation building period. Luo Chen nodded in agreement. Taking away so much profit will not force the Li family into a dead end. The remaining soup is enough for the Qinhe River Li family to continue to survive. When he does things, he either kills everyone or treats everyone well. He always knows how to strike a balance. However, he felt something was wrong. Suddenly, his eyes fell on Li Jinhong's smile. Do you have anything else to say? Li Jinhong nodded. Luo Chen was speechless. He knew that this old man was still thinking about everything before he died. The reason why he felt something was wrong before was because after thinking about it, he found that whether it was Zhenyan sect or Tangqiu family, they were all within the scope that Luo Chen could deal with. Even if they joined forces, Luo Chen was not afraid. The part of the benefits that the other party offered seemed to be within Li Jinhong's expectations. If it was just like this, there was no reason for the other party to take it seriously and meet him before he died. As the situation developed, Luo Chen would always do as he had discussed before. Why bother to do something unnecessary? Under Luo Chen's gaze, Li Jinhong slowly said, the rotation of the sect in the immortal city is about to change. I know that. Then do you know that every time the rotation happens, the forces near Xianlan Immortal City are the most chaotic? Huh? At this time, the immortal city has changed its owner, and the sect monks are busy handing over various things. There is no one to preside over it, and the law enforcement team is doing nothing. Chaos is gradually rising, and there are always people who want to take advantage of the situation. My Luo Chen has Ice Castle as its backer, so who dares to rebel? There are so many forces with backers. My Li family also has an old relationship with Kingdom Valley. When it comes to danger, will they intervene and meddle in other people's affairs? Luo Chen shook his head. His relationship with Ice Castle is not just as simple as having an old relationship. The interests involved are what the Golden Pill Master Juking Fairy values very much. If there is a crisis of life and death, even if Ice Castle is no longer the master of the immortal city, it will not leave him, Luo Chen, to die. You know, Juking Fairy has invested a huge amount of money in him, Luo Chen, in the early stage. Seeing that Luo Chen did not believe it, Li Jinhong sighed. 100 years ago, the Min family of Dangshi Peak was destroyed when the sects rotated and the fairy city changed hands. 20 years ago, the Fu family of Xiaojing Lake also fell into decline at about the same time. The past is a lesson for the future. Dao, don't be careless. Luo Chen didn't care. The other party didn't understand how important the Jade pill he refined was to the Ice Castle. Sometimes, a relationship maintained by interests is far more important than the so-called friendship between old friends. Seeing the obvious fatigue on the other party's face, Luo Chen didn't intend to bother him anymore. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. After Dao passes away, I will definitely see you off. One more thing. Li Jinhong stopped Luo Chen who was about to leave. I have a 3rd level spell, I hope Dao can learn it. Please ask for a monthly ticket. I haven't asked for it for a long time. It's nice to ask for it occasionally. Chapter 279 Sitting by the river, dying in the sun. Qinhe River. Under the deep night, the river water makes a gurgling sound. An old man sits alone on the blue stone, his eyes vicissitudes, looking at the river rolling eastward. Behind him, a middle-aged man stands with his hands behind his back, looking at the old man's back with admiration. The night wind whistles, slapping the wrinkled face. In the past, it was just a breeze, but at this moment, Li Jinhurong felt a little cold, and his body trembled. Li Yingzhang looked concerned. "Ancestor, it's windy here, let's go back." Li Jinhurong raised his hand and rejected the proposal. The raised hand did not put down, but stretched forward, as if to touch the rolling river water under him. "Yingzhang, my life is coming to an end, and I feel deeply that life is difficult. Just like this endless Yangtze River, although it has the ambition to go east to the sea, the journey is long and the future is difficult. However, the river water flowing east will always flow into the sea, but my ambition to revive the family is difficult to achieve, which makes me regret for the rest of my life." The old voice was pleasant to the ears, but it seemed to enter the heart. In his life, the ancestor Li Jinhurong put all his thoughts on revitalizing the Qinhu Li family. Before his death, he still ran up and down and contacted allies, fearing that after he died, the Li family would be blown away by the wind and rain like the Fu family. It can be said that he worked hard until his death. His life seemed to be extremely glorious to outsiders. But only those who were close to him knew how unwilling Li Jinhurong was under the glory. Longevity is not given to him. Li Yingzhang felt as if his heart was grabbed by someone, making it difficult for him to breathe. He choked up and said, "I can understand the heart of the ancestor. The ancestor is smart and wise, with a sharp vision, and he is eager to revitalize the family. This is indeed the ambition of our generation. However, it is not easy for a drop of water to merge into a river. When it rushes forward and merges into the sea, you will feel how insignificant you are. Like you and me, we are all mayflies in the world. The revitalization and growth of the family does not depend on 1 or 2 generations of you and me, but on a long-term, continuous incense." The morning breeze blew, and water birds took off, splashing countless water. Long-term, continuous incense. Li Jinhurong muttered this, and suddenly laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. The laughter rumbled and spread for dozens of miles. On the Qinhu River, fish tumbled, water birds were startled, and the humble casual cultivators living on both sides of the river woke up from their dreams in shock. After about 7 breaths, the laughter gradually subsided. Li Jinhurong said with relief, "It seems that practicing ninefold return to origin has indeed tempered your character. It's the old ancestor's good teaching." Li Jinhurong smiled, waved his hand, and a long sword with a sheath appeared in his hand. The sword is 3 feet and 7 inches long, and the sheath is engraved with layers of ripples. It is made of the skin of evil sharks. At this moment, the sword has not been unsheathed, but it exudes a strong spiritual fluctuation. In this case, you are qualified to inherit this chilling sword. Li Yingzhang said in shock, "This is your personal magic weapon, old ancestor. How can my grandson inherit it when he is only in the key refining stage?" He could see that this sword had not been sacrificed by blood. He could not inherit this sword with the same bloodline. However, under Li Jinhurong's burning eyes, he finally mustered up the courage to take over the long sword. "My grandson will succeed in building a foundation and will not fall into the power of the chilling sword." "Very good, from now on, you are the head of the Qinhu Li family." Li Jinhurong nodded with relief. Turning sideways, a pair of vicissitudes of life eyes looked towards the east. Deep darkness enveloped the boundless river, and the rolling river water continued to flow eastward. Suddenly, a faint golden light slowly rose from the vast sky. The darkness passed away, and the light bloomed. The vast expanse of blue waves, the morning breeze curled. In this beautiful scene, Li Yingzhang was distracted for a moment. When he came to his senses, the person in front of him was silent. A sense of sadness lingered in his heart. "Grandson Li Yingzhang, send off the ancestor." On Dangsha Peak. In the Luo Chen Hall, Luo Chen played with a yellow jade slip in his hand, and there was an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. "Old man, is it necessary to be so decisive?" He could understand, but he could not empathize with Li Jinhurong's choice. Sighing, Luo Chen carefully put the yellow jade slip into his arms. There was a crisp sound of footsteps outside the door. After a while, Zhou Yuanli entered the hall. "President, the Qinhu River Li family sent us sad news. The patriarch Li Jinhurong passed away this morning. He was sitting peacefully by the river and died when he saw the rising sun. His grandson Li Yingzhang saw him off, and many casual cultivators on both sides of the strait witnessed it." "Is he finally dead?" Luo Chen whispered softly. The voice was very soft. But Yuan Dongshen, as a 9th-level key refining master, could hear it very clearly in this empty hall. He was a little stunned. What does finally dead mean? Is the president looking forward to that person's death? He gritted his teeth, threw away those thoughts that shouldn't have been there, and asked respectfully, will the president go there in person? Many people know that Luo Chen and Li Jinhuang have a good relationship. Since the marriage was confirmed, they often visit each other. So, he asked this question. Unexpectedly, Luo Chen shook his head. I won't go. My old friend just passed away and his soul has gone to heaven. Going there will only increase the sadness. The custom here is to keep the body for 7 days, right? Zhou Yuanli nodded, that's right. The cultivators believe that the soul of a person who has reached the end of his life will return 7 days after death. Therefore, the body will be kept for 7 days to wait for the soul to return. This custom is most popular among the immortal cultivation families. Yes, we are true cultivators, either following the will of heaven or rising against the will of heaven. We have lived a life of honor and disgrace, and will be buried in the mountains after death. How can we care about what happens after death? Only the immortal cultivation families would believe in this. Luo Chen said lightly, then I will go to see him off on the 7th day. But you can pass on this news and ask Yuan Dongsheng and his wife to go back to his mother's home to fulfill their filial piety. Yes. Zhou Yuanli immediately took the order and left. During the year when Luo Chen was in seclusion, the marriage between Luo Xianhu and the Li family had been finalized. Yuan Dongsheng of the Medicine Hall and Li Yingjin, the granddaughter of Li Jinhuang, got married and became Taoist companions. When Li Yingjin heard the news, she burst into tears on the spot. After Yuan Dongsheng explained the trivial matters of the Medicine Hall, he accompanied her back to the Li family's land in Qinhu River. Not only that. Under Muran King Lian's arrangement, Luo Xianhu also sent a due gift. This shows the close relationship between the two families. The death of a mere mid-stage foundation-building cultivator did not cause any waves in Xianlan Immortal City. But for those who were related, the news spread at the speed of wind. In the Danun sect, the head of the sect, Dan Yuanzi, learned the news from the person who announced the death. At that moment, he was ecstatic. I have been practicing Taoism for more than 150 years, but now I am only at the 4th level of foundation building. It's all because of insufficient financial resources and insufficient resources. If I can seize the medicinal fields of the Li family, the cost of Yang Pill can be controlled. By then, it may be possible to wipe out the decline and surpass Luo Xianhu and Zheng family. Dan Yuanzi looked extremely excited. He was not a fool. The competition between Luo Xianhu and Zheng family was in full swing at the beginning, but after so long, the two families not only did not suffer any serious losses, but made more and more money. And those of them who were watching the fight from the mountain were almost starving to death. It was obvious that the two families were fighting tacitly. Duan is abominable. But he didn't dare to provoke these two forces. One was powerful and the other was backed by the ice castle. They were not something he could afford to provoke. If he could control the cost and let Yang Pill regain a place in Xianlan's low-level pills, he would make a lot of money. You know, the opponents destroyed by the two families were not just an human. The market has been cleared out. Thinking that Luo Tian would earn hundreds of thousands of yuan a year, and so would the Zheng family, Dan Yuanzi's eyes turned red with envy. If I can also earn so much, I may have a chance to see the golden core stage in this life. He immediately summoned his disciples. But when the disciples gathered one after another, he hesitated again. This old man Li Jinhuang has always been thorough in his conduct. How could he die without making any preparations? What if he didn't die of old age, but faked his death and deliberately led me to attack in advance? When he thought of this, cold sweat involuntarily seeped all over his back. Yes, this old man is extremely insidious. It is very likely that he wants to achieve his goal in one battle before his old age ends. Completely solve the future troubles for the family. I must not be fooled. This matter needs to be considered in the long run. With a thought, he dismissed the disciples and only kept a few confidants. Go and find out the details of the day when Li Jinhuang passed away. Go and contact the Hu family in Tanqiu. They have an irreconcilable feud with the Li family and will definitely not be able to hold back. That's right. The Luo Chen society cannot be ignored. I heard that both families have married. Dan Yuanzi paced in the hall, and things emerged from his mind one by one. Like a storm. Be calm when things are big. This time, it may be the most important decision to change his path. There is no room for error. Tangqiu is called a hill, but it is not small at all. In the past, Tangqiu was full of red sandalwood, with beautiful scenery. But after 3 foundation building masters appeared in the Hu family, Tangqiu's atmosphere not only did not become stronger, but gradually declined. Today's Tangqiu is full of jagged rocks and layers of dead trees. Some seemingly gorgeous palaces lie across it, which is very inconsistent and even a little shocking. The sandalwood trees that once covered the mountains were all cut down and exchanged for resources when they were building the foundation for the 4th brother. Now, the 3 brothers of the Hu family are gathered together. Even the eldest brother of the Hu family, Hu Changxi, who was in seclusion, broke out of seclusion. Everything is for the Qinhu Li family. My father and 3rd brother died at the hands of Li Jinhuang, and I will avenge them. The 2nd brother, Hu Chengyu, lived up to his name. There was great anger in his words, as if any little thing would make him furious. The 4th brother, Hu Changel, shook his head. 2nd brother, a gentleman's revenge can be avenged in 9 generations, so there is no need to rush this matter. Hu Chang glared at him. You are not in a hurry. Of course you are not in a hurry. You were still young at that time, and you didn't know what kind of feud between our 2 families. I only know that I, Hu Laoer, will take revenge from morning to night. Hu Changel pouted and didn't argue with him. Instead, he said to himself, revenge requires great care before it can be done. First, we have to consider the possibility that Li Jinhuang faked his death. The old giant and ancestor of Xiandao Wu, who was about to die, faked his death and dragged the newly promoted giant of the enemy sect to death together. In the end, Xiandao Wu, which had run out of luck, came back to life. I don't want this kind of thing to happen to our Hu family. Hu Chang was stunned for a moment. The old story of Xiandao Wu and Hanaitan has been circulating in Yuding domain for a long time. Naturally, he is also very clear about it. Now Xiandao Wu has another giant and ancestor, and the prosperity of the sect is second only to the 7 sects of Yuding. And the arrogant Hanaitan, the mountain gate has long been destroyed, the magpies have flown south, and it is no longer as glorious as before. The 4th, Hu Changel, glanced at him and continued, secondly, we must pay attention to the movements and attitudes of the Li family's allies. Kingdom Valley has a history with the Li family, and will be in charge of the Immortal City for the next 10 years. If we still want to survive in the Immortal City, we must consider the attitude of Kingdom Valley. Hu Changyu couldn't help asking, how can we guess the attitude of the big sect? It's very simple. Let's see if Kingdom Valley will send people to attend the funeral for a small family that doesn't have a foundation building cultivation. Hu Changel said confidently. Hu Changyu listened and suddenly realized it. The big sects usually don't make friends with the lower forces. Unless the relationship is very good, they will send people to watch the ceremony when the lower forces hold a grand ceremony, wedding ceremony, or funeral. There are also Luo Chen, the Nilan sect, and Zheng family. These 3 families have very good relations with the Li family, either through marriage or cooperation, and have also made joint efforts. Especially the Luo Chen. Li Jinhuang has been frantically trying to curry favor with this new force in recent years. We must pay attention to their movements. Hu Chang frowned angrily and said puzzledly, they are just nouveau riche, why should we care so much? Hu Changel was helpless. They have 4 foundation building masters in one family, do you think we should care? Hu Chang opened his mouth angrily, speechless for a moment. He just wanted to take revenge. Why is it so troublesome? Is there a last resort? Of course there is. Hu Changel sneered, the Li family is not a good family. In addition to us, they have many enemies. If we can connect these enemies and attack them together, even if the allies such as Luo Chen, the Nilman, and Zheng family help us, they are just chickens and dogs. Ah. Right. Hu Changyu finally heard the news that made him happy. Then we will rush in together and kill the Li family without a single piece of armor, and stain the Qinhu River with blood. Alice. Hu Changel sighed. He didn't know if his father had really calculated each other's personalities when he named the 4 brothers Joy, Anger, Sadness, and Joy. The 2nd brother was really impulsive and irritable, and had no brains. But he lived well. And the 3rd brother Hu Changge, who had a plan for everything and considered defeat before victory, died tragically under Li Jinhuang's sword. If the 3rd brother was still alive, the huge Hu family would not have declined to this extent. Not to mention that he, The youngest would not have to analyze and plot on various ways. Today, the Hu family in Taikou seems to have established 3 foundations, but it is just a flourishing business. There is only the superstructure, but no underlying foundation. The name of the immortal cultivation family is about to exist in name only. Feeling depressed, Hu Chang'e looked at Hu Changxi, who had been silent. "Brother, what do you think?" Hu Changxi's face was cold, without any joy. Ever since his father and third brother were beheaded by Li Jinhong with a sword, he has never been happy again. His eyes fell on Hu Chang'e's face, which was full of complacency that could not be concealed. The youngest is very smart. But his personality. He spoke slowly. "I think you are wrong in some places." Chapter 280, New and Old Hatreds, Surrounded by Wolves. Wrong? Hu Chang'e was stunned. He asked himself that he had considered all the problems as much as possible. Are there any mistakes or omissions? In his confusion, Hu Changxi looked deep. There is no such thing as a close ally forever. Friends in the past may become enemies as the world changes. Hu Chang'e was stunned. "Brother, what do you mean?" The relationship between the Nian sect and the Li family is maintained by interests and strength. Now that Li Jinhong has passed away, the relationship chain is only left with interests, and interests are moving. Now this chain has reached its most fragile time in history. Hu Changxi said lightly, "The so-called turning against each other may also happen overnight. As long as we provoke a little." Hu Chang'e's eyes lit up. Why didn't he consider this? Still judging the future with a previous established impression. It's really not right. What about the Zheng family? Zheng family? Hu Changxi sneered, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Back then, the Zheng family and the Li family worked together to deal with my Hu family because my Hu family's sandalwood business conflicted with the Zheng family. Now, for the sake of your 2 foundation building, I have cut off my sandalwood business, and there is no conflict with his Zheng family. Of course, with hatred in the past, cooperation is naturally impossible. Hu Chang'e was puzzled. What's the point of not being able to cooperate? Hu Changxi glanced at him and said, "Even if we can't cooperate, we can turn enemies into friends." The Zheng family, of course, has long-term and short-term concerns. Long-term and short-term concerns? Hu Chang'e frowned and thought carefully about a meaning. Long-term concerns must refer to their Hu family. If the Hu family no longer pursues the hatred of the Zheng family, then the long-term concerns will be gone. What about short-term concerns? Hu Changxi did not elaborate, but gave orders directly. What the fourth brother said before is also correct. Whether it is the attitude of Kingdom Valley, the possibility of Li Jinhong faking his death, or the support of Luo Chen, we must take it into consideration. Next, the fourth brother, you go to contact an Ilman to see what they mean. Second brother, you spread the news of Li Jinhong's death, especially those who have grudges against the Li family or have interests in it. In addition, you always keep an eye on the Li family's land to see if Li Jinhong really faked his death. Hu Chang'e couldn't help asking, "Can I do it?" Hu Changxi nodded. Killing a few low-level cultivators of the Li family and seeing how they react is okay. Hu Chang'e showed a ferocious smile on his face. "Very good, I'll collect some interest first." "What about you, big brother?" Hu Chang'e asked curiously. Hu Changxi's eyes flashed. "I will go to the Zheng family in person to show my sincerity." Having made up their minds, the 3 brothers no longer hesitated and prepared to leave immediately. However, before they left the house, someone came to visit. Is it a cultivator from the Nian sect? Hu Chang'e was stunned when he heard the news. He subconsciously looked at his elder brother. The other party nodded to him gently. Sure enough, everything is always changing forward, and there is no such thing as an ally forever. There are countless mountains and ridges on the banks of Qinhu River. On a lonely and proud mountain, a man in a red cloud Taoist robe, with his hands behind his back, looked at the river beach plain thousands of miles away. The Li family land is located there. Houses are built on the mountain, one after another. On the plain below the mountain, there are countless medicinal fields with different fragrances. There are also 3 huge fish ponds, raising 3 kinds of first-level spiritual fish. This asset, no matter which foundation building cultivator, will be jealous. Even Luo Chen, who has visited it many times, couldn't help but be moved at this moment. But thinking of Li Jinhong's various actions before his death, he still restrained the greed in his heart. Being a man, there must be a bottom line. Moreover, this huge piece of fat meat is not so delicious. His eyes wandered, falling on the medicinal fields and fish ponds. Normally, there were countless monks and mortals there, working diligently to manage the family's business. However, with Li Jinhong's death, the Li family's place has been filled with sorrow and wailing, white flags hung high, and paper money scattered. Luo Chen's eyes kept wandering between the rolling Qinhu River and the mountains on both sides. He did not release his spiritual consciousness. That might alert the enemy. Instead, he used his well-trained eyes to observe carefully. After several hours, Luo Chen retracted his gaze. It seems that there are quite a lot of people interested in this piece of fat meat of the Li family. This area, like Dangshi Peak, is still under the jurisdiction of Xianlan Fairy City. Every 10 years, a rent must be paid. But compared with that rent, the income of the Li family is several times or even dozens of times. But Xianlan Fairy City has an unwritten rule. I rented the land to you. How you want to develop and operate it is your business. Whether you can keep the results of your business is also your own business. If Dangshi Peak was in a semi-abandoned state, other forces or scattered cultivators would naturally look down on it. But the Li family has already fully developed the potential of this land. If someone can occupy it now, then you can reap the results without any effort. If I want to keep this piece of cake, I'm afraid it will take a lot of effort. Luo Chen murmured, taking out a banner. The color is dark and the ghostly aura is eerie. It is the soul-refining banner. Come out. As he spoke the truth, a ghost general in armor walked out of the soul-refining banner. Even though the sun was high, it did not hinder him at all. After the ghost reached the level of a ghost general, it was no longer afraid of the sun in the secular world. Seeing Luo Chen, it immediately half-knelt on the ground, with a respectful look, no longer as irritable as before. Looking at Xiao He, Luo Chen nodded secretly in his heart. After devouring the soul of Tushan, a scattered cultivator who was building a foundation, Xiao He fell asleep for a while. Over the years, he would occasionally offer sacrifices to this soul-refining banner. Now, he has completely established an extremely close mental connection with this soul-refining banner that has been promoted to a top-grade magic weapon. The only main soul in it, Xiao He, also completely respects him. Guard here. If any foundation-building cultivator attacks the Li family, report to me immediately. Xiao He hummed in a muffled voice, and his half-kneeling posture became more respectful. Luo Chen immediately unfolded the soul-refining banner and set up a hidden formation in the mountain. This mountain has little spiritual energy and is very far away. If someone is interested in the Li family, they will not come so far. Xiao He is hiding here, and the chance of being discovered is not high. This move is for surveillance. It is also a way out for Luo Chen if many actions fail in the future. Before thinking about victory, think about defeat first. For the Li family, Luo Chen will do his best. If things are impossible in the end, he will naturally not put his life in it. After arranging the backup plan, Luo Chen left immediately. After a long circle, he came to the outside of Dangshi Peak not long after. But before he entered the mountain, his steps stopped. A figure paced back and forth outside the mountain, seemingly hesitating about something. Why are you here? Looking at the man, Luo Chen frowned. In the quiet Luo Ocean Hall, Xing Zongyan spoke again. That's what happened. I didn't expect that Yin Yang not only colluded with Yuzhen Temple, but also got in touch with Shen Gongmen. Above, Luo Chen's face was solemn. He didn't expect that Xing Zongyan, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, brought him such news when they met again. He asked patiently, are they cooperating with the entire Shen Gongmen, or just Lu Rong alone? It should be just Lu Rong alone. Xing Zongyan said uncertainly. After thinking about it, he nodded with certainty. It should be just a separate collusion. As far as I know, Shen Gongmen now wants to shift its business focus to the outside world. Sect Master Fei Chengqiu thinks that the casting business of Xianlan Fairy City is too intense and has no intention of continuing to entangle. Luo Chen was puzzled. Then why are you sure that the three parties are united to target my Luo Ocean Club? I don't know the details, but it was indeed Lu Rong who came to the door in person. As for why Xianing Peak and Yuzhen Temple agreed, I don't know much. After he finished speaking, Luo Chen fell into deep thought. He had a dispute with Shen Gongmen, but it was not big, far from the point of life and death. This can be seen from the fact that its sect master Fei Chengqiu never troubled them again. If Fei Chengqiu didn't move, then Shen Gongmen wouldn't move. Lu Rong, who was embarrassed by him, was alone and naturally had no help. But I didn't expect that the other party actually found help outside. A dispute of will? Or, for the second-level body refining technique? Or, jealous of the wealth of Deng Shipik? Suddenly, Xing Zongyan seemed to have remembered something and spoke. Perhaps, Shinying Peak and Yuzhen Temple came for the foundation building pill. Luo Chen was stunned. Foundation building pill. Yes. Xing Zongyan nodded heavily, his expression extremely sure. Both of them have a large number of key refining cultivators, but each of them has only one foundation building cultivator, and the number of foundation building pills released at each auction is extremely limited. And your Luo Chen, who has only been in Xianlan Fairy City for less than 6 years, and you have produced 3 or 4 foundation building cultivators in succession. I heard that one failed before, and now the president of the association is starting to sprint for the foundation building stage. And you just bought a foundation building pill from the auction. One foundation building pill, but 4 or 5 people sprinted for the foundation building. The outside world has long been rumored that your Luo Chen, who has swept up the wealth of a certain place, or harvested the heritage of the secret realm, and has a large number of foundation building pills. There are quite a few people who are jealous. Luo Chen's face changed drastically. This was more shocking than before when he heard that someone was going to deal with a Luo Chen who. The innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. If it is said that Luo Tian Club has a large number of foundation building pills, any forces below the golden core level will be eager to take action against them. Lu Rong and his group may just be the beginning. There may be continuous troubles in the future. After Xing Zongyan made this guess, he also came to his senses belatedly. He looked at Luo Chen in surprise and doubt. Fellow Taoist Luo, does your Luo Tian Club really have a lot of foundation building pills? No. Absolutely not. Without any hesitation, Luo Chen refused immediately. Xing Zongyan was half believing and half doubting. I am willing to believe you, but those forces outside. The unfinished meaning in his words made people feel cold all over. Luo Chen's face was tense and gloomy. Xing Zongyan shook his head. These things have nothing to do with me. You have done me a favor before, and Yin Yang of Shinying Peak and I have a hatred for exterminating our clan. When the time comes, if they really dare to take action, I will definitely help them. Thank you, fellow Taoist Xing. Luo Chen folded his hands and said, you might as well stay as a guest at Dengshi Peak for the next few days. Xing Zongyan had no objection. He is now alone and his realm has long been stable. If Yin Yang had not been hiding at home for a long time and always teamed up with a bitch of Yuzhen Temple when he went out, he would have gone to take revenge long ago. Now, the other party covets the foundation building pill of Luo Xianhu and also wants the Ying family to produce another foundation building pill so that they can deal with him at that time. Just in time. This is also the best time for him to take revenge. High on Xianlan Peak. This place is facing the silver waterfall, without the rumbling sound of water, and it seems particularly quiet. Luo Chen stood with his hands behind his back outside a cave covered with ice and snow. He had been standing there for a long time, but the owner of the cave never responded. Sighing, Luo Chen had no choice but to go back home. In his cave, Luo Chen looked back at the chaos that had gradually arisen during this period, and he had already made up his mind. Those who were jealous of the wealth of Dengshi Peak and coveted the foundation building pills of Luo Xianhu did not suddenly burst out during this period. The origin should have been a long time ago. It's just that those people have been restrained for so long and have been forbearing. Recently, they are ready to move. The opportunity should be the special period of sect rotation and the change of ownership of the fairy city. Any change of political power often brings temporary chaos. This kind of chaos is helpless for the lower level people, and they are hurt by their rise and fall. The middle level existence is eager, and they can make a profit from it. And for the upper level people, within the controllable range, they are also happy to see it happen. After the chaos, there will naturally be many power vacuums. By then, the owner of the fairy city can grab wealth wantonly and place forces that are inclined to them. Over the past hundreds of years, the small forces that have been struggling in Xianlan Fairy City have almost all had some relationship with the big sects. This is the reason. Luo Chen can foresee that if this continues, there will be endless troubles. Where does Luo Xianhu get so many foundation building pills? But if you tell others, others will not believe it. After all, in just a few short years, your family has a new foundation building person every now and then. This matter still depends on the attitude of Ice Castle. As long as Ice Castle spreads some rumors, no one will dare to attack Luo Xianhu. I don't believe that they are willing to give up the Jade Pill and see Luo Xianhu decline. Luo Chen took a deep breath and planned to go to the Yi Cave Mansion again tomorrow. It's useless to find Shi Boying for this matter. He has no way to find the Juking Fairy. But Tan Taiyu, who lives in Yi Cave Mansion, has a powerful cultivation base in the late stage of foundation building and is the captain of the Fairy City law enforcement team. She herself is the representative of the interests of Ice Castle in the Fairy City. If she speaks, then all these worries and difficulties will not be a problem. The next day, early in the morning, Luo Chen came to the Ice and Snow Cave again. He waited for a whole morning, but there was no response. He was sure that the other party was in the cave and had not been in seclusion recently. It was impossible for her to be in seclusion. Now is the time for the two sects to hand over the interests of the Fairy City, and she can't be in seclusion. This avoidance made Luo Chen feel uneasy. There was no movement for a whole morning, and Luo Chen had no choice but to leave. On the third day, it was still morning. Under the flying snow, in the cave, the two female cultivators stared at the water mirror in front of them, in which was Luo Chen's gloomy face. "Sister Tan Tai, you really don't see Luo Chen?" Shi Boying asked. Tan Taiyu said calmly, "Why should I see him?" Shi Boying couldn't help but say, "I heard that he has been in a lot of trouble recently, and many foundation building cultivators have their eyes on him. We cooperate with him, and even let him hang up the banner of the Ice Castle. Shouldn't we help him a little? There are so many vassals hanging the banner of my Ice Castle. Do I have to take action for every trouble they cause?" Tan Taiyu asked again. Shi Boying was speechless. Tan Taiyu snorted coldly, "Besides, those troubles are not aimed at Luo Chen. Those people are in Dangsha Peak, caring about Luo Xianhu, and coveting his non-existent large number of foundation building pills. These have nothing to do with the Yulu pill business that we are cooperating with." Shi Boying suddenly realized. What Luo Xianhu, what Dangsha Peak Foundation, these are indeed not closely related to the Yulu pill business. As long as Luo Chen is still there, he can refine Yulu pill alone, and this business will not be cut off. The other party did not dare to cut it off. Because there is also the will of the ruthless fairy giant in Shangren. Unless Luo Chen does not want to live. I'm very busy recently. The people sent by Kingdom Valley are discussing important matters with Master every day and have no time to take care of these trivial matters. If Luo Chen continues to pester me, please send him away from me. Tan Taiyu was a little impatient. Shi Boying replied yes. She, as a senior sister, just took advantage of the early entry. Usually, she is more of a subordinate. However, before leaving, she seemed to remember something and still couldn't help but say something. Luo Chen doesn't look like he's willing to give up the foundation he built with his own hands. If there is a big mess, I'm afraid his life will be in danger. Tan Taiyu's eyebrows trembled slightly, and he looked at Shi Boying indifferently. Did you receive benefits from him? Shi Boying's face flushed and he was hesitant for a while. The atmosphere in the mansion became extremely awkward. And outside the cave, as the snow and ice flew in his face, Luo Chen's confused mind became clear. He had figured it out. Ice Castle was attracted by him and his perfect alchemy skills. The Luo Chen Society, which was attached to him, was not taken into the eyes of Ice Castle. A few hundred key refining cultivators and a few foundation building cultivators were nothing more than chickens and pottery dogs in the eyes of a giant like Ice Castle. Luo Chen Society was attached to him, and he was attached to Ice Castle. But a vassal of a vassal is not a vassal. Luo Chen Society was only loyal to him, not to Ice Castle. Even he himself was not very interested in Ice Castle. In turn, Ice Castle would not help Luo Chen Society with any difficulties it might encounter. After figuring this out, Luo Chen no longer wanted to see Tan Taiyu. Looking at the cave house hidden in the snow and ice, Luo Chen was neither angry nor resentful. Some things can only be relied on by yourself. After muttering to himself, Luo Chen turned and left. This familiar scene did not surprise the two female cultivators in the cave. The only strange thing was that Luo Chen did not appear again in the next few days. This made Shi Boying, who had prepared a lot of excuses, feel like punching cotton. Tan Tai returned to the cave after chatting with Tawan from Kingdom Valley. Has he given up? I don't know, but I heard that he will attend the funeral of the head of the Li family in Kinho River tomorrow. Haha, in such a troubled time, he still shows up. He is not afraid of death. Junior sister, are you really not going to help him? Tan Taiyu was a little annoyed. She was very curious about how much benefit her senior sister had received from Luo Chen in the past few years. Shi Boying said calmly, I just think he is a good person. We will cooperate in the future, so there is no need to make the relationship so stiff. You are too nosy. The heavy tone of the words came out, and the atmosphere in the cave was solemn again. Shi Boying lowered his head and did not argue with his powerful junior sister. Tan Tai looked at her, and suddenly something moved in his heart. I have my own plan for this matter, so you don't need to say anything more. This book is updated at a fixed time, one chapter at 0:30 in the morning and one at 8 o'clock in the morning. Those who stay up late or those who work don't have to wait, they can read it at any time. Chapter 281, Killing an Eagle with One Arrow, Battle of Dangsha. On Dangsha Peak. The four foundation building masters of Luo Chen who gathered together. Duanfeng looked at Luo Chen worriedly. Are you sure you want to go to Li Jinhong's funeral alone? Don't worry, I can go alone. Luo Chen comforted. Duanfeng's face was full of worry. How can we not worry? There have been constant conflicts in the Li family recently, and all forces are testing. If we go together, we may be able to suppress the situation, but you alone. The implication was that he was not optimistic about Luo Chen. Luo Chen did not argue, but just released the spiritual power fluctuations of the fourth level of foundation building. At this time, except for Wang Yuan who remained silent, Duanfeng and Min Longai were stunned. Hiss. You are in the middle stage of foundation building. It has only been a few years. When they were in the 9th level of key refining, Luo Chen was in the 3rd or 4th level of key refining. Later, when they were still in the 9th level of key refining, Luo Chen was building his foundation. Now, they have finally caught up with Luo Chen and advanced to the 1st level of foundation building, but Luo Chen is actually in the middle stage of foundation building. You know, although the difference between the early and middle stage cultivators is not as big as the sky and the earth, it can be said that the gap is huge. The difference in strength between the two is not just as simple as one or two small realms. At the beginning of Daohofang, Mi Shuhua, who is in the middle stage of foundation building, was in charge of the Pashangang with thousands of people. Ordinary foundation building true cultivators did not dare to provoke him. The Daijiang gang had to collude with the Lianian Merchant Alliance before they dared to go against him. In the last battle, the 5 major foundation building cultivators were assembled to sneak attack, besiege, and fight shoulder to shoulder. Even so, they could not take him down. In the end, it was the hidden giant and cultivator who personally took action to destroy him. Of course, this can be said to be a rural foundation building, without any big means. But looking closer, the Qinhuajiang Li family has only Li Jinhong, a middle-stage foundation building cultivator, but still suppresses the 3 early-stage foundation building cultivators of the Taiqiuhu family. It can be seen that the middle-stage foundation building cultivator is already a real strong man. Even in the environment of Xianlan Xianchang where there are many foundation building cultivators, the middle stage foundation building can become a powerful leader. I dare not provoke such a common person easily. After being amazed, Duanfeng felt a little relieved. Luo Chen was at the middle stage of foundation building, and he was always meticulous and had many means and trump cards. In the absence of late-stage cultivators, ordinary foundation building cultivators really had no way to deal with him. And those late-stage strong men of foundation building rarely showed up. They were all practicing in seclusion, trying to reach the great perfection of foundation building and then impact the golden elixir stage. However, he still didn't understand why Luo Chen didn't bring them with him. Facing his doubts, Luo Chen simply explained, the news that I will attend the funeral on the 7th day of Li Jinhong's funeral has been released long ago. If there are people with bad intentions who try to attack my Luo Xianhu, they will definitely seize this opportunity. Leaving you behind is also to prevent internal emptiness. Duanfeng suddenly realized, and then said confidently, with the 3 of us here, Luo Tian will be safe. What if the number of enemies coming is greater than yours? Duanfeng was stunned. He asked himself if he was considered a master of the same level when he was in the key refining stage. But he has only been promoted to the foundation building stage for a few years, and he has barely consolidated his realm. If it is a one-on-one, he may have some confidence to resist 1 or 2. But if it is a one-on-many, I am afraid. Wang Yuan and Min Longai on the side also looked heavy-faced. Don't worry, I have found helpers for you. Pa. Luo Chen clapped his hands, and Xingzongan walked in from outside. After briefly introducing the other party, Luo Chen ordered again, after I leave, you guys try not to leave the mountain. If the enemy takes advantage of the fire, you listen to Wang Yuan's orders. The only thing is that Min Longai must stay in Dangsha Peak. The eyes of several people subconsciously fell on Min Longai. The other party smiled confidently. Don't worry, with me here, I will make the enemy never return. This is the confidence of the master of formations. Duan Feng and Wang Yuan, who knew what he could do, felt much more confident. Xingzongan looked at Min Longai curiously, wondering where the other party's confidence came from. Boom. Thunder sounded. When Luo Chen stepped out of Luo Chen Hall, a heavy rain had already fallen. Reaching out his hand, feeling the raindrops with a hot breath, Luo Chen's eyes were a little dazed. It's raining again. He vaguely remembered that it was also a night rain during the Battle of Xiaohun Mountain. However, at that time, they were the active attackers. Now, the situation has changed and they have become the passive defenders. I hope everything goes well. With a sigh, Luo Chen looked at the dark clouds in the sky and stepped into the wind and rain. Qinhu River. The summer rain was heavy, splashing countless dust. The usually solid land was now full of mud. The sad sound of the Suona was particularly sharp in this rainy day. The heavy rain that poured down was like the crying of countless members of the Li family. After 7 days of staying in the funeral, Li Jinhuang's body was buried in the family cemetery. At the place where Li Jinhuang sat, beside the blue stone by the river, a man in a red cloud robe stood with an umbrella. The clothes were too bright red, and they looked so out of place in this sad and sorrowful funeral. But no one in the Li family blamed that person. It was not just because of the realm gap. It was also because at this sensitive time today, there was only one foundation building cultivator who came to the Li family to pay tribute in person. The leader of the Luo Chen society, Luo Chen. Standing by the river, with a large blue stone beside him and the slowly rising river water under his feet. Luo Chen's eyes wandered, watching the funeral ceremony to the end. The heavy coffin was carried out of the Li family hall by the 3 9th-level key refining cultivators of the Li family and Yuan Dongshen, the son-in-law. Heading towards the direction of the Li family cemetery. Li Yingzhang, with a sheathed long sword hanging on his waist and holding the spirit tablet in his hand, walked in front. No matter how heavy the rain was, his face was full of determination except sadness. His eyes fell on the coffin, and Luo Chen knew that Li Jinhuang's body was inside. It was a pity that he might not die peacefully. The next moment, 3 rays of light flew from the horizon. Looking at the 3 figures, Li Yingzhang paused. Between the 3 rays of light and his Li family's funeral procession, there was a red figure holding an umbrella. Will he take action? When he was worried, the red figure raised his head. 3 Taoist friends, today is the day when Taoist friend Li Jinhuang will be buried. If you are here to say goodbye, you can join the table and drink a glass of wine. If you are looking for trouble, then go back to where you came from. The 3 rays of light stopped. The leader of them had a cold look and looked down at the man beside the blue stone. Luo Xianhu, Luo Chen. It's me. Luo Chen smiled slightly, without any nervousness on his face, and looked at the other party, Hu family, Hu Changxi. Hu Changxi suppressed his impatience. Since you know who I am, you should also know how deep the hatred between my Hu family and the Li family is. I advise you not to stand in the way. Luo Chen sneered. Since there's hatred, why not solve it when Li Jinhuang is still alive? Hu Changxi's face froze. He couldn't say that when the other party was still alive, the 3 brothers of the Hu family were no match at all. Taking a deep breath, he moved his eyes away from Luo Chen and looked at the green mountains on both sides. Countless cultivators were shadowy. Among them, there were many people like him who had established their foundation. Very good, this is the situation he wanted to see. He retracted his gaze and looked at Luo Chen. Don't mention the past, but today I will definitely destroy the Li family. Luo Chen showed a sarcastic smile at the corner of his mouth. It seems that you are not here for revenge, but for the assets of the Li family. It's a bit unethical to eat up the whole family. Ethics. Haha. Hu Changxi suddenly laughed out loud. The laughter spread across the 2 sides, echoing between the green mountains and the river. Suddenly, the laughter stopped. You talk about morality. Aren't you acting like this just to swallow up the assets of the Li family? Luo Chen held up an oil paper umbrella and let the raindrops fall. He smiled faintly. At least, with me here, the Li family won't see blood today. Although the words were light, the meaning was very firm. Hu Changxi's face darkened. His spiritual sense did not find the other foundation-building cultivators of the Luo Chen society. Could it be that the other party knew something in advance? When he didn't speak, the fourth brother Hu Changel, who had been silent, sneered. You talk about morality, but what you think in your heart is not dirty things. You are such a high-sounding person, are you qualified to talk about morality? Brother, fourth brother, what are you talking about with him? He is only in the initial stage of foundation building and can't stop the three of us. Hu Changnu's face was full of impatience, pointing at the funeral procession behind Luo Chen. We just need to charge and kill. Today will be the death anniversary of the entire Li family. Hu Changxi shook his head. There is one thing that Luo Chen said is right. They said they were for revenge, but their real purpose was to take over the Li family's long-established foundation. Tangqiu Mountain has long been in decline and can no longer support the future practice of the three brothers. Only after they seize the Li family's foundation can they talk about other things. And now, it is not just the three of them who are eyeing the Li family. Now, the first one to make trouble is the first bird to come forward, but it can also seize the initiative. In the name of revenge, it is reasonable to seize this industry. But after seizing it, they will inevitably face the threat of others. Now, there are more people on both sides of the river than just a few of them who are cultivating the foundation. Therefore, the three brothers must not suffer a big loss in combat power, and must maintain a certain state to deal with the situation in the future. Although Luo Chen is in the early stage of foundation building, he has also defeated three people of the same level with one move. Unless it is absolutely necessary, he is unwilling to start a war with Luo Chen. Suppressing the impulse in his heart, he said loudly, President Luo Chen. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Anything else to teach me? Hu Changxi said slowly, you stand up for the Li family only because Luo Xianhu and the Li family are related by marriage. But for the sake of the Li family, do you think it is worthwhile to let Luo Xianhu get involved? Let Luo Xianhu get involved? Luo Chen's face gradually darkened. What do you mean by that? Nothing else. I just heard that some of my fellow practitioners are jealous of the development of Luo Xianhu recently. You are staying here now, be careful that your nest will be destroyed. Luo Chen frowned. There are so many people who are jealous. I am also jealous of you and Ying Shangzhuang. No, no, no. Hu Changxi persuaded, this is a different time, the ice castle is about to leave, and you are not at home. What if someone goes to Dangsha Peak, makes a fortune and leaves, then you will regret it. No need to play dumb, it seems that you know something, why not say it directly? Luo Chen said in a cold tone, if you say it seriously, I might turn around and go back now. Hu Changxi was delighted. As far as I know, Lu Rong of Shangguangmen is the leader, Ying Yang of Shening Peak and Miao Ferry of Yazhen Temple are the assistants, and they plan to rob Luo Xianhu today. President Luo, you. So it's them. Hu Changxi was interrupted in the middle of his words. Luo Chen sneered, they are just chickens and dogs. Are they worthy of robbing my Luo Chen society? His words were interrupted, and the sneer was so harsh. Hu Changxi was almost choked, and the gloom in his eyes almost dripped water. Are you really going to be our enemy? No. Luo Chen's face was serious, you are the ones who want to be my enemy. The rain was pouring down, and the river was surging. The air in this world was almost condensed. On Dangsha Peak. Almost a few hours after Luo Chen left, Wang Yuan stood on the top of the mountain, with his hands behind his back, looking far away outside the mountain. Rain fell on his head, but before it fell on him, it was melted by the steaming blood. Suddenly, three figures outside the mountain came at high speed, either driving magic weapons or flying eagles. Foundation building true cultivators usually travel quickly. As long as they are not in a hurry, they basically fly with a slow speed and small spiritual power consumption of the Sorn Cloud technique. The malice of the other party who was so reckless and rushed straight to Luo Xianhu like a sharp arrow was too obvious. Luo Chen was right. Wang Yuan murmured, and waved his hand. A huge bow fell into his hand. Sunset Bow, a top-grade Kaiman magic weapon. Although it is only of top grade, its effect is single, which can condense the spiritual power of the cultivator and burst out a brilliant attack from a super long distance. This was a method that Wang Yuan thought of to increase his long-range attack when he was meditating at Dangsha Peak before he established his foundation. For this reason, He searched all the black markets nearby through Suzai Liu. In the end, he spent 4,000 spirit stones to buy this Cayman magic weapon. Today is its first appearance. It must be fruitful. Focusing on the heart, the key penetrates the sky, and the key and blood are transformed into strength, and the spiritual power is integrated into it by the method of gas and gases of the same origin. In his mind, Wang Yuan recalled what Xingzongyun said before. The eagle family occupies the Sky Eagle Peak and makes a living by breeding flying eagles and selling them to cultivators as a means of transportation. The eagle family's plundering eagles are not strong, but they are incredibly fast. Especially the alien plundering eagle of the family head Yin Yang, whose realm is only the late stage of the first level, but its speed is no less than that of a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building. To kill him, you must first kill the flying eagle. Wang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly pulled the bowstring. Between his fingers, a bright red bow and arrow condensed by strength slowly took shape. I hate enemies who are faster than me the most. So, please die first, you beast. Thoughts flowed through. The next moment, he exhaled and spoke. Quick! Before the voice fell, the bright red bow and arrow broke through the air and shot out of the mountain. Whoosh! The bright red bow and arrow, with an incredibly fast speed, seemed to have cut through the space and burst with sound. As it continued to move forward, a bloodline burst out in the sky, drawing a long tail. The faces of the three foundation building true cultivators who were speeding changed at the same time. This arrow came too fast and had been accumulating power for a long time. It was definitely not something they could resist in a hurry. There was no time to communicate, and the three tried to disperse. But they had spiritual awareness and could avoid it in advance, but the flying eagle was only at the first level, so how could it react? Swish! A line of blood passed, and the flying eagle fell to the ground on the spot. No! A sharp scream was heard, Yin Yang's eyes were red, and he suddenly looked up at the top of Dangsha Peak. You deserve to die. Wang Yuan glanced at him lightly without opening his mouth. And another voice sounded at the same time. No, it's you who deserves to die. The next moment, Xingzongyun broke out of the mountain, bursting out layers of spiritual light, and went straight to Yin Yang, asking for monthly votes. Chapter 282, Foundation Building Battle, Magical Weapons Clash, Dangsha Formation, Colorful Spears. Outside Dangsha Peak, a battle suddenly broke out without any reason. Xingzongyun of the Heavenly Blade. Eagle of the Heavenly Eagle Peak. It's you. Come and die for the hundreds of dead souls of the Xing family. Very good, so I don't have to look for you again. When enemies meet, their eyes are red with envy. Without any nonsense, the two of them immediately fought together. The spiritual power fluctuations of the early stage of foundation building were trembling wildly, suppressing the silence of Luo Chen. A female nun frowned. Why is Xingzongyun here at Dangsha Peak? Fellow Taoist Mianwu, it seems that you should not be concerned about this now. Lu Rong said lightly, but his eyes were looking at the mountain in the distance. He could sense a pair of cold eyes staring at him as if across the space. Fairy Mianwu from Yeshan Temple came back to her senses. Indeed, although I don't know how the news leaked, with Yin Yang Dragon Xingzongyun, it's just right for the two of us to go into the mountain and plunder. There are only people at the first level of foundation building on the mountain, and they can't stop the two of us. After she finished speaking, she moved instantly and flew towards Dangsha Peak. Only halfway through the flight, she found that Lu Rong was still standing behind her, motionless. What is he doing? Just as she was puzzled, her face changed drastically. In the Dangsha Peak, there were rolling waves rolling out. In the meantime, a faint light suddenly disappeared. Fairy Mianwu secretly cried out that it was not good, and the whisk in her hand bloomed 3,000 white silk threads, like a hedgehog, pointing at the void one after another. The sharp sound resounded in her ears every time the whisk silk thread pointed out. Swish! 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 When a blue flying sword appeared from the void, Mianwu breathed a sigh of relief. What a sinister method, I almost got caught. Just as she relaxed, she suddenly felt something was wrong. Where is the wave? The next moment, the huge waves rolling out from Dangsha Peak rumbled down. She hurriedly opened her defensive magic weapon. But in the waves, she was pushed back like duckweed. Big puffs of blood spurted out of her mouth. Whoosh! The top-grade magic weapon Hello Sword returned to a man's hand. Duanfeng stepped out of the waves with a cold look in his eyes. He glanced at Lu Rong who was standing still, and then chased Mianwu. Lu Rong watched this scene without any movement. He just uttered 2 words. Idiot. Obviously, Luo Chen who had been prepared for it. Whether it was the previous arrow or Xingzong's sudden appearance, it meant that Luo Chen had already known that they might come to rob Dangsha Peak. In this case, Miao, this slut, really dared to rush in. He had never seen such a stupid foundation-building cultivator. I don't know if you are talking about others or yourself when you say idiot. The voice was still far away, and the next moment it seemed to be right next to his ear. Lu Rong's face was calm, his eyes fell into the void. Just then, a man flew down from Dangsha Peak and rushed towards him. You are the legendary leader of the previous battle hall of Luo Chen. It is said that when you first arrived in Xianlin, you killed a foundation-building cultivator. It seems that you are the trump card that Luo Chen left at Dangsha Peak. While speaking, Lu Rong took out a pipe and held it in his mouth. I want to see how you, a beginner in foundation building, can challenge me. He took a deep breath, and the tobacco in the pipe burned out inch by inch. As the tobacco burned, the entire pipe of the pipe turned red in an instant, like a red-hot iron rod that had just been taken out of the furnace. The violent spiritual power fluctuations faintly emerged from him. The next moment, Lu Rong spit out a puff of smoke that seemed light but heavy. A ball of red energy light suddenly burst out. In that light ball, smoke appeared and clouds disappeared, and the rays of light were brilliant. He seemed to look down on Wang Yuan, but as soon as he attacked, he used his strongest means. A lion fights a rabbit with all its strength. Wang Yuan stopped. He looked at the attack with a serious face. Magic weapon. Without any hesitation, he swung his fists at the same time. 2 wrist guards engraved with dragons and tigers glowed with spiritual light. Roar. Roar. The roar of dragons and tigers sounded instantly. Then, the dragon transformed by the Gangqi and the tiger transformed by the evil spirit rushed towards the red energy ball. The 3 parties had almost no intention of avoiding or dodging. Or perhaps the foundation building true cultivation could not control the power of the magic weapon at all, so they could only go straight like this. Finally, the red light ball collided with the dragon Ganghu evil spirit. Almost at the same time, a deafening roar exploded. The violent spiritual power fluctuations spread in all directions. The nearest Dangsha Peak seemed to be about to face the aftermath of the magic weapon bombardment. But as a layer of transparent light shield rose, the aftermath of the magic weapon hit the light shield, causing only a few ripples. The smoke and dust dissipated. The calmness on Lu Rong's face disappeared, and he became serious. Magic weapon. It seems that this is the confidence of Luo Chen to keep you in Dangsha Peak. On the other side, Wang Yuan was at ease, with his hands behind his back, showing the style of a master. However, behind Lu Rong's back, both of his hands were shaking. He had only practiced this dragon tiger wrist for 2 or 3 years after he was promoted to the foundation building stage. How could he use it easily? That is, the dragon power and tiger evil contained in it are more suitable for his body training, so he can exert a stronger power than Ho-Hu at the beginning. But even so, the brilliant attack just now has drained most of his spiritual power. But he had to do so. The other party wanted to do the lion fighting the rabbit with the power of the magic weapon, and he would kill with 1 blow. Naturally, he had to withstand the first wave of attacks. Seeing that Wang Yuan didn't speak, Lu Rong sneered and raised the pipe to his mouth again. I want to see how many times you can control the power of magic weapons as a beginner in foundation building. He took a deep breath, and the tobacco in the pipe burned violently. The pipe, which had previously returned to its dark color, became red again. Looking at this familiar scene, Wang Yuan's face was solemn. He took a step and took several steps in the void. Each step was 10 feet away. Lu Rong sneered at this scene. Useless move. Wait for death. As he opened his mouth and spit, another ball of red energy flew out. Wang Yuan stopped. The speed of the attack from the pipe was too fast, and he couldn't dodge it with his current speed. That's it. His 2 arms collided suddenly, and the dragon and tiger wrists burst out with dragon roars and tiger roars again. The dragon gang tiger evil reappeared, but it was 3 points weaker than the first time. Boom. The violent explosion sounded again, and the dragon gang tiger evil shattered inch by inch in the wailing, and the half-weakened red light ball flew over the smoke and dust towards Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan looked at the flying energy ball with cold eyes. Luo Chen is right. There are countless masters in Xianlin, but the second in command of a small force is so difficult to deal with. The dormant development in the early stage is necessary. But since I, Wang Yuan, step into the world of immortal cultivation from the mortal world, everyone I have met and fought has a higher realm than me. It's just another life-threatening battle. His thoughts moved in an instant. The movement of his hands only lasted for a moment. He stretched his arms and elbows and pulled them back to accumulate power. The next moment, a palm blasted out. The palm of breaking mountains and breaking monuments. As the founder of this palm technique, Wang Yuan's understanding of this palm technique is even better than that of Luo Chen, who is in great perfection, especially after practicing gas origin. This mortal secret has been continuously improved to a level that can fight against a foundation building. A terrifying palm print was swung out from his hand. This palm completely drained all the remaining spiritual power in Wang Yuan's body, and even fused a large amount of blood and qi. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and Wang Yuan's figure seemed to disappear in the energy annihilation of the red light ball. Lu Rong tightly grasped the hot pipe, and looked at the energy light ball that was smoked and disappeared, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This Luo Chen is really difficult to deal with. He actually left a magic weapon in Luo Xianhu. What a pity. In such a large Luo Xianhu, there are not many people who have been building the foundation for many years. All of them are new to the foundation. No matter how powerful the magic weapon is in hand, it has not been sacrificed for a few years. How can it be controlled as he wishes? This person is probably already reduced to ashes. Next, we have to consider how to break into Luo Xianhu and plunder it. Foundation pills and the like are just used to deceive those two fools. I don't have any family members or disciples, so what's the point of them? My goal is to destroy this Luo Tian club to avenge Luo Chen's humiliation of me. You wanted me to sweep the floor for you, right? Now I'm sweeping your Luo Tian club. Even if you come back alive from Qinhu River by chance, you'll be alone and I'll have to control you. Lu Rong didn't care about the other two battlefields and was about to fly to Dangsha Peak. However, before he could even take a step, he took it back. Lu Rong frowned and looked at the place where the magic weapon had hit before. You're not dead. A figure slowly walked out of the smoke and dust. Naked, with knotted muscles. Big blue veins, like a dragon and a python, wrapped around his body. At first glance, it was quite ferocious and terrifying. The long hair that was originally scattered on his back was gone, leaving only a bald head. He raised his head and stared at Lu Rong. The strong killing intent, almost undisguised, gushed out like a tide. Lu Rong pulled the corner of his mouth. It doesn't matter if you are not dead. Now your spiritual power is exhausted. Any key refining cultivator can kill you. Go to hell, and... As soon as he finished speaking, he casually sacrificed a magic weapon flying sword and stabbed it towards Wang Yuan. Ling. Lu Rong's pupils shrank, and the flying sword was actually caught by Wang Yuan in front of his throat. No matter how he urged it, the flying sword trembled but could not get any. Wang Yuan's veins tightened and he clenched it with one hand. Ka. In Lu Rong's shock, the magic weapon flying sword actually broke into two pieces and was thrown on the ground like scrap metal. Wang Yuan stared at him like a beast. My spiritual power is exhausted. Can you continue to activate the smoking gun magic weapon? We are all in the early stage of foundation building. I am in the first level of foundation building. The time for refining the magic weapon is too short. I can only use it once or twice. You are at the second level of foundation building, and your total spiritual power is just like that. It is impossible to release an attack like the one just now again. Wang Yuan was very confident, especially since the opponent's subsequent sword control was so weak. He knew the opponent's current state. Lu Rong was silent for a moment. But soon, the corners of his mouth kept rising, and then he opened his mouth and showed a ferocious smile. Haha. Do you think that I don't understand the tactics of war because I squander my spiritual power like that? You are wrong. Magic weapons and magic treasures are just external objects. My strongest thing is still my body. While laughing wildly, he turned his pipe upside down, and a large amount of black ash flew out. The black ash fluttered, but did not fall to the ground, but flew towards his body. But in an instant, his exposed skin appeared with ancient armor. It was an armor formed by the fusion of hard skin and unknown black ash. Not only that, above his head, a thick blood smoke rose up. Blood River Realm. He is also in the second level of body refining. At this moment, Wang Yuan's eyes lit up. Your set of body refining exercises is quite interesting, I like it very much. The next moment, He turned his thumb upside down and pressed it hard on the heart. In the place where the heart flows, the accumulated majestic blood and ki suddenly spread out. The same thick blood and ki smoke rose up. Not only that, his body continued to expand. In the blink of an eye, it reached a height of 5 meters and turned into a giant. At this moment, he no longer looked up at Lu Rong, but looked at him levelly. It's rare to meet a fellow practitioner, and we can have a good fight. I will give you the most glorious death. Looking at the giant in front of him, Lu Rong, who has always used body refining as his trump card and is proud, felt a little uneasy in his heart. But the enemy is ahead. And in Dangsha Peak, there is a faint sight on him, which makes him feel like a thorn in his back. It seems that no matter whether he advances or retreats, there will be a sky-high attack from Dangsha Peak. I didn't realize before why there is still a foundation-building cultivator in Dangsha Peak. Then Luo Chen went to the funeral. Didn't he bring even a foundation-building subordinate with him? Should I fight or leave now? While he was hesitating, a violent fist wind came. There was also a fierce shout that exploded in his ears. You are hesitant and indecisive. What kind of body are you cultivating? Die? Outside Dangsha Peak, the once declining purple bamboo forest has regained its size after the Luo Chen who moved in. The dense purple bamboo is growing very well, stretching its branches and leaves to its heart's content. It can be imagined that by the end of the year, Luo Chen who will make a lot of money by harvesting this crop of purple bamboo. No casual cultivator dares to harm the purple bamboo as he did before. That would be against the Luo Chen who. At this moment, fierce battles broke out in 3 battlefields outside Dangsha Peak. But in the purple bamboo forest, 2 figures came together. The 2 restrained their spiritual fluctuations, but if there were casual cultivators living nearby, they would definitely recognize each other's origins at a glance. The Jing family siblings, 2 true foundation-building cultivators. Brother, aren't we going to help fellow Taoist Lu? Why help him? Shizhen, did this guy have his eyes on you back then? Zhang Lai walked in front, seemingly not interested in the battlefield in the distance. His sister Zheng Shizhen followed closely behind him. I just think that since the 2 parties are cooperating to deal with Luo Chen, we shouldn't abandon them. Cooperate? Zheng Lai sneered. They just want to make a quick buck and leave, but our Zheng family wants to develop in this area for a long time, so how can we be entangled in moving forward? Killing into Dangsha Peak and destroying the foundation of Luo Chen is what we are going to do today. Even though Zheng Shizhen already knew her brother's determination, she still felt resentful. Over the years, she has been in contact with Sima Wei Niang a lot. The 2 sides have a very good relationship. If it weren't for the fact that the other party's realm was only the key refining stage, they could be called close friends. At this moment, the Zheng family turned against them, which was really unacceptable to her. Brother, didn't we let go of our past grudges with Luo Chen and run the Green Valley market together? Zhang Lai paused. He stared at his sister with his side face. Who told you that we have let go of our past grudges? The so-called cooperation is just a charity from Luo Chen. Besides, Green Valley has been abandoned for many years. It was originally developed by my Zheng family with great difficulty, but Luo Chen plucked the peaches. Today, we are here to take back what originally belonged to us. Zheng Shizhen hesitated. But thinking of the few words Sima Wei Niang occasionally revealed, she was still worried. Brother, this Luo Chen is backed by Ice Castle. If we destroy their foundation, I'm afraid there will be big trouble. Ice Castle? The Immortal City will soon change its owner. By then, most of the foundation-building true cultivators in Ice Castle will return to the sect. Who will care about the mere Luo Chen? Zhang Lai took another step, sneering. Besides, my Zheng family also has connections with Alio Mountain. At most, we can spend some resources to ask the monks of Alio Mountain to make peace with Ice Castle and ask them to forgive the past. Zheng Shizhen's brows relaxed a lot. But in his mind, Sima Wei Niang's admiration for their president came to mind again. Then how should we deal with the president of Luo Chen Society? No need to deal with it. Zhang Lai didn't care about Luo Chen. Luo Chen Society will be destroyed by me today, and he Luo Chen will die in Qinhe River. This is the promise made to me by the 3 brothers of the Hu family. But the Hu family has also had conflicts with us. Can we believe their words? Of course, their words cannot be trusted, but I have promised Dan Yuanzi that I will purchase elixirs from his Danun sect regularly. With this benefit, Dan Yuanzi will not let Luo Chen come back alive. Zheng Shizhen's face showed shock when he heard that Dan Yuanzi would take action. That is a strong man in the middle stage of foundation building. If he makes a move, even if Luo Chen is highly respected by Sima Wei Niang, he will not be able to escape the killing. No wonder the eldest brother is so confident and acts so calmly. In his ears, the eldest brother Zheng Lai's questioning voice came. Shizhen, do you feel sympathy for the Luo Xianhu because of Sima Wei Niang? Zheng Shizhen bowed her head and admitted this thought. Zheng Lai sighed and said faintly, you are too kind and can't see through Sima Wei Niang's sinister intentions. She is so friendly with you, just to paralyze my Zheng family. Dangsha Peak is too close to my Zheng family, just a distance of looking up and bowing. When the Min family was prosperous, it suppressed my Zheng family for 100 years. If the Luo Xianhu develops again, my Zheng family will never get ahead. Zheng Shizhen's expression was shocked. She still knows a lot about the family history. 100 years ago, the Dangsha Min family was extremely prosperous, and all the surrounding forces, big and small, were suppressed and exploited by it. The same thing happened to the Zheng family. They were even coerced into personally refining a lot of array plates for them. She still remembers this humiliating past. Later, it was the Zheng family that interfered, connected the four parties, attracted powerful enemies, and besieged the Min family for a full year before destroying it. If the Luo Chen society prospers, will it be as powerful as the Min family? Will her Zheng family repeat the same mistakes? How can I allow others to snore beside my bed? With a cold snort, Zheng Lai stopped in front of a valley. Zheng Shizhen looked at the narrow valley that had been abandoned for a long time, and an idea emerged in his mind. Brother, could this be the place where our Zheng family ancestors destroyed the foundation of the Min family's mountain protection array? Yes, it was because of the cooperation between our Zheng family ancestors that we broke the array and allowed the powerful enemy to kill countless cultivators of the Min family. Zheng Lai's eyes were full of reminiscence, and there was no lack of respect and admiration. It was thanks to the efforts of the Zheng family's ancestors that the Zheng family was able to get rid of the mountain above their heads and gain space and time for rapid development in the past 100 years. It also cultivated two of them to be true foundation-building cultivators. Outside, Lu Rong and the others fought to the death, but it was just a useless effort. Zheng Lai had seen it very clearly in the past few years. Dangsha Peak had restarted the Min family's mountain protection formation, which was not something that a few cultivators in the early stage of foundation building could break. If you want to destroy the Luo Chen society, you must first break this mountain protection formation. It is said that the Luo Chen society has a formation master named Min Longyu. Its origin is unknown, but it is very likely that it is the remnant of the Min family from 100 years ago. This can also explain why Dangsha Peak can restart the Min family formation. I have secretly killed all the mortals of the Min family, but there are still some who are lucky enough to survive and even cultivate to the foundation building stage. Zheng family, Min family. At this moment, the heavy rain has ended. The rain has stopped and the wind has died down. Zheng Lai looked up at the towering Dangsha Peak. There is a 7-color rainbow bridge in the sky, spanning the two ends of the sea of clouds at Dangsha Peak. Let's settle the grudges of 100 years ago today. Brother, what did you say? Zheng Lai lowered his head and looked at Zheng Shizhen. Little sister, kindness is the biggest original sin in the world of immortal cultivation. For the sake of the family, some friends must be given up, not to mention that Sima Wei Niang is not a friend, but an enemy. Not only her, all the cultivators on this mountain are enemies of our family. For the sake of the family, you must abandon kindness, kill the enemies, and destroy the Luo Chen society. It's up to you to start the first step of destroying the mountain and the society. Zheng Shizhen opened his mouth, a little hesitant. But gradually, the hesitation became firm. For the family. Yes. Encouraged, Zheng Shizhen no longer hesitated and came to the narrow valley. According to Zheng Lai's instructions, she cast a series of spiritual spells to bombard the foundation of the valley. In this way, this mountain protection formation will be like a castle in the air without the formation foundation, and there will be no. Zheng Lai stood outside the valley with an extremely confident look. He kept instructing Zheng Shizhen. However, his words gradually faded. Faintly, a bad premonition emerged in his mind. Little sister, retreat quickly. Ah! Zheng Shizhen looked back blankly. The next moment, a violent spiritual fluctuation erupted from deep underground. Boom! The surging ground fire rose from the narrow valley. Like a fire dragon, it spewed flames in the world, and blood mist burst in all directions, and evaporated in an instant. Zheng Lai stared at this scene blankly. In his empty heart, there was only endless regret. When was it? Who else set up an ambush here to implicate the earth fire? Zheng Shuzhen, no trace of her body. I shouldn't have let my little sister break the formation, little sister. Zheng Lai, I've been waiting for you for a long time. A murderous voice came from Dangsha Peak, and a huge face loomed in the light curtain of the formation that covered Dangsha Peak. His facial features were blurred, and his eyes were like lightning. It was Min Longyao. Zheng Lai raised his head suddenly, his eyes were red, and he was about to burst with anger. Despicable. He soared into the sky, and the fluctuations of the spiritual power of the third level of foundation building were no longer concealed, and burst out with a bang. A huge hammer-shaped magic weapon continued to expand from his hand, as if it was going to smash the Dangsha Peak with one hammer. Inside the mountain, Min Longyao sat cross-legged in the hall. In front of him was the 18th circling formation plate that Luo Chen gave him. Although it was incomplete, with his superb formation skills, he had replaced it with a new formation center. This new array core combines the mountain protection array of his Min family in the past, and the Shiangan soul-stealing array he got from Wang Yuan. The latter is too high grade, at least 3 grade, and can even resist the 4th grade Yuan Ying's Henren at its peak. Naturally, he couldn't copy and learn it. Therefore, he absorbed the essence of it, combined it with the Min family array, and rebuilt a new mountain protection array on Dangsha Peak. In the process of setting up the array, he found several loopholes by checking for leaks and filing in the gaps. Among them, there was even the narrow valley where the Min family array was broken 100 years ago. Min Longyao filled all these loopholes. Not only that, he also set up several ambushes. Unexpectedly, he really waited for the rabbit and caught 2 people with evil intentions. At this moment, looking at the huge hammer, he sneered. You are worthy of calling the word despicable for betraying your master for glory. Reaching out his hand, he gently fiddled with the 18 arrays of traveling around. The next moment, outside Dangsha Peak, boundless spiritual energy continued to gather with Dangsha Peak as the center. There were also thousands of rays of light, attracted and landed on the light curtain of the mountain protection formation. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. In the blink of an eye, the 7 colors condensed. A colorful spear suddenly emerged from the light curtain. The spear was sharp and dazzling, as if it was woven from clouds. This fused colorful Dangsha formation is a 2nd level formation. With the help of the majestic Dangsha mountain, it can withstand the attacks of late-stage foundation building cultivators. And it is still constantly absorbing the free spiritual energy of the outside world and slowly rising to the next level. A mere early-stage foundation building cultivator dares to compete with Dangsha. Duh! Min Longyao waved his hand casually, as if he was brushing off dust. Stimulated. The colorful spear trembled slightly, and then cut through the sky, going straight to Zheng Lai. Zheng Lai, who had already reddened his eyes, didn't care and smashed it with a hammer. However, the power of the two was the difference between heaven and earth. In just a moment, Zheng Lai's body was pierced, and thousands of rays of light pierced countless holes in his body. From the back, there were even countless rays of light shining through, like a sieve. He opened his eyes wide and fell silently from the sky. A cultivator at the 3rd level of foundation building died so easily at the hands of Min Longyao, who was at the 1st level of foundation building. If he told others about it, no one seemed to believe it. But if those people knew that Zheng Lai was attacking a master of formation who was well prepared, they would suddenly realize it. So he's a fool. In the central hall of Dangsha Peak, Min Longyao glanced coldly at the falling corpse, and something seemed to be fulfilled in his heart. But he still didn't let go. He stretched out his slender palm and fiddled with the formation plate again. The colorful spear that pierced Zheng Lai's body in the outside world had already become mostly transparent. Under control, it suddenly burst into a buzzing sound. The next moment, it flew out of the mountain. There's still the power to hit. Chapter 283 Dan Yuanzi, someone has been waiting for you for a long time. Is this all you have? Why do you want to dodge? Are you worthy of body training? Sharp shots rang out on the plain outside the mountain. A huge figure, stepping on the clouds and chasing the moon, constantly bombarded the existence in front. Under Wang Yuan's bombardment, Lu Rong was forced to retreat continuously. The ancient armor covering his whole body was broken into pieces. Even though black smoke continued to spew out of his body to repair the armor, it still became tattered after a few breaths. The cracked lines were like dry land. Under Wang Yuan's bombardment, it seemed so fragile. Why? Why is their body training to such a level? This person's bravery is simply unreasonable. Lu Rong was shocked. He resisted again and again, but was defeated again and again. His face flushed and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. No, no. His body training realm is higher than mine. I can't win him with physical training methods. I have to use the Vulcan smoke gun. With a thought, after enduring Wang Yuan's attack, he retreated several dozen feet with the help of the force, and the dark pipe appeared in his hand again. Without any hesitation, he put it in his mouth. Not far away, a 5-meter-tall giant stopped and looked at him with a sneer. The thick finger pointed out slowly but quickly. You can practice ki if you want to practice ki, and practice body if you want to practice body. You changed your mind when you saw that you were defeated. What kind of Taoism are you practicing? As the finger pointed out, a blood-red energy shot out. Lu Rong's mind trembled, and he was about to fight desperately and use the Vulcan smoke gun. In the corner of his eye, he saw a colorful spear flying out from Dangshi Peak and heading straight for him. The terrifying power made him tremble with fear. The movement of his hand slowed down for a moment. It was at this moment, when he came to his senses and tried to condense the power of the magic weapon, the blood-colored energy had already penetrated his eyebrows. The Vulcan armor, which was powerful enough to counter the top-grade magic weapon flying sword, collapsed without any resistance. He fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. In his hollow eyes, a colorful spear paused in the air above him, and then continued to fly away. Wang Yuan glanced at the spear, and his soul seemed to tremble. Is this the formation master who prepared in advance and waited for the opportunity? Can I withstand this attack? Fortunately, he is a friend, not an enemy. Wang Yuan could feel that Min Longai was trying to help him just now. Moreover, it did distract Lu Rong's attention, so that his last magic weapon attack did not condense. Otherwise, with his current huge body, he could not dodge and could only resist it. Even if he could resist that attack, he would be seriously injured later. He had already prepared for the injury in exchange for life, but now he was unscathed. Without hesitation, he shrank his body and flew towards Lu Rong's body. Behind him, blood snakes hissed. I said I would give Lu Rong the most glorious death, so I must do it. Merge with me. While muttering, Wang Yuan seemed to have transformed into the king of all snakes, allowing the blood snakes to drill into Lu Rong's body. Not long after, the blood snakes that had grown larger flew back as if they were full and drilled into Wang Yuan's body. The blood smoke was visibly thicker by 30%. A mile outside Dangshi Peak, there is a undulating foothill. It is the junction of Dangshi Peak and the plain outside. Because of the terrain and spiritual energy, this foothill has never had any use value and has been abandoned by Luo Chen for a long time. But today, it has played its due value. The sky is full of water vapor and majestic waves. Under the roaring sound of the waves, Duan Feng stood on the crest of the wave, swinging his long sword and hanging a rattle on his waist. This place has become his home court. Hello, sword and water magic are constantly exchanged. The combination of weapon and magic is the secret skill of his Duan family. It is no longer a simple use of magic weapons or magic, but the use of magic weapons to increase the power of magic. Otherwise, with his first-level foundation building realm, it is impossible to compete with his second-level foundation building fairy Miaoyu. But even so, his current state is definitely not good. Whoosh! A dust thread suddenly shot out from the waves. Duan Feng's face changed slightly, and he slapped the rattle on his waist. Boom! The moment the sound rang out, a blue water shield blocked his side, and the dust thread was blocked. Wow! Found you! Duan Feng's mind moved, and the long sword suddenly chopped back. The waves parted, and a graceful figure emerged. Fairy Miaoyu smiled coldly, and with a whisk in her hand, she pushed away the sword light. Boom! The sword light bombarded the plain at the foot of the mountain, making a huge sound. Fairy Miaoyu felt the battlefield built by the other party, and her face sneered again and again. Your fighting skills are quite good. First, you severely injured me with assassination, and then you delayed and suppressed me with the advantage of home court. The coordination of magic and magic tools is perfect. It's a pity that you are just a beginner in foundation building, and your spiritual power is thin. How long can you hold out with such an attack? Facing these heartbreaking words, Duan Feng's face was solemn, as if water could drip out. There was indeed very little spiritual power left in his body. However, he could not retreat. If such people were allowed to enter Dangsha Peak, his family and friends would suffer a catastrophe. He could never accept it. With a thought in his mind, a medium-grade spiritual stone slipped into his palm. Fairy Maya looked at this scene and her face changed slightly. You actually want to absorb the spiritual power in the spiritual stone directly. Do you want to destroy your key? See? I can't retreat. Duanfeng looked at him coldly and was about to absorb the spiritual stone in his hand. Suddenly, a voice transmission came into his ears. His expression changed and he put away the spiritual stone. Miao laughed dumbly at this, thinking that he was a man of steel who would never retreat. After all this time, he turned out to be a coward. Seeing that the other party was summoning all his spiritual power and was about to make the final blow, she also put away her smile. A silk handkerchief flew from his waist and covered his whole body. If you block this attack, you will be slaughtered by me. Duanfeng seemed not to hear, threw away his long sword, held the rattle in his hand and kept stirring it. Waves of spiritual power surged out of his body and added to the rattle. The waves that had dissipated around him surged again. Layer after layer, flying towards Miao. 3 waves in the sea. The same trick again. The same trick is useless to me. Miao sneered, and the silk handkerchief burst into layers of light, blocking the waves that kept coming. The whisk in her hand was stretched straight like a sword, waiting to block this attack and take off the other party's head. Crash! When the last wave fell, Duanfeng fell to the ground tiredly, gasping for breath. At this moment, he could no longer squeeze out a trace of spiritual power. The sea of Qi was empty. Even the huge spiritual cloud that usually transformed the spiritual liquid disappeared without a trace. After this battle, even if he could go back alive, it would take several days to recondense the spiritual cloud before he could continue his cultivation. His eyes fell on the woman who appeared after the mist dissipated. Min Longgao, don't let me down. You're out of tricks? Then wait for death? Fairy Miao sneered, shook the whisk in her hand, and was about to use her killing move. However, the next moment, a colorful spear broke through the air. It was like a rainbow in the sky, falling to the earth. Whoosh! Fairy Maya looked panicked, and the 3,000 dust silks kept waving, and the silk handkerchief defense magic weapon was even more urged to the extreme, constantly blooming. However, the colorful spear ignored it. It was like a knife cutting tofu, breaking through layer by layer. Boom! A violent explosion, as Duanfeng was expecting, exploded as if it was a natural outcome. Master Duan, collect the spoils and return to Dangsha Peak as soon as possible. Min Longgai's spiritual transmission came again. Duanfeng did not hesitate, and stood up with difficulty, and walked to Miao's body. The other party had already died, without any breath. It's a pity that the storage bag was broken, and the gains from this battle were greatly reduced. He picked up the whisk and the tattered silk handkerchief, picked up the other party's body, and went straight to Dangsha Peak. When he returned to the mountain with difficulty, he happened to meet Xing Zonghan, who was seriously injured and was treated by Murin Kinglian and his men. Fellow Taoist Xing, you seem to have won a tragic victory. Xing Zonghan grinned, it doesn't matter if I die after my great revenge. Duanfeng shook his head. Once upon a time, he and the other party had the same mentality. However, now he's also a family man, so he can't be so carefree. Nodding to Feng Xian next to him, he walked into the central hall of Luo Chen. Is Wang Yuan okay? Maybe he got a little injured, but it's not serious. I need to set up the formation to guard against those who are lurking outside. Take this jade pendant and send a message to the president to report the current situation. After saying that, Min Longgao paused. Can you do it? Duanfeng swallowed a key combining pill and smiled knowingly. No problem. While the two were talking, a few miles away from Dangsha Peak, one figure after another was as silent as a cicada. They had been watching the battle just now. No one expected that the 5 foundation building groups would join forces and all of them would perish outside the mountain without even taking a step forward from the mountain gate. This made them want to take advantage of the chaos to go in and rob, and most of their thoughts were directly put to rest. Someone suggested, after this battle, the Luo Chen Foundation building group must be exhausted. Should we? Don't think about it, they still have a backup plan. Look! On Dangsha Peak, a hazy light curtain slowly unfolded. Thousands of rays of light came from all directions, making this towering mountain look like a dream. Are you really going to be our enemy? No. Luo Chen's face was solemn, You are the ones who want to be my enemy. On the bank of Kinhu River, heavy rain rolled down. But this rain came quickly and went away quickly. In the heavy atmosphere, I don't know when the wind stopped and the rain stopped. In the sky, there was a 7-color rainbow bridge across the green mountains. Even though the rain stopped. But the atmosphere was still tense. Luo Chen seemed to have forgotten to put away his oil paper umbrella and still held it above his head. Facing Luo Chen's refusal to give in, Hu Changxi felt it was quite difficult. Brother, why bother talking to him? Hu Changyu said frantically, with the urge to kill him. He didn't believe that Luo Chen could stop the 3 brothers. Hu Changxi shook his head, still unwilling to waste his spiritual power on Luo Chen. He could feel that there were more and more cultivators watching around. Among them, there were more than 2 hands in the foundation building stage. Among them, there were many in the middle stage of the foundation building stage. If any of the 3 brothers were to suffer a loss, they would not be able to fight against the strong men in the middle stage of the foundation building stage in their complete state. Luo Chen, let me ask you one more question, are you really unwilling to retreat? You are so long-winded. Luo Chen spoke rudely, as if he looked down on the 3 people at all. Being scolded like this, Hu Changxi's face also turned cold. You don't care about Lu Rong and the other 3, but what if the Jing brothers and sisters are added? The head of the Jing family is a 3rd-level foundation building. If he kills his way into Dangsha Peak, who in your Luo Chen society can stop him? Hearing this, the cultivators watching from both sides were shocked. This Hu Changxi actually spent so much effort to seize the wealth of the Li family. Not to mention linking up with Lu Rong and others, even the Jing family, who had a grudge against them, gathered together. I wonder how many benefits he promised? Luo Chen should be unable to sit still after hearing this news. As soon as he leaves, the 3 Jing brothers will be able to take over the Li family. With the 3 of them joining forces, it will be difficult for them, the independent cultivators, to get a share of the spoils. However, hearing Hu Changxi's words, Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. I found that you have repeatedly advised me to leave. I am thinking about you. Hu Changxi said. Luo Chen looked at him with a smile. If I go back now to deal with Lu Rong and Zheng Lai, won't they trouble you later? Hu Changxi's face froze. In the previous private connection, he did promise to kill Luo Chen on the Kinhu River. At least, he should be held back. It seems that your alliance is not very reliable. Luo Chen shook his head, and he didn't know when he had already grasped a piece of sound transmission jade in his hand. I'm sorry to disappoint you. All the invading enemies have been strangled to death by my Luo Chen society, and not a single remnant has been let go. Hu Changxi was stunned. How is it possible? Hu Changyu cursed at the 2 brothers next to him. Don't you have any rules for bragging? Just 2 or 3 big cats and small cats in your Luo Chen society can stop so many foundation building cultivators. Hu Chang'e sneered, you can lie to us, but it's meaningless to lie to yourself. Luo Chen just smiled at their disbelief. He didn't have any intention of making excuses. He put away the sound transmission jade, held up the umbrella, and said without looking back, the funeral will continue. Don't miss the auspicious day for Li Daoyao to be buried. The funeral procession, which was originally frozen in place, suddenly became agitated when they heard this. Everyone's eyes fell on Li Yingzhang, the current patriarch of the Li family. Li Yingzhang stared at Luo Chen's back, then gritted his teeth. Continue. He held the spirit tablet in both hands and walked towards the direction of the designated cemetery. As the funeral procession moved forward, Hu Changyu couldn't help it. Brother, why are you still nagging him? That old dog is about to be buried. We couldn't do anything to him when he was alive, so how can we let him rest in peace after he dies? Li Jinhurong died of old age. This is the most dignified way to die for those who have no hope for the great Dao. Even if the 3 brothers of the Hu family came for profit, their hatred was never extinguished. Luo Chen. This time, Hu Changxi no longer called him President Luo or fellow Taoist Luo. Instead, he called him by his name. You will regret your stubbornness today. Luo Chen looked at him calmly. I don't know whether you will regret it or not, but the 3 of you are not worthy of my eyes. We are not worthy. What about Dan Yuanzi? As soon as Hu Changxi finished speaking, a beam of light rushed from the lower reaches of the Kinhu River. The spiritual light dissipated, and an old man stepped on a flying sword and looked at Hu Changxi unhappily. We agreed that I don't need to do anything. Hu Changxi said helplessly, I don't want to spend too much effort on Luo Chen, so I can only ask you to do it. Humph. Dan Yuanzi snorted coldly, That medicinal field will be completely mine from now on, and I want 10% of your profits. Among the three brothers of the Hu family, Hu Chengge was a little dissatisfied. But Hu Changxi agreed. The longer the time drags on, the more trouble there will be. Who knows, it may attract a great cultivator in the late stage of foundation building. By then, all their hard work will be in vain. Dan Yuanzi lowered his head and looked down at Luo Chen. Junior, you shouldn't. Dan Yuanzi, right? Someone has been waiting for you for a long time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284, Cutting Off Life and Breaking the Machine, The Ghost of the Soul, Passing on the Torch in the 7th Leap Year, Returning to the Living 19. Dan Yuanzi was interrupted, and before he could get angry, he was attracted by the person in Luo Chen's words. Who? Of course it's fellow Taoist Li Jinhuang. Luo Chen smiled slightly. Dan Yuanzi's face changed drastically. Impossible, we have investigated for a long time, and his energy has been cut off and his soul has disappeared. In 7 days, he is dead and can't be deader. As he spoke, he couldn't help but look at the coffin in the distance that was getting farther and farther away. However, Luo Chen just smiled and took out a yellow jade slip from his arms. The jade slip flew and hovered in front of his chest. One hand held the umbrella, and the other hand began to pinch the spiritual formula continuously. One hand made a seal. In just a breath, the seal was completed, and the light was released. On the yellow jade slip, a faint light shone, as if something terrifying was about to break the seal. Dan Yuanzi's face was full of disbelief. Then, as if he realized something, he rushed towards Luo Chen, and the surging spiritual power fluctuations reached the peak in an instant. Facing Dan Yuanzi's attack, Luo Chen held up his umbrella without making any move. In his mind, he recalled the scene when Li Jinhuang called him at the bottom of the Qinhu River. I have a secret technique, the 3rd grade, which can intercept a ray of vitality from the cultivator and keep it in the seal for a short time. The survival time is not long, only 19 days at most. Starting from the first day, this ray of vitality will continue to grow, and the longer the time, the stronger it will be. If it can be delayed to the 19th day, this ray of vitality can even be comparable to the peak of the cultivator. But once the seal is broken, this ray of vitality will quickly dissipate. Do you want to learn it? Luo Chen's eyes shone brightly. Then what's the price? Li Jinhuang sat cross-legged on the futon, his eyes old. The price is that the cultivator will permanently lose 10% of the lifespan corresponding to the peak vitality. If a foundation building cultivator extracts a ray of vitality, he will lose more than 20 years of life. If it is a golden elixir cultivator, I am afraid he will lose more than 50 years of life. And the extracted ray of vitality can only be kept for 19 days at most. The spell was heaven-defying, but it also had huge flaws. Therefore, it was only at the 3rd level. Luo Chen vaguely understood what he meant, but was puzzled. You don't have much life left, so this spell can still work. Of course it can. Li Jinhuang stroked his beard and smiled. The price is that I could have lived for half a year, but after using this spell, I might have to die tomorrow. Luo Chen frowned. Do I need to be so decisive? This is my last bit of strength. Instead of waiting for danger to come, it's better to detonate the crisis in advance. At least, I can still do my best and force a move. Li Jinhuang looked at Luo Chen with burning eyes. Dao, will you help me? Will you? Of course. Luo Chen was particularly interested in this secret spell called Life-Cutting Finger. It absorbs the vitality of the cultivator and allows them to remain in the world for 19 days. And it's not just for the person being extracted, the caster can also use this ray of vitality. At critical moments, this spell is Luo Chen's trump card to change his fate. Just like now. Cut off life and the soul. 7 leaps pass on the torch, 19 return to life. While murmuring, the yellow jade slip suddenly opened. A faint light came out from it, and in an instant it turned into ghost. After he walked out, the scorching sun was about to pour down. But it was completely blocked by the oil paper umbrella held by Luo Chen. 3 feet away, Dan Yuanzi was shocked and angry. Asshole! He slapped down. Facing Dan Yuanzi's palm, the ghost also slapped out with a palm. Dan Yuanzi. Boom. Strong winds blew, and spiritual energy exploded. Dan Yuanzi exploded back dozens of feet, his face flushed an abnormal red, and his eyes stared at the ghost viciously. Li Jinhuang. Almost at the moment when Li Jinhuang's ghost appeared, the sky on both sides of the Qinhu River exploded. My god, he is not dead. What kind of method is this? Did he hide his soul in that jade slip? Countless people looked at Li Jinhuang in disbelief. He was clearly dead. At first, many casual cultivators watched him pass away. During the 7 days of keeping his body, many foundation-building cultivators secretly checked the state of his body. There was not a single soul left in the world. The body was even more devoid of energy and blood. No one expected that he was still alive. The moment he appeared, the three brothers of the Hu family retreated together, fearing that he would be targeted. Li Jinhuang did not look at the three brothers of the Hu family, nor at Dan Yuanzi. Instead, he looked at Luo Chen, who was holding an umbrella for this old man. It's a pity that I have only been nourishing for 7 days. My condition is far from reaching the peak. Luo Chen smiled slightly. 7 days is already the limit. If it drags on, all the members of your Li family will die. Li Jinhuang turned his head. The funeral procession had already stopped. Countless members of the Li family were looking at him in surprise and excitement. In the past 7 days, the temptation against the Li family has never stopped. Mortals were killed, monks were captured, and enemies would sneak into the Li family's territory from time to time. In a short period of time, 1/3 of the low-level key refining monks of the Li family died. As Luo Chen said, it really couldn't be dragged on. But it doesn't matter. As long as the main enemy can be solved once and for all, everything is worth it. 7 days. This state is enough for me to kill Dan Yuanzi. Li Jinhuang took a deep breath and stretched out his hand. The next moment, the lid of the coffin carried by Yuan Dongsheng and the Li family members was directly opened, and a pale and stiff body flew out of it and flew towards Li Jinhuang. Luo Chen put away the oil paper umbrella in time and held it in his hand. It was no longer needed. The ghost and the corpse merged in an instant. Swish! Li Jinhuang suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Dan Yuanzi. The originally weak momentum began to climb wildly. I don't know what he did inside the corpse. After the soul emerged, a huge spiritual power fluctuation surged like a tide. You shouldn't have come, Dan Yuanzi. Dan Yuanzi gritted his teeth. There's no right or wrong. This piece of land belongs to those who are destined to get it. Li Jinhuang shook his head. There's no point in talking too much. Let's see what's really going on. He soared into the sky and shouted, swords are coming. The chilling sword held by Li Yingxiang turned into chilling and flew towards him. Dan Yuanzi's face changed slightly. The other party actually used the magic weapon without hesitation. In full view of everyone, he ran away in an instant. However, Li Jinhuang would never let him run away. He and the sword became one, and the chilling sword light, which was launched later but arrived first, wrapped him up and chased Dan Yuanzi. The battle continued to break out along the Qinhu River. During this time, Dan Yuanzi screamed. Li Jinhuang was right. Even if the vitality he had taken out on his own initiative was only nurtured for 7 days, it was enough to kill Dan Yuanzi. When he was at his peak, he was at the 5th level of foundation building. Now he could use his magic weapon without any scruples. Countless people were following that battle. Until a light shout was heard. How dare you? Hu Changxi paused when his whereabouts were exposed, and then a fierce look appeared on his face. Don't pretend. Li Jinhuang is obviously not in good condition. He can only deal with Dan Yuanzi alone. What other trump cards do you have, Luo Chen? Luo Chen looked at the three brothers of the Hu family calmly, as if he was looking at ants. Why would I need any trump cards to kill you? How shameless. Arrogant. Come and die. This time, the three brothers of the Hu family no longer hesitated and attacked Luo Chen together. They had no intention of enduring any more. If they continued to drag it out, the precious land of the Li family would have no chance to belong to them. Then everything they did would be in vain. Luo Chen looked at this scene coldly. The oil paper umbrella in his hand was thrown out and fell into the Qinhu River. With his left hand, a surge of spiritual power suddenly erupted. The next moment, the Qinhu River was surging, and the waves crashed against the shore. A huge wave that was more than 10 feet wide rose into the sky and smashed down on the three brothers. You dare to show off your power with just a first-level wave technique. Hu Chang'e sneered, and a talisman appeared in his hand. He opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. The talisman ignited without wind and burned half in the blink of an eye. Then, a huge white spirit fox ran out of it and ran head-on into the surging waves. Talisman treasure. Luo Chen murmured, and his right hand reached far away. The surging spiritual power surged again. To the horror of countless cultivators on both sides of the river, a small mountain actually rose from the ground. It rumbled and suppressed the three brothers. This scene shocked everyone. Is this 2IU technique? How is it possible? Are you kidding? Whose 2IU technique can pull up a mountain? Amid the horror of everyone, a loud rumbling sound was heard. It was the huge wave from before that was defeated by the spirit fox, transformed by the talisman. But as soon as the wave subsided, another wave rose. Hiss. Can the first level wave spell be so powerful? This Kinho river seems to be used by him. With just a little spiritual power, he can mobilize the endless river water and turn it into huge waves to attack the enemy. What a powerful method the leader of Luo Chen has. Not only is a mere first level spell easy to use in his hands, but it is also so powerful. There were countless exclamations on both sides. What they didn't know was that after Luo Chen practiced these two spells to perfection, they also underwent changes like the fireball spell. The wave spell can be used in places with water. The earth mountain spell does not need to use spiritual power to form a towering mountain, which is too wasteful of spiritual power. Instead, it can use local materials to move mountains and throw mountains. Luo Chen was not surprised by these two changes. It was similar to the changes when the fireball spell was promoted to the master level, both of which were mainly based on saving spiritual power output. 1 point of force, 10 points of effect. And now, the faces of the three brothers of the Hu family, who were facing Luo Chen's two attack spells, had changed. Hu Chang'e was already a little overwhelmed by controlling the spirit fox to deal with the huge waves that kept hitting his feet. He had only been in the foundation building for a few years and had barely stabilized his realm. How could he compare to Luo Chen, who was at the third level of the foundation building and performed the great perfection wave technique? Seeing a real mountain falling down on his head, Hu Chang'e attacked. I'll do it. He raised his hands to the sky, and his two gloves burst into light. He forcibly held back the pressing mountain. But, this. He exhaled and spoke, and forcibly lifted the mountain up. Under the shadow of the mountain, Hu Chang'e controlled the top-grade flying sword and stabbed at Luo Chen. Looking at the stabbing flying sword, Luo Chen's eyes were extremely calm. As for the methods of these enemies, Li Jinhong had already told him clearly before he passed away. The Hu family was very rich enough to cultivate 3 foundation-building true cultivators. The Hu family was very poor, so poor that after 3 foundation-building masters, they even ran out of resources for cultivation. In this state, they naturally couldn't afford magic weapons. All the resources were used for cultivation, so the weapons for protecting the way were naturally not good. The only great means was perhaps the youngest Hu Chang'e, and the talisman in his hand. That was their father, who left it behind. Looking at the flying sword galloping towards him, Luo Chen was as still as a mountain. He just pinched a Daolingju. A huge wave separated from the Kinho River, turning into a light curtain light-colored glass blocking him in front of him. The second-level defensive spell, colored glass sky curtain. Hu Chang'e used all his strength to control the flying sword, watching it move forward inch by inch, but it seemed to be so far away from Luo Chen. Luo Chen shook his head. Why are you so weak that you don't even have the qualifications to let me use the magic weapon? Before he finished speaking, he raised his hands. A scorching sun slowly rose from his hands. Seeing the scorching sun, Hu Chang'e's face changed drastically and he retreated frantically. The second-level spell, the fiery sun spell. When Luo Chen first arrived at Xianlin, he defeated 3 people of the same foundation building level with 1 move. Now his realm is several times higher than before, and the fiery sun spell, which is continuously optimized by the great perfection fireball spell, is also several times more powerful than before. Even if it has not accumulated enough time, it is more than enough to kill these 3 people. Go. With a light shout, the fiery sun ball in his hand burst out. Hu Chang'e and Hu Chang'e, who had just escaped from the huge waves and mountains, had no chance to escape from the oncoming spell attack. Almost in an instant, they were submerged in the huge explosion. The scorching heat continued to spread in all directions. It is conceivable what the fate of the 2 people submerged in it would be. It is already a dangerous situation. You deserve to die. Before the explosion was extinguished, a roar of hatred rang out. Hu Changxi drove the long sword and rushed towards him frantically. In his eyes, murderous intent soared to the sky. His spiritual power was trembling uncontrollably. However, anger cannot improve a person's strength too much. An ant trying to shake a tree is overestimating one's own strength. Luo Chen sneered and waved his hand to scatter more than a dozen small black dots. The small black dots flew back and forth towards Hu Changxi. One of the small black dots passed by Hu Changxi, and he did not feel any threat, but was stunned for a moment. Is that a seed? While he was stunned, the 12 seeds suddenly broke through the epidermis, and vines full of ferocious thorns emerged like poisonous snakes. Almost in the blink of an eye, they wrapped him up. Hu Changxi stopped his body forcibly and swung his long sword, trying to cut off the vines. However, no matter how the top-grade flying sword cut, the vines were extremely tough. Even if they were broken, they would be reborn and entangled and wrapped around him crazily. In the distance, Luo Chen stood by the river, constantly pinching his fingers. Since the Yimu Medicine King Sutra reached the Grandmaster level, he discovered in his constant exploration that the purified spiritual power has a strong amplification effect on wood-based spells. It is far better than the other spells he casts. But there are not many spells suitable for attack in the wood system. Most of them are auxiliary spells such as healing and entanglement. In this case, he is definitely unwilling to give up his advantage in spiritual power. Therefore, he has been thinking about improving his fighting methods. Later, it was Yuan Dongsheng who gave him inspiration when he was working on the farmland in front of his cave. The spiritual plant spells mastered by us spiritual plant husbands can also be used for fighting. Like when my grandmother fought with him in Longyu and Ziyu Valley, she used the move of Kusanergy Jingjin swordsmanship to stimulate the crops planted with spiritual plant techniques, and burst out brilliant sword light. I remember that Min Longyu was severely injured by my grandmother and vomited blood. President, if you want to improve the wood-based spells, maybe you can try to use them with some wood plants. After that, Luo Chen brainstormed with Yuan Dongsheng from time to time. Finally, on the recommendation of the other party, he bought a batch of second-level thorn flower seeds from Beikeodang. After processing in advance, and then using wood-type spiritual power to stimulate them, they can grow and grow in an instant. Although the vines that were violently spawned have a short lifespan and can only bloom for a short time, they are covered with thorns and have great lethality. In this way, the entanglement technique, which seems to be only able to assist in combat, has become extremely lethal. Seeing Hu Changxi fighting back like a trapped beast under the siege of the vines, Luo Chen sneered. Just a desperate resistance. The spiritual formula in his hand transformed, and the 12 thick vines trembled suddenly. Countless thorns and bone spurs turned into flying feathers and shot towards Hu Changxi. Hu Changxi's soul was in danger, and he quickly activated a defensive magic weapon. Ling, ling, ling. The dense collision sound continued. When the light of the defensive magic weapon dimmed, it finally withstood the attack of the bone spurs. Hoo-hoo. I almost. Before he could get lucky, a python-like vine tightly wrapped around his waist and abdomen. His face changed, and he subconsciously swung his sword. However, as soon as he raised his hand, he couldn't swing it anymore, because another vine had wrapped around his arm at some point. 1, 2, 3, 4. In his desperate look, 12 thick vines completely wrapped around him. In the distance, Luo Chen's clenched palm suddenly opened. Like a flower, it bloomed. A soft puff came from the python-like entanglement. It was as if some defensive magic weapon was broken. Then, a blood-red flower bloomed from the top of the entangled vine. Chapter 285, This Boy Must Not Be Made an Enemy. When Luo Chen killed the 3 foundation building masters in one fell swoop. On both sides of the Qinhu River and in the Green Mountains on all sides, countless onlookers were silent. Only on the side of the Li family, after a brief silence, there was a roar of applause. Senior Luo is mighty. Senior Luo is so powerful, invincible at the same level. Killing the 3 foundation building masters without even using magic weapons, what a style. Our president is the most powerful. The last sentence was clearly Yuan Dongsheng's shout. Luo Chen chuckled and controlled the vines of the thorny bone flower to collect his spoils one by one. A top-grade flying sword, a pair of top-grade magic weapon gloves, a half-used talisman, and a storage bag. Apart from that, there was nothing else. The storage bags of Hu Changyu and Hu Changle were destroyed by the explosion of the scorching sun technique. Things like robes and defensive magic weapons are often the first to be damaged under that kind of attack. Otherwise, why would the price of treasures with defensive attributes remain high? Looking at these spoils, Luo Chen didn't even have the interest to open the storage bag. Just 3 poor guys. He looked towards the lower reaches of Qinhu River. After a while, a faint light flew back against the scorching sun. Looking at Li Jinhong, Luo Chen frowned. "Where is your body?" Li Jinhong smiled calmly. "Killing Dan Yuanzi always has to pay a price." "That's right. After all, he is a living mid-stage foundation building expert. Here, this is the reward for your action this time." To Luo Chen's surprise, a storage bag with the aroma of elixir flew in front of him, accompanied by a sword. "But you have already given enough before. Dan Yuanzi is also a second-level alchemist with good attainments. His storage bag will definitely help you," Li Jinhong said with a smile, and then looked at the Li family members who were cheering for him in the distance. "Besides, if you can save the Li family, no matter how much I reward you, it is not too much. Give this chilling sword to Yingxiang after he builds his foundation. If he fails, you can use it yourself." Chi. As he spoke, green smoke rose slowly. Under the scorching sun, Li Jinhong's ghost body was constantly melting, just like snow melting. It is true that he is a foundation-building soul. But before he switched to practicing ghost arts, the soul he was born was only at the level of a low-level ghost. What's more, he also used the third-level secret technique, the life-severing finger. At this moment, his state is constantly declining, and he can't resist the great power of the heavenly way in the world of cultivation. Luo Chen put the storage bag in his arms and looked at Li Jinhong with a calm face. "Any last words?" "Ah." Li Jinhong sighed and shook his head. "I've said what I should say." His eyes wandered, landing on the green mountains and wilderness. At this moment, his spiritual sense had reached its peak before his soul flew away. Under his gaze, the powerful spirits were as dazzling as the stars in the dark night. He said without turning his head, "Daoyao Luo, I'll have to trouble you for the rest of the matter." Watching the ghosts melting, Luo Chen opened his mouth. In the end, he just said one sentence. "Daoyao, have a safe journey." Li Jinhong did not look back, but just waved his hand. The green smoke curled up, and the ghosts returned to the blue underworld. "I don't know if I can walk safely on the road to the underworld." Luo Chen took a deep breath and looked in the direction of Li Jinhong's death. A figure, as if afraid of being preempted by others, flew over here impatiently. "Brotherly. Alice, why are you leaving in such a hurry? Your old friend didn't even have time to see you off." The person who came was standing on white clouds, with white hair and beard, and he looked quite old. He stood on the white cloud, beating his chest and stamping his feet, with a sad expression. However, Luo Chen just looked at him coldly. Feeling this cold gaze, the old man smiled awkwardly and put away his previous sad look. "It's Brother Luo. I'm Wei Tuo, from Zhejian Mountain. Isn't it a coincidence that my name is the same as yours, with the word Chen in it, which shows that we are very destined? Besides, Brother Li and I have been friends for many years. A friend of a friend is a friend. Can you call me Brother Wei?" "Brother Wei? I'm Brother Wei." Luo Chen smiled. "I wonder if Brother Wei Daoyao has any advice for you now." Wei Tuo waved his hand quickly. "It's not a question of advice." He pointed to the Li family members who were waiting eagerly below. Brother Li left, heroically. But he left behind a large family crying for food. "I really feel bad. I'm a step late in seeing you off. I should do my part to clean up the mess." Wei Tuo looked at Luo Chen with a smile. "Brother Luo, you still have to run the Luo Dian Society. I'm afraid you can't spare any time to take care of the Li family. I'm in the middle stage of foundation building, quite capable. Why don't you let me take care of it?" "Haha, fellow Taoist Wei, you're worrying too much?" Luo Chen sneered. "My Luo Dian Society is big and powerful. If we share the profits with 1 or 2 foundation-building true cultivators, we can still stay here." Wei Tuo's smile gradually turned cold. "You don't think that after killing a few insignificant little guys, there will be no one in Xianlin, right? I don't know if there are any capable people in Xianlin, but from today on, there will be no Wei Tuo of Zhejian Mountain in Xianlin." Luo Chen slowly raised his hands. Wei Tuo frowned. "You don't want to drink a toast, but you want to drink a penalty wine. You dare to be so arrogant in the early stage of foundation building. He stretched out his hand and a 9-ring tin staff fell into his hand. Luo Chen glanced at the 9-ring tin staff. A magic weapon? But he was indifferent. He raised his hands to the air, and then suddenly pressed down. The violent spiritual power fluctuations, without any concealment, poured out. At this moment, Wei Tuo's face changed. No, you are in the middle stage of foundation building. In his perception, the moment Luo Chen pressed his hands down, the hidden spiritual power fluctuations suddenly soared from the 3rd level of foundation building to the 4th level of foundation building. Not only that, his spiritual power was surging like an ocean. It was not even like the 4th level of foundation building, but the 6th level of foundation building. What a terrifying spiritual power fluctuation. The horror came not only from the realm revealed by the other party. Dangerous signals kept coming from the depths of Wei Tuo's soul. He noticed something was wrong, and he didn't even launch a tentative attack. He turned around and fled without hesitation. However, it was too late. A mountain-like pressure came down. The majestic spiritual pressure suppressed it. An illusory mountain peak loomed above Wei Tuo's head. Ah! A roar burst out from his mouth, and his spiritual power surged and tilted, and the 9-ring tin staff smashed upwards. The illusory mountain was actually trembling under his push. The force of suppression was slightly loosened. He subconsciously wanted to escape from this area. However, he had only taken a few steps when the Qinhu River was surging with angry waves, and large waves pushed him back. Suppression, slowness. With the 2 major forces applied, he could not move an inch. Wei Tuo was panicked, and a golden bell floated above his head. He turned around. Dao Luo, I will not touch the Li family, why bother to kill them all? Luo Chen just looked at him coldly without saying a word. He didn't know when his 2 hands had been closed together. All the pre-spells were ready. How could they stop just by saying so? Moreover, if there is no thunder strike, how can it shock the 4 directions? Everything was doomed when Wei Tuo came out to try to pick up the leak. Luo Chen wanted to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. The 3 brothers of the Hu family are not chickens, but this Zhuzhen mountain Wei Tuo is the chicken. Landslide. The true words came out. When Wei Tuo looked up in fear, the illusory mountain above his head suddenly collapsed. It was like a volcanic eruption. At the moment when the illusory mountain collapsed, a stream of hot and boiling energy poured out. It was the power of water and fire, which accumulated and collided, and finally merged into destructive energy. Under this destructive energy, everything in the world seemed to have lost its meaning. Wei Tuo was almost crazy. The 9-ring tin staff burst into brilliant light and blasted towards the destructive energy stream. The power of the magic weapon was extremely terrifying. However, how much power of the magic weapon could be activated by the mere foundation building? The landslide performed by Luo Chen was a genuine 2nd-level top-level attack spell. With his great perfection of fireball technique, great perfection of earth and mountain technique, and great perfection of wave technique as the prerequisite, the 3 techniques merged into one. The landslide at this moment has surpassed all the cultivators who have performed this technique in ancient and modern times. Because no one would be able to cultivate all 3 low-level spells to the pinnacle. At most, they would only be able to achieve great success. In this case, the terrifying landslide that Luo Chen unleashed had a killing power that exceeded the limit of his realm. In the middle stage of foundation building, even a great cultivator in the late stage of foundation building could not take this blow head-on. A magic weapon that cannot be perfectly activated dares to block it? It is like trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm, overestimating one's own ability. Under Luo Chen's gaze, Wei Tuo desperately activated the 9-ring tin staff, but still could not stop the force of the landslide. Bang! Under the terrifying impact, the 9-ring tin staff broke away from Wei Tuo's spiritual control and burst out directly. With a horrified face, he held up the golden bell and tried to block the rolling red energy light stream. However, it was in vain. Boom! The energy light stream washed away everything, and no grass grew wherever it passed. Wei Tuo was wiped out in an instant under the wash. After killing him, the torrent did not stop and directly smashed into the Qinhu River. Boom! Exclamation mark. Another loud noise erupted. A huge cave suddenly appeared on the surface of the Qinhu River, which was 10,000 feet wide. The cave was huge, with a diameter of hundreds of feet and a depth of hundreds of feet. It was empty inside, with only endless high-temperature steam. On the green mountains on both sides of the river, countless casual cultivators looked at this scene and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Their eyes were full of horror. With their minds agitated, fear spread endlessly. Even the foundation-building true cultivators were horrified. They usually fought with magical weapons such as flying swords, and they came and went, focusing on concentrating power and saving spiritual power. The lethality was often in the form of points, at most a few feet or dozens of feet. Where have you seen Luo Chen like this, who can drive huge waves at the lightest and break mountains at the most? Now, it's even more terrifying. He directly launched a super large range attack of hundreds of feet. Even the vast Kinho River was blasted out with a huge hole, and even the underground riverbed was clearly revealed. Under such a super large range attack, who would have time to escape? Moreover, they also vaguely felt the power of suppression and stagnation. Almost at the same time, the nearby foundation building true cultivators, whether in the early or middle stages, had a thought in their minds. This kid, we can't be enemies with him. After the thought, his thoughts fluctuated like waves. Who the hell said that the president of Luo Chen who is kind and generous? Killing the three brothers of the Hu family is easy to say, but killing Wei Tuo, he seems to have only said 3 sentences in total. This is fucking killing people without saying a word, and not listening to the other parties begging for mercy. Forget it, I have no chance of getting the things of the Li family. I am at the 5th level of foundation building. I wonder what my chances are of winning against him? Can he still use that trick? This person's strength is unfathomable, and he didn't even use a magic weapon. No. As the leader of a place, he must have a magic weapon. I'd better not provoke him. Slip away, slip away. At the green mountains on both sides. After the silence, there was a deafening noise. As Luo Chen's cold eyes swept over, the noise became silent again. The key refining cultivators fled in panic, no longer thinking of taking advantage of the situation. Most of the foundation establishment cultivators left directly. A few nodded to Luo Chen, made friends with him, and then left. Luo Chen stood in the sky, overlooking the surroundings. His mighty power was unstoppable. 1 minute ago. On an unknown barren mountain, a middle-aged Taoist with a sallow complexion was about to step out. However, he took back his steps in an instant. A figure holding a stick fell from the white clouds in the sky. The middle-aged Taoist looked at the other person and his pupils shrank. Tiankazi. Chu Kui held a long stick and said helplessly, Huangsha Taoist, you were not tempted when Li Jinhong was alive, why do you go again after he died? Isn't this tarnishing your reputation? Huangsha Taoist said in a deep voice, you and I know it well. When he was alive, he had both incense and interests with Kingdom Valley. Which late foundation building dared to take action? Chu Kui curled his lips, but nodded. This is how the world of immortal cultivation is. When you were alive, I would take care of you for the sake of interests and feelings. But when you die, the feelings are gone. As for the interests? If it were someone else, we could still cooperate. So, this is the truth that when people leave, the tea gets cold. Seeing this, Huangsha Taoist said in a soothing tone, did Li Jinhong pay you? He is about to die, and you have made a move, so there is no need to stop me later. Unfortunately, it's not. Chu Kui shrugged. Huangsha Taoist frowned and his eyes fell on the distant river. Just then, Wei Tuo was seen walking towards the junior who had established his foundation. Well, let this idiot take it first, and he will be the jackal later, and then naturally take over the Li family's foundation. However, his eyes fell on the junior who had established his foundation. Did Luo Chen invite you? Congratulations, you got it right. Chu Kui stuck the stick into the ground. He is not dead, so I still have to do this job. At this point, his eyebrows trembled. In fact, I strongly suggest that you take action, so that I can stretch my muscles. Otherwise, the spiritual stones I can get at that time will be greatly reduced. I tell you, Luo Chen is very stingy, not as generous as the outside world says. Taoist Huangsha's face darkened. His complexion was not good to begin with, and this gloom made it even uglier. Chu Kui's Taoist name Xiankazi was not given by anyone, but he fought for it in one battle after another. In Xianlan Fairy City, this small piece of land, he is known as the leader of the casual cultivators. If the sect does not establish his foundation, no one can do anything to him. There are even rumors that he deliberately let Chu Kui win when he lost to the sect's foundation building master. With his strength, Taoist Huangsha, the odds of winning and losing are at most 40-60. He is 40, Chu Kui is 60. The reason why it is so high is that his realm is one level higher than Chu Kui. If you ask me, you are old and at the 9th level of foundation building. Why don't you think about impacting the golden elixir stage and waste your energy on these petty gains? It's not worth the loss. Taoist Huangsha suppressed his anger, looked into the distance, and said lightly, I am not like you who is alone. I have a family and descendants. It turns out that the spiritual land can no longer meet the needs of the family, so naturally we have to expand it. Chu Kui curled his lips and muttered, you can't rob others who have managed it. It's like bandits and robbers, which will damage our reputation. Pretending not to hear his sarcasm, Taoist Huangsha said coldly, the world of cultivating immortals is the law of the jungle. If you can't protect it, you might as well give it up. Chu Kui became interested. Then do you think Luo Chen can protect the Li family? Humph, Wei Tuo is not an easy person. Huangsha Taoist did not continue to say the following words, because he felt the terrifying spiritual power fluctuations. Even at such a distance, he still felt cold. Chu Kui's heart trembled, but his mouth remained firm. Look, do you still think he can protect it now? Huangsha Taoist took a deep breath, if I take action. Hearing this, Chu Kui's eyes lit up. He quickly pulled out his stick. Come on. Humph. Huangsha Taoist left with a wave of his sleeves. He no longer had any ideas about the resources of the Li family. Luo Chen could ask Chu Kui to move once, and he could ask him to move a second time. If he really provoked the other party, with Chu Kui's personality of taking money to do things, he might attack their family. Moreover, Luo Chen. Looking at his leaving back, Chu Kui sighed again and again. I lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. He picked up the stick and flew to the Kinhu River. When passing by a green mountain, the corner of my eye suddenly condensed. Huh? Sorry, I accidentally overslept. I will post it first and then edit it. Chapter 286. You are the first day, I am the 15th. Luo Chen counterattacks and divides his troops into 3 groups. According to Li Jinhuang's wishes, the funeral continued. However, his body was not in the coffin, only the clothes he often wore during his lifetime, and a tomb was built. Luo Chen, dressed in a red cloud robe, attended the funeral. When he was burning incense, all the members of the Li family showed him respect. Everyone could see it clearly. In the biggest crisis of the Li family, none of Li Jinhuang's past partners and friends chose to help. Only Luo Chen. Even in the face of the 3 brothers of the Hu family, as well as Wei Tuo and Dan Yuanzi, who were mid-stage foundation builders, he remained steadfast. Such great kindness and virtue will never be forgotten by the Li family. Especially before Li Jinhuang's soul dissipated, he handed the chilling sword, which represented the authority of the patriarch, to Luo Chen and entrusted him to keep it. It can be seen how much the other party trusted Luo Chen. Because of this trust, Luo Chen's status in the Li family has now risen sharply. His prestige once surpassed that of the current patriarch Li Yingzhang. At dusk, on the bank of Kinhu River, Luo Chen handed a talisman to Li Yingzhang. Senior, this. Take it. Luo Chen put his hands behind his back. I know you don't lack top-grade magic weapons, but talismans can sometimes change the situation of the battle. I will keep the chilling sword for you. After you build your foundation, come and get it. Li Yingzhang held the talisman and nodded heavily. Luo Chen looked around, as if he had crossed the mountains and rivers and landed on the desolate and barren Tangqiu mountain. To cut the grass, you must root it out. A group of remnants of the key refining period. It is not convenient for me to take action, you take people to go. Li Yingzhang's face was fierce. This is what should be meant. If they do it on the first day, I will naturally dare to do it on the 15th. Tonight, I will lead people to raid Tangqiu Mountain and destroy the Hu family. Luo Chen nodded and left on a cloud. He did not discuss with Li Yingzhang in detail about the follow-up cooperation between the Li family and Luo Xianhu. These trivial matters will be arranged after Sima Wei Niang comes out of retreat. With his deeds of protecting the Li family, the cooperation will surely be extremely smooth. In addition to Li Jinhuang's arrangements before his death, the Li family will make a large amount of profits. In short, Luo Chen will not lose money in this deal. Not only did he reap the benefits, but he also showed his power under the attention of the public. He became famous in one battle. From then on, among the many powerful people in Xianlan Fairy City, there must be one more person like him. He defeated the 3 Dangsha casual cultivators with one move before, and then killed the 3 brothers of the Hu family. Facing the powerful enemy of the same level, Wei Tuo, he only used one move to make his spirit and soul scattered. From beginning to end, he did not even use magic tools. In some places that Luo Chen did not know, countless casual cultivators have spread his reputation. He is trustworthy and keeps his promises. Just because of the friendship of several years, he protects the descendants of his old friend's family. He is generous to the inside and cruel to the outside. He is profound in Taoism, good at fighting, and especially good at fighting with fewer people. During the Battle of Qinhu River, he wore the red cloud robe and cast spells mainly based on fire. Therefore, when the casual cultivators talked about gossip, they gave him many Taoist names. Taoist Red Cloud, Lord of Fire, Dengxiazi, Sanrin of Qinhua, and so on. In a barren mountain with extremely thin spiritual energy, Luo Chen took back the soul-refining banner. Then, he waited here. After a while, a figure came riding on the clouds. "Brother Luo, you are really so majestic today." Luo Chen's eyes flashed, and he changed his name. "Behind the majesty, it is also thanks to Brother Chu that you gave me confidence." Chu Kui landed in front of him and waved his hand. "It's not me who gave you the confidence, it's your spirit stone that gave you the confidence." After waving his hand, he did not take it back. Luo Chen smiled and threw out a storage bag. "This is the final payment, please count some." "Well, I still don't trust you." Having said that, Chu Kui still counted the number of spirit stones in front of Luo Chen. Luo Chen looked at his actions and was not angry. This is how business is done. Not counting in person is to give face, and counting in person is also reasonable. For this war, Luo Chen made many plans in advance. On the Luo Xianhu side, he left all the foundation building true cultivators except himself in Dangsha Mountain. Not only that, he also took 200 medium-grade spirit stones to Min Longgaiu, so that he could activate the colorful Dangsha formation without any worries. In addition, on the Qinhu River side, he has 3 preparations. The first one is Li Jinhuang's secret technique of returning to life. The second one is the support of the soul-refining flag. If things don't go well, when he escapes, he can use the little black of the soul-refining flag to stop the enemy's pursuit. The third one is Chu Kui. In order to invite this master, he paid a deposit of 30,000 spirit stones alone. It was discussed in advance. He doesn't need to take action against enemies in the early and middle stages of foundation building. If a great cultivator in the late stage of foundation building appears, he will be responsible for stopping them. If he doesn't take action, he will pay the balance of 70,000 yuan, and make up 100,000 yuan. This is Chu Kui's lowest asking price. It is often the price for the early stage of foundation building. He also gave this preferential price because he saw that Luo Chen was rich and there might be orders in the future. It's the first cooperation. Just try it out. Of course, if it involves a direct battle with a cultivator in the late stage of foundation building, Chu Kui will take action, then the price will not be 100,000, 200,000? No. That's just the price for the middle stage of foundation building. If you really want to fight a great cultivator, Chu Kui's asking price usually starts at 500,000. For someone like Huang Shitaoist who is one small realm higher than him, he dares to ask Luo Chen for 700,000 or 800,000 after a fight. But Chu Kui is not a battle maniac. Everything is just to earn resources. If he hurts himself because of a few spirit stones and delays the time to impact the golden elixir stage in the future, it will be a loss. Therefore, it is better to earn 100,000 yuan without any effort than to earn 700,000 or 800,000 yuan by fighting for one's life. It can be said that Chu Kui is the reason why Luo Chen dares to block Qinhu River alone. After a while, Chu Kui finished counting the spirit stones. "No problem, the balance has been paid off. Do you want to return this storage bag to you?" Luo Chen smiled casually. "It's just a small profit, you and I don't have to be so polite." "Generous." Chu Kui gave a thumbs up and put the storage bag in his arms. This time he made another 100,000 yuan, and he can stay in the upper grade cave for another 2 years. Seeing Luo Chen's deep eyebrows and calculating look, he couldn't help asking, "I think Luo Xianhu is not the kind of person who just takes a beating without fighting back. There will definitely be big moves next. Is there anything else that needs my help? Just say it. I am Chu Kui, the timely reign of Xianlin, and I will be the first to help." Luo Chen rolled his eyes. Forget it, it's too expensive to ask you to help. I, Luo Xianhu, can handle the next thing myself. Chu Kui shrugged, his interest was low. He didn't force it, there was a long way to go. If a force wants to develop, it will always provoke competitors. As for the small piece of land of Xianlan Fairy City, who doesn't have relatives and friends? By then, Luo Chen will definitely need him. Anyway, the first cooperation was quite pleasant, and Luo Chen also had a sound transmission jade, so Chu Kui still had a great chance to earn spirit stones. Before leaving, Chu Kui suddenly said, in fact, this time, if I didn't help, you probably wouldn't be in trouble. Huh? Luo Chen frowned, looking puzzled. Chu Kui pointed in the direction of Xianlan Fairy City. The ice cube of Tan Taiyu came here once before. Luo Chen chose to remain silent about this news. Chu Kui smiled, didn't say much, and left directly. After he left, Luo Chen looked around, finally shook his head, and also left on the cloud. Late at night. On Dangsha Peak, in Luotian Hall, Luo Chen sat at the top. And below, the crowd was noisy and bustling. Except for Sima Wei Niang, all the high-level officials of Luotian Club were present. The Foundation Building Elders Wang Yuan and Min Longyu. Duan Feng of the Weapon Hall, Chu Lingjun of the Alchemy Hall, Bian Zhen of the Medicine Hall, Sima Xian of the War Hall, Muran Qinglian of the Honor Hall, Gu Kai of the Gold Hall, Zhou Yuanli of the Law Enforcement Hall, and Su Xiaoliu of the Outer Gate. In addition, the high-level officials of each hall were also present. Among them, Qin Liangchen, Su Xiaolin, Sima Wenji, Feng Xia, Liu Kaiang and other people who were at the 9th level of key refining were also present. Looking at this prosperous scene of so many talents, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel proud. Once upon a time, he couldn't pick a foundation building elder in Luotian Club, and there were only a few people at the 9th level of key refining, and he, who was only at the 8th level of key refining at that time, had to make up the number. Times have changed, and the world has changed. Now, there are 4 foundation building elders and 7 hall masters. There are 36 masters of the 9th level of key refining, including the inner and outer sects. There are even more than 100 people in the late stage of key refining below this. If this force was placed in the Daofeng at the time, it would be able to resist the existence of the 5 major immortal cultivation families, plus 2 major gangs. It is no exaggeration to say that it can make clouds and rain with a flip of the hand. Even in Xianlan Xiancheng, where key refining is worse than dogs and foundation building is everywhere, it is still a hegemon. In the case of late foundation building, Luo Chen is confident that he is not afraid of anyone. But there are always people who think that they have shallow background and unstable foundation, trying to take advantage of the situation during the period when the immortal city changes its owner. It doesn't make sense. Luo Chen is the one who likes to take advantage of the situation the most, and this time he was robbed by someone. What should I do? Kill those foundation building cultivators who rush to the front, and it's over? Luo Chen is not such a person. Since he was forced to take action, not only must he make back the capital, but he must also receive the interest. If you can do it on the first day, I can do it on the 15th. As Luo Chen raised his right hand gently, the turbulent atmosphere in the hall suddenly quieted down. This shows how high Luo Chen's prestige is. He didn't waste words and went straight to the point. Since some people dare to attack us, they should be aware of the price they will pay after failure. I don't know if they have considered this, but I have considered it for them. Looking at everyone, Luo Chen said in a deep voice, Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan stood up from his seat. In such a scene, he would never lose face for his brothers. Dan Yuanzi provoked me in Qinhu River and tried to attack my Luotian allies. Now that he is dead, there is no need for Dan Yuanman to exist. You take people and kill Dan Yuanman, destroy its Taoism, and take its wealth. The second Dan Yao Hall will go with you and listen to your orders. Don't let go of a brick or a tile. Set off at dawn. Wang Yuan clasped his hands into fists and replied in a deep voice, I obey the president's order. As he obeyed the order, Dan Hall Chu Lingjun and Medicine Hall Bianzhen had already stood behind him. Among them, Chu Lingjun was particularly excited. There have been many wars in the history of Luo Xianhu. But because of his young age, he has never participated in them personally. Even in the recent battle of Gaolangyun, he was the one who was protected. Now he is 24 or 25, and his realm has reached the 7th level of key refining under Luo Chen's great cultivation, and he has just entered the late stage of key refining. Among the cultivators in the key refining stage, he is also considered to have a small realm. Men always have to see blood. Today, I can go to war with Elder Wang Yuan, the strongest elder of Luo Chen who besides my master. It's so cool to think about it. Cut down the mountain and destroy the clan. Destroy their Taoist tradition and take their wealth. I'll look forward to it very much. Of course, he also roughly understands why the master asked him to follow Wang Yuan. The master and Elder Wang Yuan have the best relationship. If he follows him, the other party will definitely take special care of him. Moreover, he has a good alchemy skill, and the known sect is also a small sect that mainly inherits the alchemy. This time, he naturally has to carefully collect the relevant resources. Brother Tang Quan and Ma Shupu will also be brought along. Brother Tang is very experienced, and Ma Shupu is as good at identifying medicinal materials as the masters of the medicine hall. In this way, the harvest of our alchemy hall will definitely not be less than that of the medicine hall. Just as he was so excited and secretly plotting, Bianzhen from the medicine hall was also doing the same. Yuan Dongsheng was still staying at the Li family and had not returned. He planned to bring the Deacon Feng Xiao with him in addition to the middle-level cultivators of the medicine hall. The other party was very familiar with medicinal materials and was also the Taoist partner of the master Duan Feng. With this layer of origin, Elder Wang Yuan would naturally not stand by and watch them die in danger. While these people were plotting, Luo Chen was still giving orders. "Where is Sima Xian?" "Here." Without any hesitation, Sima Xian stepped out of the crowd. Luo Chen looked at him and said in a deep voice, "I allow you to take all the people in the war hall to attack Yeshen Temple and Xianying Peak. Can you do it?" Sima Xian looked embarrassed. With the strength of a hall, they attacked the eagle family of Xianying Peak, which was good at breeding flying spirit beasts and had a Taoist temple with inheritance. For him, it was a matter of life and death. But under the attention of everyone and the eager expectation of the president, he must not show his cowardice. Not only for his own face, but also for his second sister Sima Weiyuang. As the president of Luo Xianhu, he was not there when Luo Xianhu encountered a life and death crisis. Even if there was a reason to retreat and impact the foundation, it would still give people a pretext. As the eldest brother, he, Sima Xian, must stand up. Facing Luo Chen's expectations, he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists fiercely. "I swear to live up to your mission." "Good. Very good," Luo Chen said twice, with appreciation in his eyes. Not only him, but other senior executives in the hall couldn't help but look at him with high regard. If it were someone else, they wouldn't dare to take on such a task. But why would the president entrust such a difficult task to Sima Xian alone? Could it be that he wanted to appease the Luotian society cultivators who were in a state of unrest because of Sima Weiyuang's absence, and use his eldest brother Sima Xian to appease their resentment? In the eyes of the crowd, Luo Chen seemed to be unaware of their speculations, and said directly, "Don't worry, I'm not asking you to die, Pa." He clapped his hands heavily, and a figure walked in from outside the hall. "President Luo, I'm here." Following the voice, the person came into everyone's sight. Murin Kinglian was surprised and said, "Senior Xing, how is your injury?" Xing Zongyan waved his hand, with an impatient look in his eyes. "Although the injury is serious, it can't stop me from destroying the eagle family." Luo Chen nodded and looked at the ecstatic Sima Xian. "Just do it with confidence, and fellow Taoist Xing will go with you." "Thank you, President." "Thank you, Senior Xing," Sima Xian said in joy. A seriously injured foundation-building cultivator is still a foundation-building cultivator. At that time, he will use his power to suppress others, and when the other party is leaderless, he will surely make the other party's mind chaotic. Besides, his battle hall monks are not vegetarians. It takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but only 1 day to use it. It is time to let the people of Xianlin Immortal City know that the Luo Xianhu battle hall has come out of blood and fire. Luo Chen's eyes moved and fell on Duan Feng, who was eager to try. But he shook his head. The other party was not in a good condition, and his spiritual power was lacking. He needed at least a few days to recover. Finally, his eyes fell on Min Longayu. "I will transfer the monks from the law enforcement hall and the weapon hall to you. How about going to the Zheng family?" Min Longayu smiled casually. "No need, I am enough." He was very confident, and Luo Chen admired him very much. But there were still some things that needed to be reminded. Don't commit too many murders. Min Longayu frowned, but still nodded. At this time, someone took the initiative to volunteer. President, I have hundreds of monks in the outer sect, and we can also fight. It was Zongmiao Pill. Like Zongmiao, he served as the two major deacons of the outer sect. Today's outer sect has not yet established a first person like the Hall Master. Therefore, he is also a person of real power. Looking at him, Luo Chen smiled and said, "Of course I won't forget you. There are now 137 people in the outer sect. You and Zongmiao will each send 50 people to follow Elder Wang and Sima Hall Master and be dispatched by them. Is there a problem?" Zongmiao and Zongmiao looked at each other and then nodded heavily. Luo Chen continued to give orders. Send Murin King Lin and Gu Kai, each leading the monks of the Metal Hall and the Golden Hall, as logistics, to drive medium-sized flying boats to travel around, transporting money and possible wounded. In addition, let Zhou Yuanli lead the Masters of the Law Enforcement Hall and the Weapon Hall to coordinate and support various places. At this time, he has completed all the mobilization work for a war. I want you to capture the target within 3 days. Can you do it? There was no hesitation. In the Luo Chen Hall, dozens of monks instantly responded with a roar. Yes. Luo Chen smiled grimly. In that case, set off directly tomorrow morning. Chapter 287 Destroy their orthodoxy and take their wealth. The Luo Chen whose actions came quickly. But someone was faster than them. That was the Li family of Qinhe River. When the sun rose, the Tenkyu mountain was already in a mess, with blood and fire flying everywhere. Li Yingzhang held a long sword in his hand, and the state of perfection in the key refining stage spread out unscrupulously. Looking at the cultivators who came from all directions after hearing the news, he was not afraid, and pointed his long sword horizontally. Revenge if there is revenge, and revenge if there is resentment. Today, my Qinhe Li family will destroy the Hu family in Tenkyu Mountain. From now on, all grudges and hatreds will be eliminated. The onlookers were all stunned. After killing everyone, of course there would be no grudges and hatreds. But no one questioned it. The Qinhe River Li family was already rich and powerful. Even if Li Jinhuan passed away, there were still hundreds of key refining cultivators in the family. Li Yingzhang himself had been practicing key refining for many years and had a strong fighting power. Now he's even with the Dangsha Luo Xianhu. In addition, they have a good name, so it can't be considered indiscriminate killing. Who would care? Naturally, no one would say anything or do anything. When everyone was silent, a loud shout suddenly came from the back. Luo Xianhu launched a counterattack. What? Everyone was stunned, and a casual cultivator immediately asked, what counterattack? Who is the counterattacker? Who took action? The casual cultivator in the key refining stage who spread the news, without even catching his breath, shouted excitedly, of course, it is a counterattack against the forces that targeted the foundation building cultivators of Luo Xianhu yesterday. Early this morning, a large number of cultivators were mobilized from Dangsha Peak. After daybreak, more than 200 people were dispatched, and they were divided into two groups and headed towards the Nilin Gate and Shening Peak. I don't know who is leading the team. But there must be a foundation building cultivator from Luo Xianhu in it. After speaking a long string of dense words, he gasped for breath. The casual cultivators looked at each other, some of them incredulous. It is not enough for Lord Holing to kill the other party's foundation building ancestor, but he also wants to kill everyone. What Lord Holing? Senior Luo Chen should use the elegant Taoist name Qinhe Sanran. That's not the point. The casual cultivator glanced and said in horror, Lord Holing, isn't he afraid of being punished by the Fairy City law enforcement team for doing this? It's Qinhe Sanran. Someone nearby explained, now that the Fairy City has changed hands, the law enforcement team can't do anything, not to mention that they are not making trouble inside the Fairy City. It can only be said that Senior Lord Holing can't tolerate any sand in his eyes. If others invade him, he will naturally repay them tenfold or 100-fold. It's Qinhe Sanran. Shut up. You have a sect, but you are not a Sanran. The casual cultivator in the late key refining period who spoke earlier cursed angrily, and the other party could only shrink his head due to the limitations of his realm. The casual cultivator's eyes lit up. With the power of one association, they defeated two major forces together. This is a big deal. I must go and see it. Dunedin Gate is not far from here, only a few dozen miles away. We will arrive in a moment. Let's go there first. Let's go together. Let's go together. The casual cultivators near Tangqiu Mountain did not linger at all. They immediately rushed to the nearest Anun gate. On Tangqiu Mountain, Li Yingjin walked to his brother with a long sword. Brother, are we going to help Luo Chen? Li Yingzhang shook his head with a calm expression. No. But Senior Luo has helped us so much? Li Yingzhang said calmly, if we go, it will only cause trouble. Senior Luo will naturally have some concerns. Moreover, when he needs help, he will notify me, and I will never refuse at that time. At this point, his eyes fell on Yuan Dongshen, who was directing people to confiscate the Hu family's inheritance in the distance. Little sister, you will give 70% of the resources we seized and the books related to alchemy to your husband. Let him take them back and give them to Senior Luo. Li Yingjin was surprised. 70%? That much? You should think it's too little. Li Yingzhang said lightly. Li Yingjin was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized something. Now that she is married to Yuan Dongshen, she is naturally on the side of Luo Chen. Whatever she does and says, she should consider Luo Chen. Moreover, the more wealth she brings back, the higher Yuan Dongshen's status in Luo Chen will be, and the Li family, who is related by marriage, will have a closer relationship with Luo Chen. My own brother, this is a hint to her. She took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Thank you for your advice, brother, I understand. Li Yingzhang forced a smile and looked back at the messy Tangqiu Mountain. How could a good sandalwood fragrant mountain be run like this? 3 foundations in one family? After all, it is just a false image of raging fire and oil, and flowers blooming. On the contrary, it is the right way to do what Luo Chen did. There are many strong people inside, and the business outside is getting more and more prosperous. If Luo Chen succeeds this time and seizes the wealth left by the enemy forces, after digesting it, I am afraid that its own strength will surge again. My Li family, you must hold on to this thigh tightly. Yuan Mountain. It is a mountain that is not very high, only about 1,000 meters, and it is far from being comparable to Dangsha Peak. But because the Nun sect is here, this mountain has more or less become famous. Over the years, countless cultivators have come and gone here. Dan Yuanzi has a wide range of friends, and there are also foundation-building cultivators who come and go from time to time. Since Dan Yuanzi was killed by Li Jinhuang himself yesterday and fell into Qinhu River, people in Danon sect have been panicking. But after all, it is a small sect that has been passed down for more than 200 years, and there are always mature and prudent people inside. This morning, they invited a foundation-building cultivator who had a good relationship with Dan Yuanzi when he was alive. Senior Shen, I'll leave it to you this time. The person who spoke was the elder who passed on the skills of Danon sect. He was over 100 years old and had profound cultivation, reaching the state of great perfection in the key refining stage. It was just that because of his age, his ki and blood had long been weakened. If he forced a breakthrough to the foundation, he would most likely die in the process of the breakthrough, so he has been shrinking back and stuck here for many years. His only hope is to train enough disciples to repay Danon sect, the small sect that gave birth to him and raised him. Now, Danon sect has offended Luo Chen. In order to protect the inheritance, he spent a lot of money and invited a true foundation cultivator, Shen Gonggai. Shen Gonggai stroked his beard and smiled slightly. Okay. Since Luo Chen came to Xianlin, he has already offended many fellow Taoists in order to seize the elixir market. Not to mention that he can't protect himself, how dare he invade Danon sect? The elder who passed on the skills forced a smile. I hope so. Just as the two were talking, a disciple suddenly rushed in a hurry. Not good, not good. The elder who passed on the skills was shocked and asked hurriedly, what happened? The disciple cried, 10 miles away, a large group of people are flying towards our Danon sect. Someone saw that the flag of Luo Chen was hanging on the flying boat in front. Here they come. The elder who passed on the skills changed his face. Subconsciously, he looked at Shen Gonggai for help. Senior. No hurry. Shen Gonggai raised his hand and said with a smile, do you know who is leading the team? Is it the Lord of Fire Spirit? It only took 1 day and 1 night. Luo Chen's new Taoist name was spread throughout Xianlin through the mouths of countless casual cultivators. Among the many Taoist names, Lord of Fire Spirit was recognized by most people. His Taoist method is exquisite and his spiritual power is magnificent, especially that of cultivators of the same realm. His fire magic is even more powerful. In addition, Luo Chen is loyal to his promises and protects the Qinhu family in the face of powerful enemies. He has the legacy of an ancient gentleman. Therefore, after his fire spirit, some people gave him the character Zhen to show respect. Hearing Shen Gonggai's question, the disciple was stunned. Then he realized that Lord Fire Spirit refers to Luo Chen. He shook his head quickly. No, the leader of the foundation building is Wang Yuan. It is said that he was the former head of the battle hall of Luo Xianhu and is particularly good at fighting. It's good that he is not Lord Fire Spirit. Tisk, what's the use of being able to fight? Shen Guanggai sneered, and in the panic of the two, he confidently said, I have heard of this person. He has only been building his foundation for 2 years and is not considered a strong man. The elder who passed on the skills worriedly said, but it is rumored that he killed Xiao Yunchen and Lu Rong head-on. Xiao Yunchen is just a casual cultivator, I can easily kill him. Shen Guanggai snorted, and that Lu Rong is a shame for our generation. He didn't practice Taoism, but instead coveted the rapid progress of body refining. In the end, he got a weird ending and was not considered a strong man. Hearing him say this, the elder who passed on the skills couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He bowed and said, in that case, I'll ask Senior Shen to stop the invading enemies for our Danuan sect. Of course. I, Shen Gonggai, am the most public-spirited and righteous. He, Ho Lingjun, can protect his friend's family, and I, Shen Gonggai, can also protect my friend Dan Yuanzi's lineage. His words were passionate and generous. However, in the expectation of the elder who passed on the skills, he lowered his head and looked at him with a smile. If I repel the invading enemies, you can't make a false promise before. The elder who passed on the skills looked serious. I won't let you down. There are 2 first-level alchemists in our Danuan sect, both of whom were trained by the sect master himself and have profound attainments. With them, Danuan sect will definitely refine elixirs for your family for free for 10 years. Shen Guanggai nodded with satisfaction. He didn't ask for much. He just wanted the 2 alchemists of Danuan sect to refine elixirs for their family for free for 10 years with the power of Danuan sect. As for 10 years later, by then, Danuan sect would not be able to sustain the consumption and would be extremely weak. By then, he could legitimately annex this alchemy heritage. As for now, he does not have such a big appetite to support so many people. Just after they finished their communication, there was already a noise outside. The mountain protection formation has been rising slowly under the leadership of the Danuan sect's strong men. The enemy has arrived. Shen Guanggai left the hall and looked outside the mountain at the first time. In just a moment, his face froze. So many people. Someone next to him hurriedly explained, not so many. The main force of Luo Xianhu is only more than 100 people, and the rest are casual cultivators who came to watch after hearing the news. Shen Guanggai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He looked around and still reminded, there are many onlookers, be careful of those who take advantage of the fire. The formation must not be relaxed, wait until I send Wang Yuan away. Yes, senior. After getting a satisfactory answer, he rode the cloud and mist out of Yuan Mountain. During the flight, his eyes were always on the 7-foot-tall man standing on the flying boat. He was wearing a coarse linen shirt and had his hands behind his back. He looked like a master. But his shiny bald head added a bit of fierceness. Wang Yuan, who has just entered the foundation building, is good at body refining. Killing Xiao Yunchen was because Ho Lingjun seriously injured him first. Killing Lu Rong was because Lu Rong was not good at body refining and was suppressed by his strengths. Yesterday's battle consumed a lot of spiritual power. Even with the help of a large number of second-level key restoring pills, at most 10% of spiritual power can be restored. And I happen to have a top-grade Xianluo net in my hand. With his softness overcoming the hardness, he is no match for me. Many thoughts flowed through his mind. Shen Guanggai came to a distance of 100 feet from Wang Yuan. He bowed, "Friend Wang, I am Shen Gonggai, and I am here to greet you." Wang Yuan looked at him coldly and uttered 2 words. "Get out of the way." Shen Guanggai's face changed slightly. In front of so many people, the other party was so rude. He suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, Dan Yuanzi was indeed wrong, but everyone is dead. Why do you have to kill them all? As he spoke, Wang Yuan raised his hand. I'll say it for the last time. Get out of the way. A dangerous atmosphere gradually spread. Shen Guangai's eyelids twitched wildly, and he opened his mouth and said, I have been practicing in Xianlan Fairy City for so many years, and I have never seen you so domineering. Do you really think that you can walk sideways just by luck after killing 2 foundation-building people? I will teach you a lesson today. As he spoke, he opened his hand and shook out a fishing net. The fishing net was very small at first, and then it grew in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it became more than 10 meters long. It was his magic weapon, the heavenly net. Facing this move, Wang Yuan's face did not change at all. He raised his right hand, with 4 fingers bent, and only 1 finger pointed diagonally in the distance. Faintly, Wang Yuan seemed to understand something. The blood and ki in his body surged, and finally condensed into terrifying force. Blood God Tribulation Finger. Go. A blood-colored star, under the attention of the crowd, broke through the air. 100 feet away. Shen Guangai sneered. The physical cultivator attacked from such a distance. Did he really think he was a living target? He mobilized his spiritual power and flew with his sword. When the blood-colored star was about to poke his forehead, he narrowly avoided it. A strand of hair fell lightly. I was careless and almost got hit. I didn't expect the speed to be so fast. But this Wang Yuan doesn't seem to know how to fight. Who would use a killing move right away? If I used this move in a real fight, at such a fast speed, I would be seriously injured if not dead. After dodging the blood-colored star, Shen Guangai couldn't help but feel scared. But then, he smiled. Because under his gaze, the net had already covered Wang Yuan. Being in the net, the other party was already trapped. Shen Guangai put his fingers together like swords, and was about to control the flying sword to seriously injure Wang Yuan. Kill? He didn't dare. Since that fire spirit Lord Luo Chen dared to send people to counterattack the Nigan sect, it was obvious that he was a tooth for a tooth, blood for blood. If Wang Yuan was only seriously injured, there would be room for everything to turn around. However, before the flying sword was launched, he caught a glimpse of the sneer on Wang Yuan's mouth. Huh? The next moment. Tisk. Shen Guangai's face suddenly changed, and a flash of blood passed through his body from behind, and the terrifying force caused a big hole in his lungs. Oh! He lowered his head and looked at the hole in his body in disbelief. His robes did not provide any defensive effect. If this attack was to hit the heart, or the head. Seeing Wang Yuan raise his right hand again, he didn't say a word and drove the flying sword away. He didn't even intend to retract the net. Senior Shen. Senior Shen. In Yuan Mountain, the strong men of Dunun sect looked at this scene in astonishment. By the time they reacted and shouted loudly, the other party ignored them and just ran away. Wang Yuan casually pulled off the heavenly net covering him. It's a good magic weapon. It has the miraculous effect of restraining the body and sealing the spiritual power. But I use the power of blood and ki, so the effect on me is greatly reduced. Putting away the heavenly net, Wang Yuan approached Yuan Mountain step by step. Under the horrified gazes of countless people, he slowly pulled back his right elbow, and a majestic blood and ki gathered in his palm as big as a cattail fan. Luo Chen said, "Destroy their Taoism and take their wealth." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Yuan exhaled and shouted, and the huge palm power broke through the air. Break. Thanks to Brother UZHI for the 1,500 starting coins reward. Chapter 288, Rebellion, Rooting Out. The great formation of Dunun sect is not that strong. When fully deployed, it can resist 2 or 3 attacks from a foundation-building cultivator. In terms of effect, it is even worse than the small 5-element formation that Miao Wen gave to Luo Chen. If it were an ordinary foundation-building cultivator, it might take some effort. But with no one to stop him, Wang Yuan attacked at close range, and his blood and energy were condensed to the extreme. 1 palm. Just 1 palm. Boom. The explosion sounded throughout the area of 10 miles. Under the gaze of countless casual cultivators, the spiritual light shone everywhere, and large areas of the foundation on Yuan Mountain exploded. If Min Longai was here, he would only say disdainfully, "The connection to the earth veins is too shallow." The formation was broken. In the mountain, several cultivators in the late stage of ki refining spurted blood and died on the spot. The elder who passed on the skills was furious and flew into the sky. Great perfection of ki refining. Wang Yuan frowned and casually sent out a force. The man sacrificed a defensive magic weapon. The strange scene appeared again. The blood-colored star passed around his body, suddenly returned from the back, and pierced through his forehead. Watching the old man fall to the ground with his eyes wide open, Wang Yuan nodded slightly. Sure enough, the use of Ming Jin can be more flexible and varied. The first form of the blood god tribulation finger finally has a prototype. After gaining something, Wang Yuan raised his right hand high, and then swung it down fiercely. Kill! With an order, the masters from the second pill hall and 50 outer sect monks all rushed into Yuan Mountain. Among these people, the outer sect monks who had just joined Luo Chen who not long ago were the most active and the most positive. Wang Yuan looked at this scene and had no intention of taking action again. Before leaving in the morning, Luo Chen specifically reminded them. Fighting in the same realm, you can be unscrupulous. But if you bully the weak, you must control your degree. Don't kill too much. Otherwise, the Xiancheng law enforcement team will not sit idly by. This is an unspoken rule, but it is well known. Otherwise, if the foundation building cultivators start fighting, even if there are hundreds of thousands of key refining cultivators in Xianlan Immortal City, they will not be enough to kill. If Wang Yuan and his group kill too many low-level cultivators, they will easily be labeled as demon cultivators. The Yuding domain has had a ban for a long time, which is specifically aimed at demon cultivators. If there really is such a person who kills people wantonly, all the major sects will attack him together. Luo Chen does not want the thriving Luotian society to be labeled as a demonic force. Wang Yuan suppressed his impulse and sat in the sky to take charge of the overall situation. In addition to overlooking the overall battle situation, his attention also stayed on Chu Lingjun, Ma Shupu, Feng Xiao and others. Perhaps the sect leader is dead, or the formation is broken, and the helper Shen Gonggai escaped in front. The disciples of Dunun sect already know it. The situation is over. In addition, there is a foundation building cultivator in the sky, watching covetously. They barely resisted for long before they began to flee in all directions. The cultivators of Luotian society tried to chase and kill them. But under the reprimand of their respective team leaders, they stopped caring after they chased out of the range of Yuan Mountain. The most urgent task was to collect the wealth of this sect. Amidst the endless wailing, the killing and the flames never stopped. After this battle, the Nilin sect was completely eliminated from Xianlan Immortal City. Those who escaped would not become a big force and would no longer pose any threat to Luo Xianhu. On the other side, the monks of the War Hall, led by Sima Xian, were already rushing towards the target place like lightning. Shining Peak, Yizhan Temple. These two places did not have as good connections as the Nilin sect. They got the news late, had shallow connections, and could not invite any foundation-building cultivators to help. With the appearance of Xingzonghan, he forcibly broke through the Shining Peak formation. A killing spree began. Unlike Wang Yuan, the Eagle family and Xingzonghan had a grudge of extermination. Therefore, after killing the head of the Eagle family, Xingzonghan had no intention of stopping at all. Dragging his seriously injured body, his spiritual awareness spread in all directions. Whenever he encountered a key refining level 9, he would kill him. Wherever he passed, blood flowed like a river, and there was almost no enemy who could match him. Seeing this scene, Sima Xian was trembling. Foundation building true cultivation, so terrifying. But thinking of Luo Chen's instructions before departure, he remained calm. Come on, follow me to the top of the peak and take down the 7 eagle nests. This is what the president specifically asked for. With his order, a team composed of key refining level 8 cultivators from the battle hall followed him and rushed towards Shining Peak frantically. Zheng family. It is very close to Dangsha Peak, almost only a few dozen miles away. With the speed of cultivators, it is no exaggeration to say that it will take only a cup of tea to get there. Their family structure is very similar to that of the Fu family. They built a huge fortress and lived together in it. Outside the fortress, most of them are mortals. Inside, they are all cultivators. The higher the cultivator's realm, the higher his status and position will naturally be. A figure came on foot from the road. He walked neither fast nor slow, and looked around as if observing something. When passing by the sand-drying field, a strong and healthy mortal of the Zheng family asked vigilantly, "Who is it?" Looking around, "What are you doing?" Min Longyu smiled slightly, did not speak, and just walked forward. Seeing that he was just walking, unlike those immortal cultivators flying, the mortals of the Zheng family thought he was also immortal and stepped forward to try to stop him. However, before they got close, a gentle force pushed them away. "It's an immortal cultivator. Senior, Spare my life. I have no eyes. Min Longai could no longer hear the words behind him. His footsteps came to a kilometer away from the dock. A patrolling low-level Zhang family cultivator in the key refining stage stepped forward to question them. What greeted them was a wisp of strange spiritual energy emanating from Min Longai. Wherever the spiritual energy passed, all these key refining cultivators fell to the ground unconscious. When Min Longai arrived 100 meters in front of the gate of the fortress, people in the late stage of key refining had already appeared on the tower one after another. Among them, there were many who were dressed luxuriously and were obviously higher-ranking members of the Jing family. The other party looked at Min Longai with an unpleasant expression. Without any nonsense, a large formation was unfolded. Looking at the large formation emitting a yellow and misty spiritual light, Min Longai smiled. Sure enough, the mountains and rivers have not changed, and the direction of the formation has not changed either. You are still using the formation that my Min family arranged 100 years ago. While talking to himself, his figure slowly floated in the air. Under the gaze of hundreds of Zheng family cultivators, he threw small flags in all directions. What is he doing? I don't know, it's inexplicable. It doesn't matter, my Zheng family's formation is not a cheap one, it's a genuine second-level defensive formation. Even if a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building comes here, it can resist for 3 days. I have contacted a senior who has an old relationship with my Zheng family. He will come to help tomorrow at the latest. Hold on for these 2 days. Just as the Zheng family cultivators were discussing, suddenly, someone discovered that the formation guarding the Zheng family's fortress had changed. The misty spiritual light was turning from yellow to white. What's going on? Report to the elder, we can't control the formation. No, we didn't activate the attack center of the formation. It's him, he's trying to seize the dominance of the formation. In a panic, someone finally realized the problem. Unfortunately, everything is too late. In the sky, Min Longai used his spiritual consciousness as a guide and spiritual power as a source of power. The 36 formation flags countered the Zheng family's formation, and finally pressed his hand on the old compass he used at the beginning. Looking at the huge fortress under his feet, Min Longai shouted softly, "Reverse." In just a moment, the formation protecting the Zheng family began to undergo strange changes. The formation, which had previously turned from yellow to white, instantly became pitch black. The originally clear sky seemed to be covered by dark clouds. In the fortress, many Zheng family monks realized that something was wrong and rushed straight into the sky with powerful magic weapons. Min Longai sneered and flicked his finger. The next moment, a hideous earth-yellow spear emerged from the formation. Whoosh! In just a flash, the Zheng family cultivator who was rushing in the front was pierced through the body. The powerful impact force, relying on inertia, smashed him into the city. After crashing through a house, it was firmly stuck in the ground. This terrifying scene made the Zheng family monks who were attacking the formation subconsciously stop. Be careful! A sharp roar sounded. When they came to their senses, they suddenly found that spears appeared in the sky. Each one was as hideous and terrifying as before. Everyone was running away frantically. However, how fast could a cultivator in the key refining stage fly? With a wave of Min Longai's hand, all those spears were killed. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the sky above Zongmiao fort was raining down spears. Wailing, cursing, and begging for mercy were heard. Min Longai seemed to be oblivious to them. He controlled the rebellious formation alone and continued to harvest the lives of Zheng family cultivators. 100 years ago. He was not yet born. The history of the Dangshamin family being besieged by powerful enemies for a year, and finally being cut off from food, and being exhausted to death, was mostly instilled by the elders. However, when he restarted the Min family formation on Dangsha Peak, he suddenly discovered that history might not be as simple as the survivors of the Min family said. Given the excellence of the Min family's formation, since they could hold out for a year, there was no reason why they could not hold out for the second year. As long as the Jinden clan, who had a good relationship with his Min family, took control of Xianlan Fairy City again, the predicament would be broken. The main reason for the break of the formation was the narrow valley where Zheng Lai and Zheng Sheshen went. They worked together inside and outside, not only attracting powerful enemies, but also breaking the formation foundation. If this is just a guess, then after Min Longai returned to Xianlan, all the mortals of the Min family disappeared, and the mastermind behind the scenes was faintly pointing to the Zheng family, which could imply something. Of course, all this is just speculation. But it's not important at all. These are just auxiliary reasons. The real disaster for the Zheng family was that they offended Luo Chen. How can I allow others to snore beside my bed? You woke up the beast of Luo Chen, and you still want to live in peace in a corner, which is simply wishful thinking. With a sneer, Min Longayu's movements of pinching the seal became more and more frequent. After the earth gun, countless bricks and stones on the ground were sucked into the sky and condensed into huge floating stones. Those who hid in the corners trembled in their souls when they saw his figure standing in the sky. Devil, he is a devil. Boom. 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 Time, I don't know how long it has passed. The fortress has become quiet. Elder Min. Elder Min. Min Longayu suddenly woke up from his trance. Behind him was Muren Kinglian's frightened eyes. What should I do? He shook his head violently, looking at the devastated Min family fortress. His face was a little ugly. Years of hard training, wandering around. He has been accumulating a sense of depression in his heart. Now that he has established his foundation and encountered a war for the first time, he was so excited to kill that he couldn't help himself. Unknowingly, he wiped out a clan. Sorry, I seem to have gone a little too far. Muren Kinglian forced a smile, but no matter how he looked at it, it seemed forced. The harm caused by a powerful formation master is really a bit terrifying. Even if the foundation building true cultivation is strong enough, it will not be so easy to slaughter the Zheng family. At least. Some people can always escape. Min Longayu sighed, you guys go collect resources. The lethality of the formation is aimed at cultivators, so there should be a lot of things left. What about you? Me. Min Longayu cheered up and said a little nervously, I'll go back and apologize to the president. Before leaving, Luo Chen said not to commit too many murders. On a whim, he killed all the Zheng family members and eradicated them. Except, those mortals. Min Longayu looked at the mortals of the Zheng family who were fleeing in all directions, and he was a little bored. After he left, Muren Kinglian hurriedly led people to collect their own resources in the ruins. As Min Longayu said, his formations are mostly based on earth guns and falling rocks. The resources of the Zheng family are still well preserved. Storage bags, magic tools, stockpiled spiritual rice, large pieces of mineral materials, and even hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones in the treasure house. It seems that in recent years, the Zheng family has developed quite well without the mountain of the Min family overhead. Muren Kinglian looked at the pile of spiritual stones packed into the box and shook her head. Dangsha Peak and Biao Valley have been used by the Zheng family for free over the years, so it is only natural that they can earn these assets. It's still too little. More should be in the storage bags of Zheng Lai and Zheng Shuzhen, two foundation-building true cultivators. While she was muttering, a subordinate came over and whispered something. Are there any surviving cultivators? Muren Kinglian hesitated for a moment, and then her face became fierce. Get rid of them, don't leave any alive. She had figured it out. The spiritual land of the Zheng family is too close to Dangsha Peak. It is better to cut off the roots of such ill-intentioned neighbors. Min Longayu did nothing wrong. President, he is still too kind. On Dangsha Peak, Luo Chen played with several storage bags in his hand, some of which belonged to Hu Changxi, some to Dang Yuanzi, and some to the Zheng brothers and sisters that Min Longayu had made friends with before. Zheng Shuzhen's storage bag was not destroyed by the sudden eruption of the ground fire, which was a bit of luck. But unfortunately, these two cannot be owned by Min Longayu personally. Min Longayu certainly made contributions to the control of the formation, but the huge amount of spiritual stones needed to activate the formation and the consumption of extracting the power of the Dangsha Peak spiritual veins were all borne by Luo Chen. Naturally, the spoils of war must also be handed in. There will be rewards based on merit later, but it is better to collect them all at once for now. In addition to this harvest, the cultivators of the Zuntang and Jutang are still transporting various resources back from outside. Those foundation-building true cultivators who participated in the siege of Luo Chen who are not alone. There are forces behind them that have been operating for decades or even hundreds of years. After operating for so long, they will naturally have a wealthy family property. Report. Danun Gate has been broken. Shinying Peak has been broken. Yuzhan Temple has been broken. Zheng's family has also been broken. Good news came one after another. When Min Longayu came back, The news that Zheng's family was broken also reached Luo Chen's ears. Facing these good news, Luo Chen remained calm. Without a leader, he sent out the foundation-building cultivators one by one, and naturally they were invincible. It was a bit tragic over at Shinying Peak. Xing Zongyan killed too many people. Not only did he kill all the 9th-level key refining cultivators of the Eagle family, he was also hunting down the low-level cultivators of the Eagle family. Zhou Yuanli looked solemn and worried. President, will this cause trouble? Luo Chen's face was calm. It doesn't matter. He is not a member of my Luo Xianhu. We can just sever the relationship later. Zhou Yuanli suddenly realized. Since the other party dared to do that, they must be prepared to bear the consequences. Luo Xianhu has already helped him get revenge, and severing the relationship is not considered betraying an ally. Xing Zongyan should also know this. After Zhou Yuanli left, Min Longyu stepped forward to plead guilty. Luo Chen just sighed for his act of slaughtering the Jing family. It's done. Min Longyu realized it later and was a little worried. It's not that he was afraid that he would be marked as a demon cultivator, but that he was worried that it would cause big trouble for Luo Xianhu. Facing his worries, Luo Chen shook his head. It's not a big problem, don't take it personally. But in the next period of time, without my order, you should try not to act alone. Although he didn't know where Luo Chen's confidence came from. But seeing that he was willing to withstand the pressure for him, Min Longyu was still quite moved. Moved, he asked curiously, President, what should we do next? What to do? Luo Chen asked back. Min Longyu scratched his head. The Hu family has Li family to clean up the mess. The Nidan sect, Shinying Peak, Yazian Temple and Jing family, we have solved them, but there is still one person. He paused, and said solemnly, Lu Rong is the elder of Shangguang sect. His death is a troublesome matter. Unexpectedly, after listening to it, Luo Chen just smiled faintly. It's not just Lu Rong, but Wei Tuo from Zhejian Mountain has also offended me. Here, there is no saying that a person's debt is cancelled after death. Min Longyu opened his mouth in surprise. Is the president going to make a big move next? Luo Chen grabbed Zhang Sheshan's storage bag from the pile and handed it to him. This is your personal trophy. That's not good. Min Longyu said embarrassedly, I just borrowed the power of Luo Xianhu. It's nothing good or bad, they all have a share, and the rest will be confiscated. Luo Chen threw the storage bag into his arms. Then, with his hands behind his back, he walked out of the hall. He looked out of the mountain with a deep expression. Next, it was no longer suitable for big moves. The previous commotion was big enough, but because of the appearance of Tan Taiyu, he knew that everything was still within the other party's tolerance. Now, the only thing to do is wait. Chapter 289 Make a Fortune. Xianlin Immortal City usually rotates every 10 years, with a cycle of 70 years. This time is very unreasonable. Because the lifespan of cultivators is long, even cultivators in the key refining stage have a lifespan of 100 years. When it comes to foundation building and golden elixir, it will take hundreds of years. With such a long time measurement, a mere 10 years is not conducive to the long-term development of large sects. After all, most of the spiritual places near Xianlin Immortal City have good potential. If they are given a few more decades to operate carefully, everyone can make more money. But an unreasonable system must be the most reasonable in a special period. The 10-year deadline was set when the human race settled in the Yuding domain, 300 years ago. At that time, in order to open up the Yuding domain, the 16 sects paid a huge price. The few Yuanying upper sects in the outer domain are better. But the Jinan sects that want to settle in the Yuding domain have suffered heavy losses. Of the 10 great Jinan sects, 3 were wiped out during the founding war, and the other one also suffered huge losses. In the following 300 years, it gradually declined and finally failed to become one of the great sects. In this way, the current Yuding 7 sects, with the Yuding Sword sect as the main one, were formed. When the tripod was first established, everyone suffered huge losses. Therefore, various resources were urgently needed to restore their vitality and strengthen themselves. In this case, it is naturally impossible to set a long time for the management rights of the established immortal city. Otherwise, you occupy it for 100 years, and he occupies it for 100 years. When it is your turn, hundreds of years have passed, and it is possible that your sect has already declined by then. After all, it is not so easy to produce a Jinan cultivator. And without a Jinan master, it is naturally impossible to suppress a large immortal city. Therefore, the initial guard time of the immortal city was set at 10 years. 10 years is just right, so that each great sect can collect its own share of benefits as soon as possible. However, in this way, various disadvantages are also covered up under the huge benefits, such as low rent of spiritual land, disorder, people below arbitrarily seeking personal gain, fighting each other, and conflicts. These drawbacks are not unseen. The knowledgeable people of the big sects naturally know the drawbacks, which will cause them to lose more interests in the continuous rotation. But some things will not be changed immediately after seeing them. Every system has its life continuity. Even bad systems are often tacitly followed for many years in history, unless the drawbacks of the system completely break out and affect the interests of those in power. It is obvious. The current 10-year rotation time has not affected everyone's interests. It can even be said that because of the war between the two unioning upper sects, some people wish that time would flow faster. Now, it is the time when Ice Castle and Kingdom Valley hand over the power of Xianlan Fairy City. According to past experience, this handover process will last for 1 or 2 months. After that, the giant and master of Ice Castle, the law enforcement team composed of the foundation building of Ice Castle, and the monks in charge of various places will gradually leave Xianlan and return to their own big sects. At most, only a small number of people will be left to manage the Ice Castle's industry in the Fairy City. And this 1 or 2 months is the most chaotic time in Xianlan Fairy City. However, this time, the chaos is much more turbulent than before. Among them, the movements of Luo Chen, a newly promoted foundation building force, are the most eye-catching. They are developing too fast. Unknowingly, they have attracted the covetousness of many people. Many people thought that they would be ruthlessly wiped out during this period. But no one expected that Luo Chen, under the leadership of the powerful president, survived. In fact, not only survived, they also tried to take the opportunity to expand outward. The Hu family was destroyed by the Li family, a vassal of Luo Chen. The neighboring Jing family was also slaughtered by the chief formation master of Luo Chen, one person in a formation, and they were all killed alive. Denouement, Shinying Peak, and Yazhengun, which provoked Luo Chen, did not end well. In just 2 or 3 days. From defense to counterattack. Now, it is time for Luo Chen to start reaping the rewards. Outside Dangsha Peak, there were often casual cultivators looking up at the sky, watching the middle grade or upper grade flying boats flying in and out. Every time they went out, except for the cultivators, the flying boats were empty. And every time they flew back, they were almost always fully loaded. They are going to empty out all the assets of those forces. Those are the jade silkworms and black mulberry trees of Yazhan Temple, right? Oh my goodness, they directly dug up all the 3,000 black mulberry trees cultivated by Yazhan Temple. Look! Look! Is that the eagle's nest of Shinying Peak? 1, 2, 3, 7. A total of 7 eagle nests, all moved back. It's rich. The Luo Chen has made a fortune. Shinying Peak earns hundreds of thousands of spirit stones every year by selling spirit eagles. And the black mulberry trees, their mulberry leaves can be used to feed the jade silkworms, and their bark can be used to make talisman paper. The black blood mulberries they produce are also excellent first-level spirit fruits. Wait a minute. Are those 2 key refining monks the alchemists of Dunun sect? Oh my god, the Luo Chen is good at alchemy itself, and now it has conquered 2 alchemists. Isn't it going to take off in an instant? What about the Zheng family? They are best at processing mineral materials. I heard that they have several special secret recipes for processing minerals. Could they also be taken away by the Luo Chen? Yesterday, the Zheng family's place was in ruins. I'm afraid that the Zheng family's heritage has been transported back long ago. Outside Dangsha Peak, those busybodies on the roadside stare at the flying boats of the Luo Chen coming in and out every day. When they see familiar things, they talk about them. As the good things are moved back one by one, countless people are jealous. But in front of the murderous Luo Chen cultivators, no one dares to act rashly. Gradually, some people came to their senses. Why should I watch here every day? The Luo Chen eats meat, and I may also be able to drink soup. Quietly, some casual cultivators stopped eating melons and gossiping, but rushed to the ruins of the forces destroyed by the Luo Chen, trying to pick up leaks. The Luo Chen's move this time is obviously to destroy its Taoist lineage and take its wealth. But the Mountain Gate Station will not be touched at all. After all, in name, these all belong to Xianlan Fairy City. And under these many big moves, there were two forces that fell into a strange silence. Zuchen Mountain, Wei family manor. In the prosperous manor, the head of the family, Wei Bufan, had a gloomy face. The two foundation building friends he invited were also a little embarrassed at this moment. Brother Wei, it's not that we don't want to help. You see, we have been here for 2 days. But Luo Chen has not come to the door. Maybe they have stopped and don't want to deal with your Wei family anymore. A foundation building true cultivator said, and his intention to leave was obvious in his words. Another person also echoed, the fault lies only with your cousin. The Fire Spirit Lord is also a reasonable person and will never vent his anger on the Wei family manor in Zuchen Mountain. There is nothing to do now, and the two of us also need to practice, so it's better to leave first. If there's an emergency, you can notify the two of us with a sound transmission jade. Looking at the two people who wanted to leave, Wei Bufan suppressed his anger and said, Luo Chen didn't come before because he didn't have enough manpower and couldn't take care of other things. When they have enough manpower, they will definitely come to our door. Two Taoist brothers, please stay for a few more days. I will definitely give you less spiritual stones. After he said that, the two wanted to run away even more. Fire Spirit Lord Luo Chen is not someone who can be easily dealt with. The details of the battle in Qinhu River have long been spread. The opponent easily solved the 3 early foundation building cultivators of the Hu family with superb magic without using magic tools. Now that the 3 of them are together, are they the opponents of Luo Chen? Then, the two made a lot of excuses. The spirit beast in the cave is about to hatch, and they have to go back to take care of it. There is something going on in the family, and it has been too chaotic recently, so they have to go back to take charge. Finally, Wei Bufan had no choice but to send the two away. After they left, the elders of the Wei family said worriedly, what should we do next? Wei Bufan rubbed his eyebrows. It's all the cousin's fault. Why did he covet the resources of the Li family? Zuchen Mountain has its own business progress, and it won't lack the resources for a while. In the end, it also offended Luo Chen. If Luo Chen who attacks in a big way. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Wei Bufan realized something. Wei Tuo coveted the resources of the Li family, not Luo Chen who. In other words, there was no overt conflict between their Wei family and Luo Chen who. And in that battle, Luo Chen didn't suffer any big losses. In other words, there is room for compromise. This can be seen from the fact that Luo Chen who did not attack Zuchen Mountain at the beginning, but went to Shining Peak, which is relatively far away. After thinking about this, Wei Bufan suddenly felt a ray of hope in his heart. He immediately called the family elders. Ping'an, wait for me here, I'll write a letter by hand, and you can send it to Dangshi Peak later. Ah! The second elder Wei Ping'an was stunned. Remember, you must deliver it to the president of Luo Chen Society. After saying that, Wei Bufan hurried into the study. Only the second elder was left standing outside with a dead look on his face. Why am I so cheap that I have to come up here? Dangshi Peak is now a dangerous place. If I were to deliver a letter to someone, wouldn't that be asking for my life? Compared to seeing hope in the desperate situation on Zuchen Mountain, the atmosphere in Shangguang sect was much more depressing. The sect master Fei Changqiu of the 4th level of foundation building and the great elder of the 2nd level of foundation building looked at each other in bewilderment. No one expected that things would turn out this way. They had previously planned to shift the focus of their business from Xianlan Fairy City to another place. But before the action was taken, Lu Rong insisted on doing a job. This was indeed something he could do. But you have to succeed. Now you are dead and going to the Western Paradise, what about us? Master, should we run away now? Or should we run away? Fei Changqiu looked at him unhappily. Why run? Luo Chen is in the middle stage of foundation building, am I not? The elder opened his mouth, hesitant to speak. As soon as he reached the middle stage of foundation building, he took out the Taoist name Lord of Fire Spirit. You haven't seen many honorifics in all these years. There must be an obvious difference in the fighting methods between the two. Fei Changqiu was reluctant to give up this foundation, especially since Lu Rong was dead, he could get more resources. After thinking for a while, he hesitated and said, from what I know, Luo Chen who attacked everywhere this time, and the means seemed to be quite cruel. The elder was stunned, and then realized something, his eyes sparkled. You mean? Don't move, I have a connection with the Iron Sword Hall, report this matter, and Luo Chen who will be in trouble. At this point, Fei Chengqiu felt much more at ease. Not only that, he waved his hand. Maybe we can use this opportunity to get Luo Chen who kicked out. When the time comes, we can seize the foundation that Luo Chen who has laid. I heard there are a lot of good things. If we get them, I'm afraid we will have all the resources to cultivate to the late stage of foundation building. There's hope for us to reach the golden elixir stage. The elder was very excited. Master, this plan is brilliant. Chapter 290 After the Chaos, the Greatest Wealth. Dangsha Peak, in the underground alchemy hall. The busy scene in the past has stopped at this moment. Only one large alchemy room is in operation. The one refining the elixir above is not any alchemist from Luo Chen society, but a strange first-level alchemist named Qi Yi. The other party is from Danoan sect. On his side, there are a group of spectators who carefully watch him make the elixir. Led by Luo Chen who is very interested. Chu Lingjun, Mi Li, Ma Shupu, Jiu Ying stand behind with concerned expressions. Another cultivator in the late stage of key refining, in a white robe, stands respectfully beside Luo Chen and explains carefully. In this generation, senior brother Qi and I are the best at alchemy, especially senior brother Qi. He is very much loved by Master Dan Yuanzi. It doesn't matter, death is the greatest, at least I have the grace of teaching art, you don't have to be shy. Luo Chen waved his hand and said. Suji's face relaxed a little, and he continued, senior brother Qi is best at making two first-level elixirs, one is the Bigu Pill, and the other is the best-selling Yangyan Pill of our Danoan sect. Luo Chen asked curiously, is the Bigu Pill an authentic first-level Bigu Pill? Yes, that's right. It's not Bigu powder, but a first-level Bigu Pill. Suji nodded. Luo Chen stroked his chin, thinking, and said, go on. Suji organized his words and continued carefully, for these two kinds of elixirs, senior brother Qi has a 10% and 40% success rate respectively. Generally speaking, he most often refines the Yangyan Pill, and he has received the true teachings of Master Dan Yuanzi in this regard. Even, sometimes he can refine a mid-grade Yangyan Pill. There is nothing much to say about the 10% chance of Bigu Pill. However, the 40% success rate of Yangyan Pill surprised Luo Chen a little. According to his system's classification, this is almost the level that can be achieved by perfect level proficiency. The only thing missing is that the quality of the finished pills is not high enough to stably produce the middle grade Yang Yuan Dan. What about you? Luo Chen asked. Suji immediately replied, I am also best at Yang Yuan Dan. It's just that because I got into it too late and my talent is limited, I can only refine low-grade Yang Yuan Dan, and the success rate is only about 30%. 30%? Luo Chen nodded secretly in his heart, which is not bad. It is almost at the mastery level, but it lacks the experience of refining middle-grade pills. Have you calculated how much profit you created by refining pills for Dan Yuan sect in the past? Luo Chen asked. Suji did not hesitate and answered immediately, I have calculated it. Take me as an example. I can create about 1,500 spirit stones a month, about 18,000 a year. Senior brother's better, about 30,000 a year. Of course, these are just the gross profits after deducting the cost of raw materials. We can't understand the expenses related to personnel expenses and other expenses. Hearing this answer, Luo Chen frowned. The two of us only made 48,000? It looks like a lot. But after deducting various personnel expenses, how much will be left in a year? Can you tell me how much you and your brother's annual salary were before? When he mentioned this, Suji's chest was a little higher. He proudly said, since we are alchemists, our salary is the same as that of the 9th level elders in the sect. My annual salary is 2,400 yuan, and my brother gets a little more, a full 3,000 yuan. Hearing this answer, before Luo Chen expressed his opinion, the four people behind him couldn't help laughing. This smile made Suji feel a little puzzled. Luo Chen also chuckled and shook his head. It seems that fellow Taoist Dan Yuanzi has exploited you very much? Suji was stunned for a moment. He has been refining pills and practicing in the sect for a long time, and rarely goes out. Therefore, he does not know the major forces in the outside world and is familiar with the salary standards of first-level alchemists. Lingjun, tell me about your income. Luo Chen said lightly. Chu Lingjun straightened his back and said proudly, In our Luo Chen association, the salary for a first-level alchemist starts at least 300 per month. That's 3,006 per year. For someone like me, it's 500 per month, 6,000 per year. In addition to spiritual stones, there are other benefits in the salary. For example, I can learn magic for free, and I can get elixirs that can increase my soul and spirit, and I can receive personal guidance from my master from time to time. Not only that, we don't make elixirs alone like you do, but we have apprentices and pyrotechnics to assist us. Suji was stunned. He had observed the alchemy skills of the 4 people in front of him before. To be honest, in his opinion, except for Chu Lingjun, the others were not very good. If the first-level alchemists were also divided into 3 grades, upper, middle and lower, like magic tools and elixirs, then his senior brother would be upper grade, and he would also be above the middle grade. And 3 of the 4 alchemists in Luo Chen Association were basically just at the entry level of lower grade. Only Chu Lingjun might have a mid-grade level. Of course, this classification is too simple and crude. The value that an alchemist can create also lies in whether the types of elixirs they can refine are of high value. However, even so, he was greatly shocked. A few newcomers who have only been in the industry for a few years at most have earned more spiritual stones than their fellow apprentices who have been refining elixirs for decades. This is too unreasonable. And why? Suddenly, he thought of the outside world's evaluation of Luo Chen. Not the recent ones about being ruthless, vindictive, and loyal, but the evaluation from earlier. He has a kind temperament and treats people generously. Now it seems that he is really generous. If I refine elixirs in Luo Chen Club in the future, how much salary can I get every month with my level? Thinking of the possibility, Suji was a little excited. He was limited by too few cultivation resources and had been trapped in the 7th level of key refining for so many years. If he gets an extra 1 or 200 spirit stones every month, he may have a chance to reach the great perfection of key refining stage in the future. And if he reaches the great perfection, I heard that Luo Chen, president. In this regard, he never blocks anyone, and often gives strong support to key refining perfection cultivators in terms of foundation building. Just when Suji was excited, a slight sound came from the middle of the alchemy room. The alchemy is over. Luo Chen casually removed the soundproof cover. The conversation between the few of them just now was under his master-level soundproofing technique, so it did not affect Qi Yi's alchemy. At this moment, the alchemy was over, and Qi Yi silently collected the pills in front of everyone. Suji came forward and said in surprise, "You are lucky. This time, 13 Yangying pills were made. Brother, your alchemy skills have improved again." Qi Yi forced a smile. Holding the Yangying pills, he walked to Luo Chen nervously. Luo Chen did not hesitate to take the pills on the spot and looked at them carefully. Low-grade Yangying pills. I have come across it before. The medicinal power is much higher than the middle-grade jadeite pill, and slightly lower than the top-grade jadeite pill. The price is stable between 90 and 100 yuan all year round. The reason for this range is that it has always been a little lower than the low-grade nourishing key pill sold by the spiritual medicine pavilion. Otherwise, it would not be competitive. However, this week competitiveness was completely gone after Luo Xianhu's jadeite pill entered the Xianlin market. After looking at it, Luo Chen nodded. The medicinal materials are well integrated, the fire is not well controlled, and the impurities are not removed enough. But in the treatment of the main materials, it is quite unique. The alchemy technique you use is the nourishing essence and. Hearing this evaluation, the taciturn Qi Yi's eyes widened. These advantages and disadvantages were all commented on by his master Dan Yuanzi last year. But you have to know that his master is proficient in refining nourishing essence pills, and can stably produce middle-grade nourishing essence pills, and even occasionally produce top-grade ones. Now Luo Chen is just watching him refine the pill once. After taking the newly made pill, he simply identified it. He was able to give this evaluation. Qi Yi couldn't help asking, "Senior, have you ever refined the Yang Yuan pill?" "No." "Then why do you know so much?" Luo Chen smiled slightly. "If you know one method, you know all methods. It's just a first-level pill. I haven't refined the Yang Yuan pill, but I have refined a lot of other first-level pills." Qi Yi suddenly realized, if you have refined several first-level pills, it seems natural to have this kind of vision. He didn't know how skilled Luo Chen was in refining the other first-level pills. They can easily refine top-grade pills. Even the recipe of the jadeite pill with inherent defects can be optimized and improved. As far as Luo Chen's current alchemy skills are concerned, if he is given an unfamiliar first-level pill recipe, he is confident that he can get started with his own understanding without using the system achievement points. It's just a Yang Yuan pill. After Qiyu refined the pill. Next, it was Suji's turn. However, the other party seemed to be still immersed in the previous fantasy and expectation, so that his concentration was not enough. At the end of the refining, he failed. Looking at Suji with a dead face and desperate eyes, Luo Chen smiled and shook his head. I have seen your level, come out with me. The group followed Luo Chen out of the alchemy room and came to Chu Lingjin's hall. Lingjin Hall. In the upper position, Luo Chen fell into deep thought. While he was thinking, the other 6 people did not dare to breathe. It was not only because of Luo Chen's strength, realm, and reputation, but also because the other party had greater achievements in the alchemy they were most proficient in. The second-level alchemist is not based on the realm of cultivation. It is based on whether it can stably refine second-level pills. Now they have difficulty refining first-level pills, and they dare not even think about how difficult it is to refine second-level pills. Suddenly, Luo Chen's voice rang in Lingjin Hall. From now on, Qiyu and Suji, you two are the alchemists of our Luo Chen society, under the command of the Dan Hall, and commanded by the Huo Master Chu Lingjin. Any objections? Suji, who was at a loss because of the failure of alchemy before. After hearing this arrangement, he was stunned at first, and then overjoyed. No objection, everything is subject to the president's arrangements. Seeing that Qiyu next to him did not respond, he quickly pulled the other sleeve. Brother, what are you standing there for? Why don't you thank the president for not killing you? Qiyu opened his mouth, and finally said I will follow the arrangements. Yes. The grace of not killing. Danin sect has been destroyed, and the remaining low-level cultivators have also run away and scattered. Perhaps there will be masters in the sect who will gather the remnants somewhere and revive the mountain sect. But at least within 100 years, it is impossible to take revenge on Luo Chen society. 100 years? By then, they will have been a pile of bones. Now Luo Chen did not kill them, but accepted them as his disciples, which was already a blessing. Luo Chen looked at the two of them and continued, becoming an alchemist of my Luo Chen society, the treatment will naturally be different. But considering that you are new members and you are from Dan Yuan sect, so in terms of salary, it will be paid according to your standards in Dan Yuan sect for the time being. Hearing this, Suji's excited expression seemed to be poured with a basin of cold water, and it drooped immediately. 200 yuan a month, 2,400 a year? What kind of Taoism is this? Qiyu didn't care, and was even surprised that Luo Chen was willing to pay them salaries instead of ruthlessly exploiting them. After all, they were captives. Just when the two were in different moods, Luo Chen continued to speak. After entering the alchemy hall, the two of you will continue to refine the Yang Yuan pill. Don't touch the other pills. Qiyi, take some time to teach Jiu Ying the refining skills of the Bigu pill. She is now refining the low-grade Bigu powder and needs your guidance. He had already accepted Luo Chen's arrangement before. Now all of this is a matter of course. Qiyu had no objection. Jiu Ying next to him was a little excited. She had always been an alchemist who was not in a proper position. If she could truly master the method of refining the Bigu pill, she would be a proper alchemist in the future. Suji, you teach Ma Shupu the alchemy technique of Pian hand. The efficiency of the Pian spirit liquid he prepared has not been improved. If he learns Pian hand, the efficiency will be greatly improved. Suji, who was disappointed before, could only hum sullenly at this moment. Looking at the completely different expressions of the two, Luo Chen smiled. It's not for nothing to let you teach the two of them. In addition to the basic salary, I will give you an extra 100 spirit stones every month. If you have time, you can also teach me Li and Lingjun and pass on some experience in alchemy. The probation period is 5 years. After 5 years, if you do well, I will adjust your treatment according to the situation. After these words were spoken, Suji's gray face turned rosy little by little. Without any hesitation, he immediately shouted, "Thank you, President." In his heart, he exclaimed, Luo Chen's benevolence and righteousness are really well deserved. Qiyu was also a little surprised. He was not surprised by the increase in salary, but he was surprised that Luo Chen was so willing to help his subordinates. You know, In the known sect, their master Dan Yuanzi has always been very precious about alchemy. Even the fire workers and medicine apprentices were not equipped for them. They were afraid that the knowledge of alchemy would be learned by others. Unexpectedly, Luo Chen would actually. Oh, right. Luo Chen remembered something and said to Chu Lingjun, hasn't there been a group of medicine apprentices and pyrotechnicians available in the Dan Hall recently? Chu Lingjun nodded quickly, yes. Because master, you have been refining pills at Xianlan Peak, a large number of experienced people have been idle. They are still complaining that they can't help you refine pills and their income has dropped. Luo Chen smiled slightly, you can divide this group of people into 2 groups and give them to Qi Yi and Su Ji. Let them get familiar with the refining process of Yangyin Pill. Chu Lingjun hummed. This is not a big deal, just train them according to the process. But Qi Yi and Su Ji were a little excited. Which alchemist likes to do it by himself? You have to prepare the medicinal materials and control the temperature at all times. Sometimes when you are not feeling well, you have to insist on refining a furnace of pills before you can rest. In the future, they can finally get rid of those tedious tasks. Qi also looked at Luo Chen with a strange look in his eyes. This person's temperament was completely different from their master. Suddenly, he thought of something. If it was before, he would still hesitate, but now he said without hesitation, President. President. Luo Chen looked at him, anything else? Qi said, my junior brother and I have no problem refining the Yangyin Pill. But the cost of this pill is too high, so the price cannot be reduced. Under the impact of your Yuzu Pill and Zhangzihuazi Pill, there is no profit anymore. Do we need to refine it in large quantities? Hearing this question, Luo Chen smiled. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 I will go to Zhujian Mountain in person. The Yang Yuan Dan has an excellent effect. Unlike the Jade Marrow Pill, which has inherent defects and low medicinal power, it needs a top grade one to be comparable to the Yang Qi Dan of the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion. The Yang Yuan Dan itself only needs a lower grade, and its medicinal power is only slightly worse than that of the Yang Qi Dan. It is precisely because of this elixir that the Dan Yuan sect can support the cultivation of 2 foundation-building true cultivators. Of course, with such a good effect, there is naturally a price. That is, the cost is very high. The high cost is reflected in one of the main ingredients. You mean Yuan Mu grass? Qi nodded quickly, yes. The high cost of Yang Yuan Dan is because of Yuan Mu grass, which is the most important main ingredient and cannot be changed. This kind of herb is very tasteless and the planting conditions are also very harsh. In the entire Xianlan Fairy City, only the Qinhu Li family grows it. Therefore, the price has not been reduced. The cost of one portion of raw materials is 20 spirit stones. Hearing this material cost, Chu Lingjun and Mi Li next to him were shocked. The cost of the Jade Marrow Pill and the All Wonder Pill they refined was only 5 low-grade spirit stones. The cost of the Yang Yuan Pill was so high. No wonder the Dan Yuan sect could not lower the price despite the impact of the Luo Xianhu and the Zhang family. No wonder the Dan Yuan sect, which was so big, only had 3 alchemists, including Dan Yuanzi himself. The cost of training an alchemist must be terribly high. On Luo Chen's side, he also understood why Dan Yuanzi was willing to break his promise and seize the Li family's foundation after Li Jinhuang's death. The cost of medicinal materials was so high. If he could snatch the planting field of Yuan Mu grass, with the value of the Yang Yuan Pill, wouldn't he make a lot of money later? What a pity. After Luo Chen stood on the side of the Li family, everything was different. Facing Qi Yi's concerns, he smiled and asked, don't you know who the Qinhu Li family depends on now? Qi Yi was stunned. Su Ji clapped his hands, hey, senior brother, you forgot that the president is the savior of the Li family. Luo Chen smiled and shook his head, there is no need to talk about benefactors, everything is business. In the future, you can refine the Yangyin Pill, and the Li family will give the cost price for the Yuan Mu grass. Cost price. Qi Yi swallowed his saliva, wouldn't the cost of each pill be controlled to about 15 spirit stones? If it is refined on a large scale, how much cost will be saved? How many more spirit stones will Luo Xianhu earn? He didn't dare to think deeply. Luo Chen laughed and left. After leaving the Dan Hall, Luo Chen strolled leisurely in Dangsha Peak. In this battle, there Luo Chen who suffered almost no losses. Only the group of casual cultivators who were recruited from the outer sect did not listen to orders very much, and lost 20% of their manpower when attacking the mountain gate. He didn't feel bad about these losses. They haven't been raised yet. On the contrary, the harvest was really huge. Among all these gains, the biggest gain for him was Qi Yi and Su Ji, two senior first-class alchemists. These were disciples that Dan Yuanzi had trained for decades. The names were well chosen, one was loyal and the other was righteous. It was a pity that they both defected to Luo Chen who would want to die if they could live. Moreover, Dan Yuanzi had not been very good to them before. Naturally, they were not loyal. Luo Chen roughly estimated that with the addition of these two people, after saving the cost of elixirs and the assistance of the fire workers of the medicine apprentices, the two of them could create nearly 60,000 to 70,000 profits for Luo Chen who in a year. This was only the most intuitive profit. If they worked hard and brought Chu Ying and Ma Shupu out, they could make tens of thousands more profits a year. It was for this reason that Luo Chen was the first to rush to the Dan Hall and appease these two people in his busy schedule. Speaking of which, the path I am taking now is somewhat like Mishuhu. Inexplicably, Luo Chen thought of Mishuhu. How the other party used inducement and coercion, how he won over and controlled him, and finally he became his tool. As time passed, he did these things. It seems that he is no worse than Mishuhu. Even the realm of the two is almost the same, both are in the middle stage of foundation building. I can't make the same mistake again. With a smile, Luo Chen slightly warned himself and headed towards the back mountain of Dangsha Peak. In this battle, Luo Chen who gained too much? There are many things that cannot be directly withdrawn with the currency of spirit stones. For example, this thing of Mo Sang. It has been idle on this side of Dangsha Peak that is not sunny and slightly shady. Now, it is finally put to use. When he arrived, Yuan Dongsheng was busy with a group of people. Seeing Luo Chen coming, Yuan Dongsheng hurried over. "President, you are here. Well, can we grow black mulberry here?" Yuan Dongsheng said excitedly, "Of course we can. Black mulberry is different from traditional mulberry trees. It likes shade and cannot tolerate sunlight. It is suitable for growing in moist and gloomy places." The back mountain of Dangsha Peak has a similar landform to the area of Yuzhan Temple. As long as we are careful during the transplantation process, the survival rate can be more than 80%. 80%? Luo Chen was also a little excited. The economic value of black mulberry is too high. It is several times stronger than the first-level spiritual plants, such as purple bamboo and Zhangxing grass. It is a treasure, whether it is mulberry leaves, bark, or even the fruits, they can all be sold at a high price. The only thing that limits the growth of this tree is the geographical environment. As far as he knows, there are at least 6 or 7 families in Xianlan Fairy City who grow black mulberry. Even so, the various products of black mulberry are still in short supply. And most importantly, Luo Chen who also got the jade cattail silkworm from Yuzhan Temple. This thing is a strange insect that is at the weakest level 1 and can reach the highest level 3. The silk spit out is one of the favorite materials of various weapon casters. By the way, President, I need to apply for a group of people to take care of this mulberry field all year round. Yuan Dongsheng suddenly said. Luo Chen was puzzled. Is there not enough manpower in the medicine hall? Yuan Dongsheng shook his head. What I need is at least a master in the late stage of key refining. In Luo Chen's doubts, Yuan Dongsheng explained carefully. It turns out that the black mulberry has 3 fruits a year. The black blood mulberry produced has a strong fragrance and often attracts various birds and beasts. If it is not taken care of well, the loss will be too great. Luo Chen thought about it and realized that this is the truth. He immediately agreed to Yuan Dongsheng's request and planned to transfer a group of people from the war hall to protect the mulberry field all year round after returning. In fact, recently, Yuan Dongsheng has been very busy. It's not just the black mulberry. From the Danun Gate, Wang Yuan brought back a lot of old medicinal materials that needed him to transplant them well. In addition, Shinying Peak and Yuzhan Temple, as well as other spiritual plants, also need him, an experienced spiritual plant husband, to solve. He was really too busy, so he asked Feng Xia to handle some things. But this is not a good thing. After hearing his complaints, Luo Chen had no other choice. Finally, he remembered the system he had proposed before. Luo Xianhu should really start the inheritance system. Otherwise, many things can only be solved by special people. Cultivating immortals is not just about fighting and killing. Farming and development are the kingly way. The so-called fighting and killing are just for the sake of these things. Fighting always consumes, but farming is a step-by-step progress and there are always gains. While Luo Chen was thinking about these things, an old cultivator of the 9th level of key refining came to the gate of Dangsha Peak nervously. "Stop, who are you?" "I am Wei Pinggan, the second elder of Zongmiao Mountain. I am here to meet the president of your association on the order of the patriarch." In the surprised eyes of the mountain-guarding cultivator, Wei Pinggan said these words timidly. "Zongmiao Mountain. This is the family behind the mid-stage foundation building cultivator who wanted to take advantage of the situation and attack the president on Kinhu River. Unexpectedly, they would take the initiative to visit. In Luo Chen Hall. Luo Chen quietly read the letter brought by Wei Pinggan. "Do you want to beg for mercy?" The sudden words made the old man tremble. He trembled and said, "It's a settlement." Luo Chen shook his head. "If you beg for mercy, you should look like you are begging for mercy. I really don't like the above conditions." Wei Pinggan opened his mouth in disbelief. "A one-time compensation of 100,000 spirit stones, plus 5 top-grade magic tools, is this not worth it?" His Wei family is already very humble. Luo Chen put down the letter and said calmly, "How about this? In addition to the conditions in the letter, if you agree to 3 more things, I will agree to forgive you." Wei Pinggan gritted his teeth and said, "Please make it clear, President Luo. First, I killed your Wei family's elder, so you must not seek revenge on me and the Luo Xianhu monks in the future. Second, Wei Tuo attacked me, although I was not injured, but everyone knows that he wanted to kill me. I killed him in return because he was not capable enough. But this time, I have to pay a price. After all, I also wasted a lot of spiritual power." Looking at Wei Pinggan, Luo Chen said, "So, Wei Bufan will have to attack me once in the future to make up for Wei Tuo's attack." Wei Pinggan opened his mouth but did not refute. Seeing his knowledgeable look, Luo Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. "Third, in the future, the first-level cultivation elixir needed by the Wei family must be purchased from my Luo Xianhu. The first 2 are conditions. The last one is clearly a business." Wei Pinggan was a little stunned. But he was mature and prudent, and he suppressed his thoughts. "I have learned what President Luo meant, but these things are not something I can decide. I have to report to the head of the family and let him make the decision." Luo Chen nodded. "Of course. But I will only give you 3 days to think about it. After 3 days, if there is no satisfactory answer to me, I will go to Zongmiao Mountain in person." At this point, he showed a half-smile on his face. "I wonder if you have heard the words that Wei Tuo said before he died." Wei Pinggan, who was already frightened by Luo Chen's words that he would go to Zongmiao Mountain in person, suddenly heard this question and did not react for a while. "Which words?" "He said that there is a word Chen in Zongmiao Mountain, which happens to be the same as the word Chen in my name. It's a good fate." A great pressure came down from the sky above the Luo Chen palace. Wei Pinggan subconsciously knelt on the ground. His soul was turbulent and his mind was in chaos. Chapter 292, Lord Holing, you are in great trouble. Zongmiao Mountain is destined to be with Luo Chen? What a joke. Wei Bufan almost blurted out in Weiji as Herwang. But after being angry, he quickly calmed down. The meaning of the other party's words was very clear. If you don't agree to his conditions, it may not be as simple as coming to the door. Other mountain gates in other places were destroyed by Luo Chen, but the land was always left. If Luo Chen is really interested in Zongmiao Mountain, it may not be as simple as exterminating the family. There is another, more cruel way than this. That is to conquer Zongmiao Mountain and enslave the Wei family monks to serve him. This kind of thing has been done by others. As long as it is acceptable in name, there is no need to worry about being marked as a demon cultivator. Now, Wei Tuo's move has given Luo Chen this name. He has a legitimate reason. After calming down, Wei Bufan seriously thought about Luo Chen's 3 conditions. Not to take revenge is what he should do. He didn't mind, anyway, his relationship with Wei Tuo was not very harmonious. Otherwise, when the other party was robbing the assets of the Li family, they would not have asked him to join them. And asking Wei Bufan to promise to take action once, this requires careful consideration. What if the other party asked him to deal with a person in the middle or late stage of foundation building? Would that be asking him to die? As for the third condition, it is the easiest to understand. Second elder, where did our younger clan members purchase the cultivation elixirs from? Wei Pinggan said without hesitation, we always buy the nourishing elixirs from the spiritual medicine pavilion, and the price is quite expensive. After hearing this, Wei Bufan carefully asked about the price of the latest first-level cultivation elixirs. After a brief comparison, he made a decision. Except for the second condition, I can agree to the other two conditions. As for taking action for him, you can go again and ask clearly about the restrictions. I will not do anything that makes me die. Wei Pinggan was a little helpless. But the head of the family had an order, and it was related to the life and death of the Wei family, so he could not refuse. But when he thought about facing the majesty of that adult, he was terrified. The next day, Wei Pinggan ran to Dangshi Peak again. In the end, he brought back conditions that Wei Bufan could accept. Only let me deal with people of the same realm as me. Wei Bufan felt relieved. If so, the three conditions were not so difficult to accept. It seems that this whole Lingjin is not so unreasonable. It was a matter of life and death for the family. They could not care about their face. Without any delay, on the third day, the Wei family sent a gift of apology to Luo Chen. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, plus 5 high-grade magic tools. Luo Chen, to show its sincerity, immediately sent the first batch of high-grade jade marrow pills. In the Luo Chen hall, Luo Chen looked at the spirit stones in 10 large boxes and smiled. Sometimes, you don't need to fight all the time to get what you want. It can even be said that keeping the Wei family is more beneficial to him. On the one hand, it can show that Luo Chen will not hold grudges and will not kill everyone. Secondly, it can also find stable customers for the production of elixirs. The three additional conditions he added seemed to embarrass the other party. But in fact, it was really not difficult. It was just to make both parties have an acceptable result. Luo Chen had face. The Wei family also felt that since the other party had asked for so much, this matter should be really exposed. As for the dead Wei Tuo, who cares? Maybe Wei Bufan even wished that he would die sooner. The resources that a family can provide are limited. With Wei Tuo's cultivation in the middle stage of foundation building, he must need more resources, which will invisibly infringe on the interests of Wei Bufan, the head of the family. Everyone is happy to see his death. In this way, only the Shengguang sect is left. Luo Chen stroked the box with his hand, his eyes dim. For these recent events, Luo Chen has been trying to grasp the degree. If someone does something wrong to Luo Chen, it should be suppressed. After the suppression, revenge is indispensable. People must know that Luo Chen is not easy to mess with. Since you mess with it, you must be prepared to pay a sufficient price. Destroying a family is nothing more than this. But this kind of thing should not be done too much, nor should it be done too much. Otherwise, it is easy to attract criticism. You know, the forces around Xianlan Fairy City are not all small forces like Yuzhen Temple and Jing family, which only have 1 or 2 early foundation building cultivators. The stronger ones, such as Zongmiao Mountain Wei family and Qinhu River Li family, have mid-stage foundation building cultivators in their families. Even stronger ones, such as Lianian Business Alliance, Tijian Hall, Taibeidu family, are top forces with late-stage foundation building cultivators. Today's Luo Chen, its strength has developed to the level of a medium-sized force in Xianlan, especially because of Luo Chen's strong strength. It can be regarded as a name among the mid-stage foundation building cultivators. But if he really provokes those top foundation building forces, he will still be in trouble. Even if he can invite Chu Kui to help, the cost is unbearable. Therefore, after taking action against Jing family, Ying family, Danilan sect and Yuzhen Temple, he deliberately restrained himself. As for the Wei family and Shengguang sect, who had a grudge against him, he chose to watch from the sidelines. It was not that he forgave the past. He just wanted to see what choice they would make under the powerful power of Luo Chen to destroy the 4 families in a short time. If they chose to resist stubbornly, then Luo Chen did not mind. After reorganizing the troops, he would fight another battle. If they chose to make peace, then he would be happy to accept it. Luo Chen had already earned enough in this battle. No more money could be digested in a short time. As far as the current situation was concerned, the Wei family of Zongmiao Mountain chose to make peace, and he also gave the other party a step to step down on their own initiative. Then, there was only Shenguang sect left. What choice will they make? While waiting for the movement of Shenguang sect, Luo Chen was busy digesting the post-war gains from this attack. The gains from the Mosang, Yupu silkworm, and Luo eagle were not visible for the time being. Not only could they not be seen, but a lot of manpower and material resources had to be invested in order for them to survive. However, some gains could be seen directly. For example, Lingxi. It's like Luo Chen always keeps a huge amount of liquid funds in Luo Xianhu for emergencies. Most other forces are the same. In the process of collecting spoils this time, Jingxin Erdan brought back a large number of spirit stones. Denouman has 50,000 spirit stones, 90% of which are low-grade, and there are very few medium-grade spirit stones. Yazhangun is relatively rich, with a full 70,000. It is said that part of it was paid by the Ying family in order to win them over to deal with the Xiandao Fangxing family. The Ying family is relatively poor, with only 30,000 to 40,000 spirit stones. These small families and sects are even poorer than Luo Chen imagined. In the past, Mi Shuhe could collect 80,000 spirit stones in one go to buy magic weapons, and even had some left over. But they only have tens of thousands. It's really unbearable to look at. But this is how practicing in the immortal city is. Although various resources seem to be abundant, they all have to be bought with spirit stones. It's difficult to save a large amount of money without some skills. The richest family is the Jing family. We brought back a total of 140,000 from their treasure house. It seems that the Jing family has made a lot of money over the years by taking advantage of the ownerless Dangsha Peak. Listening to Murin Kinglian's report, Luo Chen shook his head. These things added up to only about 300,000. Too little. It's really too little. Seeing Luo Chen's dissatisfaction, Murin Kinglian realized his thoughts. He immediately said, some spirit stones were either taken away by someone or distributed in the storage bags of those family disciples. The latter, most of them were privately left by the monks who participated in the battle. President, do you want to collect all of them and redistribute them as before? This is an old precedent. This is what Luo Xianhu did when it first started. But this time, Luo Chen rejected this suggestion. Forget it, we eat meat, and we have to give some soup to the people below. A proper harvest can keep them passionate enough. The reason why Luo Chen made this consideration is that the previous merit reform has more or less dampened the enthusiasm of some cultivators. This time, it is better to make up for them a little. Murin Kinglian has no objection. She casually mentioned the issue of merit rewards and punishments. Luo Chen did not intervene in the matter of key refining cultivators, as the other party was more familiar with the process than her. But in the matter of foundation building, Luo Chen waved his hand. All kinds of material resources are included in the treasury, and Wang Yuan and the other two can choose two by themselves. Min Longao, give him the giant hammer magic weapon left by Zheng Lai. In this battle, Min Longao played a crucial role. Not only did he solve the Jing brothers and sisters alone, but he also helped Duan Fen kill Fairy Maoyu. Moreover, because he presided over the formation, many outsiders who were eager to build foundations were dispelled. Before, Zheng Sheshan's storage bag was still a little less. In addition, take out 100,000 spiritual stones for reserve. After everything is over, we will give out rewards. Are we going to give out 100,000 spiritual stones at once? Murin Kinglian was surprised. This is not a small amount. I won't take the remaining 200,000. I'll keep it in the public account of the association. Luo Chen paused and continued, the development of those new industries will definitely require a large amount of investment. These 200,000 are the startup funds. Originally, there were still more than 100,000 left in the Luo Xianhu account. At this moment, the working capital of the entire force was suddenly abundant to an unimaginable level. There are very few foundation building forces that can have more than 300,000 working capital at once. Of course, how to spend this money specifically will have to wait until Wei Niang comes out of retreat and she makes the decision. During this period, sister-in-law, you can check for her first. Murin Kinglian swallowed her saliva. She was a little nervous to be in charge of such a huge amount of spiritual stones. But she did not refuse. This was Luo Chen's trust in her and also a test for her. After experiencing a failed foundation building, she was almost desperate about the Great Dao. What she had to do now was to earn a fortune for her son Xiaohu. It was conceivable that there would be more and more foundation-building cultivators in Luo Chen in the future. Maybe the head of each hall in the future would be a foundation-building cultivator. She was a key refining cultivator. If she wanted to keep her current position, she had to show more value than before. After Muren Kinglian left, Luo Chen counted his losses and gains. The loss was not big, just a slight loss of spiritual power, and 100,000 yuan from Chu Kui. As for the gains, it was quite considerable. Putting aside the unpredictable long-term gains from Luo Chen, he now had 100,000 spiritual stones in cash from the Wei family of Zhejian Mountain. It was considered to be a payback for the loss from Chu Kui. Combined with the previous savings, he had 250,000 spiritual stones on hand. In addition, there were storage bags of Dan Yuanzi, Zheng Lai and others, which he had not yet had time to open. As the head of a sect or a family, these people's savings would not be too small. But Luo Chen didn't care about these. What he really cared about were the many books related to alchemy collected during this chaotic war. The Hu family, Alchemy. Yuan Dongsheng brought back a lot of alchemy experience for him, as well as 2 first-level alchemy recipes and 1 second-level alchemy recipe. The Danan sect, also alchemy. Although the storage bag of the sect leader Dan Yuanzi has not been opened yet, there are 5 books brought back from Yuan Mountain alone. Among them, there are also several recipes. In addition, there are 1 or 2 books on alchemy experience at Yuzhen Temple. If I can digest what I have gained this time, my alchemy strength will surely advance by leaps and bounds. Moreover, among these collected recipes, there may be a solution to the problem of lack of cultivation elixirs after my mid-stage foundation building. It has not been long since Luo Chen was promoted to the mid-stage foundation building. But he has already noticed the slowness of his cultivation speed. Even at this stage, all kinds of auxiliary resources and main resources are fully utilized. He persevered and practiced non-stop for a day. It took 5 or 6 years to break through from the 4th level of foundation building to the 5th level. This time seemed short. But if you push it back, it would take more than 10 years from the 5th to the 6th level, and decades from the 6th to the 7th level. After entering the late stage of foundation building, it would take hundreds of years. This was absolutely unacceptable to Luo Chen. Moreover, he had to consider a problem. That was the drug resistance of the elixir. Shenglongdan was the most powerful mainstream cultivation elixir he could find now. If drug resistance was developed, he couldn't even imagine how he would survive the terrifying natural chasm of the late stage of foundation building. Luo Chen couldn't pin his hopes on the high-quality elixirs that flowed out of every auction. Therefore, he could only rely on himself. Improve his alchemy skills and collect various elixir recipes in order to be self-sufficient one day. Just as Luo Chen was thinking about how to arrange his time next, Muren Kinglian went away and returned. President, someone from Bingbao is coming. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, his eyes gleaming. I couldn't find him before, but now that the big thing is settled, he shows up. What does it mean? Doubt flashed through his mind, and he asked casually, who is coming? Shi Boying, the steward of Binglin Palace. Please let her in. Luo Chen's heart moved slightly, and he directly sent a foundation-building cultivator over. It seems that the matter is not small. After a while, the old acquaintance Shi Boying appeared in the Luo Chen hall. As soon as she came in, she showed a bright smile. Lord Holing, this time, you really showed your power and became famous in one fell swoop. Lord Holing. This was the first time that Luo Chen heard the honorific title given to him by the outside cultivators in person. A new Taoist name? After Shi Boying's explanation, he finally understood the meaning of this Taoist name. With superb fire skills and magnificent spiritual power, he obtained the fire spirit. He is trustworthy and faithful, and never leaves. He is called a lord. In the end, he was given the Taoist name Lord Holing. After hearing this, Luo Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But he also felt somewhat pleased in his heart. Although the Taoist name Dan Shenzi was very appropriate, it was given to him by Mi Shuhua in order to increase the popularity of the Zongmiao Pill. But this time, he relied on himself to fight for it. This is just like those gangsters on Earth. When they first debuted, they boasted and made nicknames. The really awesome ones all cut their own nicknames with a machete. Compared with the gangsters, Luo Chen is a little inferior. But that's the truth. Under Shi Boying's flattery, Luo Chen really couldn't help it. Although he had not stopped bribes of Zongmiao Pill, he didn't have to be so enthusiastic. Fellow Taoist Shi, if you have something to say, just say it. Shi Boying's face became serious. You know, you are in great trouble now. Luo Chen frowned. Fellow Taoist, are you trying to scare me? If you don't believe me, why don't you come with me? Chapter 293. Who in the hall is suing me? In a side hall of Binglin Palace. Accompanied by Shi Boying, Luo Chen met Tan Taiyu, who had been avoiding him. Seeing the other party's cold expression, Luo Chen felt a little complicated. He didn't hesitate and said directly, "Thank you for your help in the Battle of Qinhu River." As soon as these words came out, Shi Boying was extremely shocked. Wait, didn't junior sister say that she would not care about Luo Chen? Why did she secretly go to Qinhu River and help? Tan Taiyu's expression moved slightly, but she immediately realized where the other party's information came from. She said lightly, "I haven't made a move, so how can I help? Besides, you paid Chu Kui to make a move, so it doesn't matter whether I am there or not." Luo Chen smiled and shook his head. This kind of thought, Luo will remember it in my heart. At the beginning of the Battle of Qinhu River, there were more than just Taoist Huangsha who watched the late foundation building cultivators. If they are all tempted, do they want to be the yellow bird? Although Chu Kui is strong, 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands. At most, he can only save Luo Chen. Even for this, Luo Chen has to pay at least hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. But it is precisely because of the quiet appearance of Tan Taiyu that some people's ideas are dispelled, so that such a situation does not occur. Even if this matter is because of the business of Yuludan. He, Luo Chen, also knows the other party's goodwill. Tan Taiyu pulled the corner of his mouth and did not pull it on this matter. She turned her head and pointed to the side. Wait, just listen, no movement. Next door. Luo Chen was curious. Tan Taiyu spit out a name lightly. Kingdom Valley Foundation Building True Transmission, Taiwan. Luo Chen's expression moved. It's someone from Kingdom Valley. Aren't they here to take over Xianlan Fairy City? As a great cultivator in the late stage of foundation building, Taiwan came here in person. The role he will play in the future should be similar to Tan Taiyu. Under the sect's Jinden, the real person in charge of Xianlan. Not only does he control the leader of the law enforcement team, but he also has to command the Kingdom Valley monks of Xianlan Immortal City. The other party is next to him. Is he going to meet someone? While he was secretly speculating, crisp footsteps came from the main hall next door. After a while, an old voice sounded. Master of Tijian Hall, Zuo Song, Mi Tao Zhenchuan. Immediately, another arrogant voice responded. Master Zuo, why don't you stay in Tijian Hall and come to me? Zuo Song's voice was a little surprised. Did the fellow Taoists of Kingdom Valley report to you what I asked for? Humph, how do I know if what they said is wrong? In the hall, Zuo Song, who is as tall as a sword, frowned. But since he had something to ask of someone, he still made his intention clear. The Luo Chen society has been acting too recklessly recently. Especially Luo Chen, who not only slaughtered fellow Taoists, but also allowed his men to kill and burn, and wantonly plundered weak forces. Tao's henchman may not know that he has 2 major foundation building sects under his command. One is completely unscrupulous and madly hunted down the cultivators of Shining Peak, and the other is inhumane and refined hundreds of key refining cultivators of the Zheng family alive with a large formation. How is such behavior different from the devil's way? How can we ignore such villains? In the side hall next door, Luo Chen's face suddenly darkened. He knew that someone would talk about the behavior of Xingzongan and Min Longgao, but he didn't expect the other party to be so sharp. He directly brought the matter to the next owner of Xianlan Fairy City. Moreover, he didn't remember any grudge between him and Zuo Song of the Iron Sword Hall. If Taiwan believed his slander, then the Luo Chen society would have to face. No. Luo Chen's heart suddenly moved, and he glanced at Tan Taiyu from the corner of his eye. The other party was calm and didn't seem to care about this matter at all. Moreover, they specially invited him to come here. Is it a gesture of goodwill? While his thoughts were fluctuating, the accusation next door continued. My Yuding domain has never tolerated the devil cultivators. I think Kingdom Valley, as the master of the fairy city for the next 10 years, needs to manage this matter. Zuo Song spoke generously and righteously. However, after listening to his accusation, Taiwan snorted coldly. Zuo Song, are you teaching me how to do things? In an instant, Zuo Song's passionate mood was like being poured with a basin of cold water. He opened his mouth to say, "No. There is nothing wrong." The person involved didn't say anything. Why do you, Iron Sword Hall, jump out and make comments? The person involved is about to die. Zuo Song was confused. He subconsciously defended himself. I am just a member of Xianlin, and I feel obliged to uphold justice. Tao Wan sneered, when did you become a member of Xianlin? This Xianlin fairy city belongs to our 7 major sects, so you need to understand your identity. At this point, she suddenly changed the subject. That's right, your Iron Sword Hall and the Flame Alliance seem to have some kinship, some connection. Zuo Song's heart trembled when he heard this. Kingdom Valley has already sided with Luo Chen sect, and even fought several battles with this sword sect's ally, the Flame Alliance. Even the foundation building true cultivators have fallen before. The two sides are enemies, not friends. Outsiders don't know much about the kinship between their own Iron Sword Hall and the Flame Alliance. But at this moment, it has fallen into the eyes of the future ruler of the fairy city. If she takes this opportunity to make trouble. Unconsciously, cold sweat has soaked Zuo Song's back. He can't hear what Tao Wan is saying behind him. I only know that the other party said, the current Xianlin is still in charge of Bingbao. If you have any problems, go to Tan Taiyu, don't bother me. What a joke. Everyone knows that Bingbao is the backer of Luo Xianhu. If you encounter trouble, the other party may not take action. But if you really go to the door, it will undoubtedly be a slap in the face of Bingbao. Do you really think that the Jinden sect is easy to provoke? The chaotic thoughts made Zuo Song stupid when he walked out of Binglin Palace. This is different from the imagined script. Shouldn't the Luo Xianhu's misdeeds be reported, and then the future ruler of Xiancheng will be furious and suppress it with iron blood? Moreover, the Luo Xianhu also operates a first-level cultivation elixir, which has virtually seized part of the Huanglongdan business of Kingdom Valley. They don't even care about this? I have presented the reason for the attack in front of me, and the other party has a legitimate reason. Even Bingbao can't protect it. What is Tao Wan of Kingdom Valley thinking? And inside Binglin Palace, Tao Wan looked at Luo Chen with a half-smile. Fellow Taoist Luo, I haven't seen you for 2 years. How are you? Luo Chen looked calm. Thank you for your help, Tao's henchman. It's just a small matter, it can't be considered a righteous help. If you want to thank someone, you should thank Tan Tai. Luo Chen looked at Tan Taiyu. The other party just shook his head and said lightly, winners are kings and losers are bandits, that's all. Luo Chen suddenly realized. When Luo Xianhu encountered a crisis, Bingbao was too lazy to take action. But they won, which was a small proof of their strength. In this case, the other party didn't mind doing something to add icing on the cake. I asked you to come here today, but I actually wanted to tell you another thing. Tan Taiyu suddenly said. Luo Chen opened his eyes wide and looked at him curiously. Under his gaze, Tan Taiyu glanced at Tao Wan, and then said, in the next 10 years, Xiancheng will still be managed by Bingbao. Regarding the cooperation on Yuludan, we will continue. The icy voice was heard. Luo Chen was a little dazed for a moment. What about the 10-year rotation of the main sect? Besides, aren't you guys handing over recently? Suddenly, Luo Chen recalled the first time he met Tan Taiyu and the first time he met Juking Fairy. In those 2 meetings, regarding the cooperation of Yuludan, the other party calculated the cooperation period for 10 years or 100 years. It seems that they didn't care about the rotation of the fairy city at all, whether they would leave or not. From the beginning, they were sure that they had the confidence to maintain this cooperation. In other words, Kingdom Valley giving up the interests of the fairy city for 10 years was also something that had been planned long ago. It was only recently that it was implemented. In his ears, Tan Taiyu's business came slowly. Luo Xianhu will truly be protected by my Juking lineage in the future. After you deal with the aftermath, refine as many Yuludan as possible. The previous annual supply was too small. This is the point. After Luo Chen figured it out, he took a deep breath. I will not let you down. Accompanied by Shiboying, Luo Chen left Binglin Palace. Facing the dazzling sunlight, Luo Chen felt as if a layer of shackles had been removed from his body. The foreign enemy is gone. Luo Xianhu now has a solid foundation for various industries. Now, he has the protection of the Juking lineage. From now on, he doesn't need to worry about any major problems. As long as he takes care of the recent tailwinds, after Sima Wei Niang comes out of retreat, He can unload all kinds of chores and concentrate on cultivation and alchemy. As he walked out, Luo Chen chatted with Shi Boying. What he wanted to ask was the second-level high-quality cultivation elixir of Bingbao. However, the answer he got was unexpected, but reasonable. My Bingbao is not good at alchemy. It depends entirely on the supply of Yao Wang sect and Kingdom Valley. Occasionally, there are some high-grade elixirs, but they are in short supply. In this case, even if there are, you and I can't share them. It's true. Although a little unexpected, Luo Chen also understood. If it weren't so, Tan Taiyu and even the Golden Pill Master Ju Qing Fairy wouldn't value as Jade Pill so much. But in this case, where can he find high-grade cultivation elixirs? Tao Wan. Thinking of Tao Wan who protected him today, Luo Chen's heart moved slightly. As a major alchemy sect, even if it is not as good as the Medicine King sect, Kingdom Valley will definitely have a lot of high-grade elixirs. Maybe I can try to use your backdoor? But the other party is arrogant. How can I contact her? Her younger brother Tao Yishan? Or find her hobbies, just like contacting Bingbao before, cater to her preferences and get closer? While Luo Chen was thinking, Shi Boying said goodbye and went back. Standing at the gate of Binglin Palace, Luo Chen sighed. Well, at least the external troubles have been temporarily eliminated, and the internal troubles will come slowly. Just when he was about to return to Dangsha Peak, suddenly, he felt something in his heart. Following a direction, Luo Chen looked up. On the third floor of a restaurant, a man with a red sword and a broadsword on his back was staring at him intently. His eyes were full of doubt and uncertainty. And his face, with Luo Chen's excellent eyesight, was also gloomy. Luo Chen smiled and nodded in that direction. Zuo Song, the head of the Iron Sword Hall, forced a smile and responded to Luo Chen. Chapter 294, Overpowering the Shangguang Sect, Terrifying Family Wealth. The sun was high in the sky, and the breeze was strong. This was the second day after the meeting at Binglin Palace. A huge flying boat stopped at the boat landing area of Dangsha Peak. One by one, powerful monks from the battle hall boarded the flying boat. Everyone's face was full of excitement. Everyone knew that they were going to do something big today. Moreover, it was different from the previous attacks. This time, the president personally led the expedition. With everyone's expectations, Luo Chen boarded the flying boat with Wang Yuan and Min Longgao. Let's go. Luo Chen ordered lightly. Min Longgao immediately controlled the top-grade lanky flying boat and rose into the sky. Then, under the gaze of Du Feng, Murin King Lian and others, he flew towards the southeast. About half an hour later, the huge lanky flying boat was suspended above a canyon. Below it, pavilions and towers built of stone were being built on the mountain walls on both sides. At this moment, monks held weapons and glared at them. A golden curtain of light, like a copper wall and iron wall, is covering the entire valley. Luo Chen stood at the bow of the boat, overlooking the bottom. Shang Gongman, the head of Tijiantang, went to find Tao Wan, which was definitely not an act of justice on a whim. They had nothing to do with the other families that were wiped out. As early as the first day he stepped into Xianlin, Luo Chen knew that the backer of Shang Guangman was an elder from Tijiantang who was in the early stage of foundation building. Although he didn't know what conditions the other party had used to impress the head of the sect, Zuo Song, and let him come out to lobby. But the other party not only refused to surrender, but also tried to resist. This move has angered Luo Xianhu. Today, it's time to give an explanation. In the canyon, in the most eye-catching palace made of white jade, Fei Changqiu, the head of Shangongmen, looked extremely ugly at this moment. He held a sound transmission jade in his hand, and there was no response on it. You old man, you took my things and didn't do anything. You are unworthy of being a son. The elder next to him also looked ashen. Luo Xianhu's attack today was blatant and undisguised. They had received the news long before. Almost at the same time, they sent a distress message to the Iron Sword Hall. However, there was no response from the other side. Everyone knew what this meant. Master, what should we do now? Fei Changqiu looked grim. Wait for me to send another message and see how Zuo Song responds. Northwest of Xianlin Fairy City. On a high mountain full of various swords, Zuo Song looked at the sound transmission jade that was constantly emitting a faint light, with no expression on his face. There was an elder in the sect next to him, who couldn't help asking. Master, are you really not going to help Master Fei? Zuo Song glanced at him coldly. How can I help? The elder was speechless. Yes. The ice castle was determined to protect Luo Chen. Even Kingdom Valley chose to turn a blind eye. If the Iron Sword Hall really wanted to take action, it would only anger the ice castle monks. Moreover, they gradually discovered that the monks from Kingdom Valley did not seem to take over the management positions in various places in the Immortal City. It seemed that the change of ownership of the Immortal City was just a joke. In this case, who would dare to offend the people of the ice castle? Zuo Song couldn't help but feel blocked in his heart when he thought that Luo Chen might be listening to him when he sued Luo Chen. It was really funny. Let the Shenguang sect fend for itself. The elder asked cautiously, what about the things that Sect Master Fei sent? Zuo Song snorted coldly, it's not that I haven't done anything. I have already found the people above, so it can't be considered as betrayal. The implication. I won't help in this battle. But I won't return the things. The foundation building elder who had an old relationship with the Shenguang sect opened his mouth, but in the end he could only smile bitterly and shook his head. Fei Changqiu, you wish yourself good luck. Inside the Shenguang sect. Seeing the sound transmission jade slip, there was no response. Fei Changqiu was furious and smashed the table with a slap. How dare you, old man, bully me like this? The elder was already somewhat desperate. Master, what should we do now? Fei Changqiu took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Looking outside the palace, he seemed to vaguely see the man on the flying boat. Not long ago, it was him who led people to suppress Dangsha Peak. Now, the situation is completely reversed. He was vaguely uneasy in his heart, but a trace of ruthlessness still appeared on his face. Don't be afraid. We are different from Danon sect and Zheng family. With a second-level mountain protection formation and you and me, the foundation building true cultivators, even if a late-stage foundation building cultivator comes, it will take several months to break through. Luo Chen is only in the middle stage of foundation building, how can he break it? Besides, I don't believe that Luo Chen can afford to drag it out for so long. He also carefully inquired about the gains of Luo Chen in this battle. So many resources were collected. What is most needed now is not war, but enough time to digest. This can be seen from the fact that Luo Chen did not take any action after destroying the 4 families. The Wei family of Naxixin Mountain is too cowardly. If they don't seek peace, they will be linked with their Shenguang sect. What can Luo Chen do? Take out all the middle-grade spirit stones in the sect, and the late-stage key refining cultivators patrol day and night. I want the iron wall formation to be maintained all the time. Just as he gave the order, a light shout came from outside. Luo Chen, the president of Luo Chen, invite Sect Master Fei to have a talk. Fei Changqiu snorted coldly, if you want to meet, then meet. In the sky, 2 figures stood 100 feet apart. In the middle, there was a layer of golden light curtain. Looking at each other, Luo Chen felt emotional. Master Fei, how are you? Fei Changqiu said coldly, President Luo, I don't think I have done anything wrong to you. When you moved into Dangsha Peak, I also took people away. Isn't it a bit too much to come to your house with such a fanfare today? Too much? Luo Chen shook his head. Lu Rong took advantage of my absence and attacked Dangsha Peak. Why didn't you say it was too much at that time? That was his personal behavior and could not represent Shenguang sect. Among them, I'm afraid you acquiesced, otherwise how could you be so bold? If you want to accuse someone, you can always find a pretext. So, you don't admit it. How can you ask me to admit it? Looking at the tough Fei Changqiu, Luo Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He glanced at the golden light curtain that protected Fei Changqiu and understood where the other party's confidence came from. Pulling the corner of his mouth, Luo Chen raised 3 fingers. I'll give you 3 choices. First, fight to the bitter end and destroy Shenguangmen. Second, you have to go on the Dao discussion stage with me and I'll let Shenguangmen go. Third, pay 100,000 spirit stones, hand over the secret manual of Shenguangmen casting, and then take all your disciples and leave Xianlan Fairy City. At this point, he smiled gently. As far as I know, you already have the idea of expanding outward, so I'm doing a favor. However, facing these 3 unreasonable requests, Fei Changqiu's face turned red. Luo Chen, you're going too far. He couldn't accept the last condition at all. He had the idea of expanding outward, but his foundation was still in Xianlan, and he couldn't give it up. As for the second condition, it was even more shameless. Luo Chen, was in the middle stage of foundation building, and he had the nerve to bully him, who was in the third level of foundation building, on the Dao discussion stage? Luo Chen put away his smile. So, you chose the first one. Fei Chengqiu's eyes were red. Come if you have the guts. Let's see if others will take over your Dangshi Peak home if you stay here for a few months. Luo Chen pulled the corner of his mouth and slowly retreated. Fei Chengqiu snorted coldly and also retreated back into the canyon. For a moment, only the golden light curtain stood between heaven and earth. Back on the flying boat. Luo Chen pointed at the big formation and asked, "Do you recognize this formation?" Min Longyu said solemnly, "Of course I recognize it. This is the most famous 10 defense formations in the second level formations, a copper wall and iron wall. Is it so powerful?" Luo Chen frowned. Min Longyu nodded. This formation connects the mountains and rivers, and can use the energy of the spirit veins as the energy of the formation. Once activated, it can protect an area like a copper wall. Luo Chen was puzzled. Isn't this the most common construction principle of the defensive formation? It can be the structure adopted by many defensive formations, which means that this is the most basic, but also the most stable formation. On the contrary, those fancy formations may have strange power, but because of too many changes, they have lost the fundamental meaning of defense. Luo Chen was a little surprised. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that this was the truth. For example, when Luo Xian, who was living in Ziyu Valley, Miao Wen gave him a set of small 5-element formations. Once the construction is successful, the 5 elements will circulate endlessly. Even the attacks of the foundation building true cultivator can be taken on once or twice. But the shortcomings of the small 5-element formation are also very obvious. Once the circulation of the 5 elements is broken, it will be directly useless. For the foundation building true cultivator, it is too simple to break the circulation of the 5 elements. Luo Chen has many ways to do it. Another example is the Duan family's 7 absolute extinction ring array during the Battle of Xiaohun Mountain. It was set up with weapons and was of the second level. It was said to be an integrated attack and defense, and its power was unpredictable. But Duan Feng led his men to break through a few of the magic weapons that set up the array, and they easily cracked it. In summary, the more complex the formation is, the easier it is to break. Unless they themselves have surpassed the realm of the breakers. After understanding this, Luo Chen understood where Fei Chengqiu's confidence came from. But today, the Shenggong sect must be destroyed. Unlike the destruction of the 4 families, Zhejian Mountain and Shenggong sect did not really offend Luo Xianhu. Wei Tuo and Lurong were personal behaviors and could not represent the family sects behind them. Even Lurong was killed by Luo Chen before he had time to make a move. Therefore, Luo Chen's attitude towards these 2 families was relatively moderate. He gave the other party enough time to weigh the pros and cons. Luo Xianhu's attitude towards them depends on their attitude towards Luo Xianhu. In this way, others cannot make comments. Just like when Zichenshin came to ask for peace, Luo Chen generously agreed. Then, in contrast, if Shang Guangmin resisted stubbornly, he had to make a high-profile gesture to let the world know that the rise and fall of Shang Guangmin was the fault of the other party. If you offend Luo Xianhu, you should be mentally prepared to pay a sufficient price. Can you break this formation? There is no perfect formation in this world. Min Longyu smiled confidently, took out his early top-grade formation plate, and said while fiddling with it, even the most powerful formation has its strengths and weaknesses. The copper wall and iron wall formation is only a second-level formation. Although it is said to be invincible at the same level of defense, it is just that it is difficult for ordinary people to find its shortcomings. Give me enough time, I will definitely find its shortcomings and break it in a targeted manner. Luo Chen asked, how long will it take? Min Longyu saw the urgency in Luo Chen's heart, and he also vaguely realized that it might not be good if this matter was delayed for a long time. But big words must not be spoken casually. He reported honestly, it can be as short as half a month or as long as several months. Too long, I can't wait. If we send enough people to attack and cause the formation to fluctuate, we can speed up this time. Min Longyu said. Luo Chen's eyes flashed, and he remembered the scene of the battle in Ziyu Valley. At that time, Ziyu Valley also laid a first-level Earth defense formation. In theory, the Earth defense formation could withstand the attack of foundation building cultivators. But in the end, it was also cracked by Min Longyu in one night. At that time, the Dejiang gang also sent many cultivators to attack continuously. In the end, Min Longyu found the shortcomings and cracked it with one blow. He did not hesitate and said immediately, "All Luo Chen cultivators here are at your disposal, including me and Wang Yuan. 3 days, I only give you 3 days to find the shortcomings of the copper wall and iron wall formation." Upon hearing this, Min Longyu's eyes lit up instantly. Even Luo Chen and Wang Yuan can be sent by him, then he has a much greater chance. Long Yu swears not to fail in his mission. Soon, everyone received Luo Chen's order and all obeyed Min Longyu's command. And Min Longyu did not disappoint Luo Chen. He quickly came up with a targeted plan. All cultivators, divide into 5 teams, according to the 5 elements of spiritual roots, and which team you mainly cultivate belongs to. Gold team, step out. Water team, step out. After a commotion, the hundreds of late-stage key refining cultivators brought by Luo Chen quickly divided into teams. Taking this time, Luo Chen also carefully paid attention to the composition of his group of thugs. Obviously, among them, the main spiritual roots of the 4 elements of water, wood, fire and earth are the main spiritual roots, and the number of people who cultivate gold spiritual roots is the least. The reason for this situation is not that there are few gold spiritual roots. It is because there are too few gold-related exercises in the world of immortal cultivation. This also led to many people, including Luo Chen, who could not mainly practice gold-related exercises even if they had some gold spiritual roots. Otherwise, if there was a choice, most people would choose gold-related exercises. Among the same level, the combat power of the gold system is even better than the other 4 systems. Among the friends and enemies that Luo Chen knows, Qin Liangzhen is the only one who is good at the gold system. Moreover, his gold system skills are not very complete, which caused him to spend a long time to practice to the great perfection of key refining. Paying attention to this is not because he is bored. Luo Chen is recalling how many second-level skills have been collected in Luo Xianhu. If the inheritance system is activated in the future, it will definitely not be possible to fool people with first-level skills. At least it must be a second-level skill with continuity. Otherwise, the carefully selected disciples, after decades of hard practice, have no follow-up skills after being promoted to the foundation building stage. That would be too funny. According to the 5 elements, the metal element is currently missing. It is difficult to deal with cultivators with suitable spiritual roots. For the wood element, I have my Yimu Yao Wang Sutra, and I have a deep understanding of its prerequisite method Chong Chun Gong. If there are cultivators with suitable spiritual roots, I may accept them as my disciples. For the second-level water element, there are Duans Kang He Duan Lang Ju and Wang He Chaos Da He Wulian Gong. For the fire element, there are Ding Hua Yiki Fa, Yanang Zhanjing, and King Yang Ju. For the earth element, there are Panshin Ju and Shuta Wuqiu Gong. In addition, there are 3 other techniques from different elements. Yao Kuan Minghu, a technique that combines water and fire, was obtained from the Duan family. Jinfeng Ziyuju, a technique that combines gold and water, and is mixed with some wind elements, was obtained from the Battle of Gaolingin by a casual cultivator. Shulaute, a technique that combines water and wood, was obtained after Xiao Wanjin, a casual cultivator, was killed when he first settled in Dangsha Peak. This is also the only valuable thing in Xiao Wanjin's storage bag. After a brief calculation, Luo Chen was also a little excited. In the past, he had been begging for the first and second level skills but failed. Unknowingly, after many battles, he had collected 11 second level main cultivation skills. He even had a set of third level ghost cultivation skills from the ghost mystery records. If this is the foundation, it should be enough to support the inheritance of a sect. Luo Chen couldn't help but feel very proud. Ordinary small sects and families can't collect so many second level main cultivation skills. Only Luo Chen, since he started practicing, has died at his hands or at the hands of the Luo Xianhu, and the number of foundation building true cultivators has reached the number of his hands. With such accumulation, he has such a big family business. While Luo Chen was thinking, Min Longyu came up. "President, everything is ready. Then let's start." Luo Chen waved his hand, looking at the indestructible golden light curtain covering the Shangguangmen with a burning gaze. Chapter 295, Flame Dragon 9 Transformations. Crouching Dragon emerges from the mountain. Under the command of Min Longyu, the Luo Xianhu 5 Elements team began to conduct separate exploratory attacks on the copper wall iron wall array. In each test, Min Longayu also passed on the basic knowledge of the array to the people below. It was not because he was generous. It was some of the simplest knowledge of the directions. Only after understanding them, these cultivators could be better used by him. First, understand the corresponding directions of the 8 trigrams. Jin is 1, Dui is 2, Li is 3, Zhen is 4, Sun is 5, Kan is 6, and Zhen is 7, then Kun is 8. Jin Kun is the heaven and earth. Zhen is a mountain, and Dui gives birth to a marsh. The fire team, attack the Dui palace and test the strength of the water and fire here. Hearing Min Longayu's command, the fire team that was divided out immediately cast fire spells and attacked the Dui palace together. Under the impact of water and fire, the light curtain of the large array was covered with the golden ripples. Seeing this, Min Longayu looked thoughtful. Strong water means stronger gold. This formation is mainly based on gold and earth. The power is mainly added to the gold system, and the earth system has become a foil. Water team, cast the wave spell and see the reaction. The 19 members of the water team immediately pinched their fingers and cast spells. Large waves rolled forward. Stimulated, the golden light curtain shone brightly. Faintly, there were pieces of golden liquid flowing slowly, and the light curtain seemed to have a strong meaning. Earth produces gold, and gold produces water. These three complement each other to create a copper wall and iron wall, which is strong and tough and unbreakable. If someone forcibly rushes in with his physical body, he will be squeezed by infinite force in an instant. Even Wang Yuan, who has achieved success in body training, can't stand the pressure of the formation. While Min Longai was directing to test the shortcomings of the copper wall and iron wall formation, Luo Chen was not idle either. He stood on one side and watched attentively. At the same time, he also remembered some basic knowledge of formations that Min Longayu casually said. In order to unlock Duan Kaiankan's storage bag, I learned a lot of restriction techniques from Duan Feng. Later, when I unlocked Ho Hu's storage bag, I gained a lot more. Restriction is the basic element of constructing formations. If I can understand some basic knowledge of formations, even if I don't specialize in formations, I can understand a thing or two when I encounter them in the future, so as not to go astray. Luo Chen has experienced a lot of the wonderful uses of restrictions. When he first sacrificed the 2 magic weapons in his hand, the speed was extremely slow. Later, he imitated Duan Kaiankan, constructed restrictions with spiritual consciousness, and engraved them on the magic weapons with perseverance. Over the years, the 2 magic weapons in his hand have been sacrificed and refined to a small extent. It's just that he didn't meet the right time. Otherwise, he really wanted to try to see if his Zhuanghe sword was sharp. On the first day, Min Longayu used the 5 elements team as a finger to test the strengths and weaknesses of the copper wall iron wall formation one by one and analyze its composition. On the second day, he needed the 5 elements team into a fist, and they either dispersed or gathered together, constantly attacking certain nodes of the iron wall. On the third day, he stopped using his hands, and used his knife. Wang Yuan was the sharpest knife. I know that you have twice broken the formation alone before. Standing in front of the formation, Min Longayu said solemnly. But those formations were all residual formations that were not presided over by the foundation building true cultivators. This time is different, you must be careful. Wang Yuan nodded, not careless at all. Min Longayu pointed his hand and pointed to the high point where the light curtain extended. Attack that place, the position of the Jin Palace. This is trapped by the water in the marsh, and the sharpness cannot be extended. If you encounter a counterattack, retreat quickly. If you retreat too slowly, immediately attack the place next to it, which is the weakest place besides Lazy Guame. When it comes to professional knowledge, Wang Yuan listened very carefully. He is no longer a layman. In order to study the blood evil soul stealing formation, he learned a lot of formation knowledge from Duan Feng and Min Longayu. He still has no problem identifying the 2 directions. Everything is ready. Wang Yuan took a step forward and came to the highest point of the light curtain. Without any hesitation, he gathered the power of the blood and ki in his body, and a thin layer of bright energy covered his fist. Boom! A punch hit. Stimulated, the golden light curtain trembled instantly. A hazy golden light suddenly spread out. Its meaning is heavy, and its momentum is sharp. Wang Yuan's face changed drastically. Is this called being sharp but not being able to stretch? In a hurry, he retreated frantically. The hazy golden light, however, seemed to be a ferocious beast that was irritated, chasing him and biting him. If he was bitten, with the power of the formation, Wang Yuan would be severely injured in an instant. No. Can't avoid it. Use the force to fight the force. Attack the position of the Jin Palace Baguilazet. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Yuan turned sideways and slapped his palm, and the majestic force hit another part of the light curtain. Stimulated, another hazy golden light emerged. At this moment, the two golden lights touched each other and then disappeared into thin air. Wang Yuan quickly pulled back. On the deck of the flying boat, Luo Chen asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Wang Yuan's face rarely showed fear. "Isn't it said that this is a purely defensive formation? Why is the counterattack force so terrifying?" Luo Chen looked at Min Longyao. The other party had a smile on his face. He laughed. "The best defense is always offense. If there is no defensive formation that can counterattack, it can only be a passive turtle shell that takes a beating. Elder Wang, you should understand this principle very well." Wang Yuan was stunned. He remembered the mountain protection formation of Luo Xianhu. The seven-colored Anxia formation. The seven-color spears condensed on it are indeed unparalleled in attack, and it is easy to kill a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building. When he was stunned, Min Longyao pressed the compass with one hand. "President, I have a way to break the formation." Luo Chen's eyes lit up instantly. "How to break it?" "Break the formation with the formation. It will be broken in 7 days at the latest." Inside the Shenggong sect, hundreds of monks were divided into several teams, patrolling day and night. There were also 21 late-stage key refining monks, sitting in a triangle behind one person. That person was the great elder of the Shenggong sect. It was because of his personal leadership and the assistance of the 21 monks that the copper wall iron wall formation could operate all the time. Fei Chengqiu came from outside. Before he arrived, his laughter came in. "Great elder, you are worthy of being the #1 formation master of our Shenggong sect. The outside world has spread rumors about how great Wang Yuan was in breaking the formation alone, but he almost died at your hands." Fei Chengqiu stood in front of the great elder, his face showing joy. "In my opinion, the people of Luo Xianhu are all people who don't live up to their reputation." The great elder stroked his beard, and his old face was ruddy. "Master, you are too kind. I just borrowed the power of the formation, it's nothing." Fei Chengqiu waved his hand. "No need to be modest. After these few days of testing, how long do you think we can hold on with this formation?" Luo Xianhu is tentatively attacking the formation, and the Shenggong sect, are taking this opportunity to evaluate the strength of Luo Xianhu. The elder put away his smile and hesitated. "The Fire Spirit Lord has not yet made a move, so I can't judge the specifics. But if the current attack strengthens, I can at least hold on for half a year." "Half a year?" Fei Chengqiu thought for a while. "Enough. Even if Luo Chen attacks with all his strength, this time can last at least 3 or 4 months. Such a long time is enough for some people to think about it." He doesn't believe that Luo Chen will always focus on this. Maybe after Wang Yuan failed to break the formation, the other party has begun to retreat. If he seizes this opportunity and contacts the outside world more, he may be able to reverse the situation and force Luo Xianhu to withdraw. Just when Fei Chengqiu was enjoying his fantasy, a disciple outside the sect urgently asked to see him. "Master, Luo Tian will make unusual moves." Fei Chengqiu's face changed slightly, and he hurried out. After a while, he stood at the commanding height of Shenggongmen, looking at the situation outside. One after another, the figures no longer tried to attack the formation. Instead, they walked around busily in an open space in the east direction. "What are they doing?" On a small mound, Luo Chen looked at the busy construction site in front. Min Longyao was giving orders, directing everyone to use spiritual power to carve special terrain. And from the storage bag, he took out a large number of formation flags and some strange stones. Luo Chen asked curiously, "What are those stones?" Min Longyao turned around and explained, "The construction of a large-scale formation often requires the help of the power of mountains and rivers. In some special cases, there is no suitable terrain for the formation. In this case, we, the formation masters, have to use our own means to temporarily build the required terrain. The ancient great powers usually use the 5th level forbidden breaking stone and the 4th level mountain and river stone to build. I naturally don't have these, so I use the most common 2nd level material, the 5 element stone." As he spoke, He handed Luo Chen a stone. This is a material with obvious traces of human manufacturing. Luo Chen just touched it and found a strong fire spirit. Huh? Rubbing the material, Luo Chen was surprised to find that it actually contained some of the material of the original spirit stone ore. When he was curious, the formation construction never stopped for a moment. Min Longyao also explained to Luo Chen the information about the large formation to be arranged. According to his various tests, he concluded that the copper wall and iron wall formation of the Shangongmen had an imbalance of earth and too much gold. In response to this situation, he wanted to set up a formation called the 9-turn flame dragon. A pure fire attack second-level formation. Fire overcomes metal. With a 9-turn flame dragon, you can break a copper wall and an iron wall. For this, he asked Luo Chen for 500 middle-grade spirit stones as a source of energy, which is a huge sum of 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Not only that, he also used the incomplete magic weapon to travel around the 18 formation plates as the formation center to control the entire formation. One day and one night later, on the huge open space outside the Shangguan Gate, a large formation with ups and downs has been arranged. Many formation flags are inserted in all directions, and the flags are stretched with a breeze. Is it done? Luo Chen asked with concern, looking at Min Longyao walking towards him with excitement. Min Longyao showed his white teeth and smiled brightly. There is still one thing missing. Oh? What is it? If you need it, I will help you find it immediately. Luo Chen did his best to support Min Longyao. Not only to destroy the Shangguang sect, but also because as they could not break the formation for a long time, the cultivators of Xianlin Immortal City had gradually gathered here. They were watching this place from a distance of 7 or 8 miles. Even Luo Chen found that someone had set up a stall on the main road to sell spiritual fruits and spiritual wine. This was just watching the show. It is conceivable that if it continues to drag on, there might be someone inside who would have evil intentions and go to destroy the Luo Chen society's nest. Min Longyao also knew this, so when he asked for something, he was not shy. President, I want your magic flying sword. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Mysterious fire sword. Yes. Min Longyao pointed to the formation that had not yet been activated, and said bluntly, after all, it is just a hastily arranged formation with limited power. Therefore, I need a treasure that can really suppress the formation, and use it as the center of the formation. Both for suppression and to increase the power of the formation. After these days of intensive study, Luo Chen also had a sufficient understanding of the formation. Restrictions, array base, array energy source, array flag, array plate, array center, and even array eye, etc. If a large array wants to be strong enough, the array base must be solid enough. The energy supply must be sufficient. The array center must be flexible and changeable enough. The array eye is the most important. Many times, when a large array is broken, it is the array eye that is broken, which will reveal a gap. Therefore, for a strong array, the array eye itself must be strong enough, which is why the large array often connects the mountains and rivers. If it is impossible to connect the mountains and rivers, it is necessary to use a powerful enough treasure to suppress the empty array eye. Whoosh! Luo Chen stretched out his hand and a red long sword fell into his hand. Seeing this sword, Min Longyao's eyes lit up. I will suppress the large array with a Zhuanhe sword, and then control the center with his Haoyao 18 array plate, combined with the 9-turn flame dragon array. Breaking this copper wall and iron wall should be easy. He took the Zhuanhe sword and explored it slightly. An extremely brilliant smile appeared on his face. Although this sword is only the most common low-grade magic weapon, it does not have any special power. It just puts all its power into amplifying the output of fire-type spiritual power. Wang Heichao bought this thing at all costs. He was really out of his mind. Wang Heichao practiced pure water-type skills. But it was really unwise to spend a lot of money to buy a fire-type magic weapon. But at that time, this magic weapon was not for his own use. So, it was not considered out of his mind. President, your magic weapon seems to be quite good. Luo Chen smiled modestly. It's okay, just barely. Min Longyao held the Zhuanhe sword and suddenly said, this 9-turn flame dragon formation, although it is a purely offensive formation, it also contains the meaning of refining. Refining is originally an attribute of attack. Luo Chen didn't understand what he meant by mentioning this. President, if your soul is strong enough, then after the formation is opened, You can use part of the power of the formation to forcibly sacrifice this sword. If you succeed, it may help you master this treasure more perfectly. As soon as these words came out, Luo Chen was shocked. The 9-turn flame dragon formation actually has such an effect? He immediately asked Min Longayu for the method of sacrificing magic treasures. Of course, this was just an extra move. The real goal is to break the formation. When everything was ready, Min Longayu climbed onto the high platform. Under his feet was a formation with flags flying, 5 element stones, and spiritual stones emitting abundant spiritual energy. 2 miles ahead was the golden light curtain. He held the sword in both hands and threw it back under the attention of everyone. The Zuanhao sword emitted a red light and was heavily inserted at the end of the formation. The formation starts. At some point, he had sat cross-legged, and a huge formation plate had been unfolded in front of him. There were some broken parts in it, but it emitted hundreds of thousands of terrifying and complex restrictions of different sizes. Under the traction of the center, all the flags in the formation moved without wind. At the key nodes in the formation, the middle-grade spirit stones trembled together, and then large amounts of spiritual energy surged out. There were also hundreds of 5-element teams, divided into 5 directions, and under the mobilization of Min Longayu, they injected their spiritual power into the formation. At the moment the formation was formed, there was a faint sound of dragon roaring. At this moment, countless people in the outside world were paying attention to all this. Luo Chen and Wang Yuan separated into 2 positions to protect the formation. Min Longayu was in the middle, and the excitement in his eyes became more and more blazing. Suddenly, he raised his hand. 9 turns of the flame dragon, listen to my command. 1 turn, the crouching dragon comes out of the mountain. A loud shout sounded. The next moment, countless spiritual powers gathered, and a huge fire dragon that was dozens of feet long came out of the formation. Its body was empty and not condensed, and no scales were seen. But its head was prominent and extremely majestic. Go! With Min Longayu's order, the huge fire dragon spewed flames and rushed towards the golden light curtain without looking back. Chapter 296, Refining Magical Treasures, The Arrival of the Great Monk. Boom! A deafening roar exploded instantly when the flame dragon collided with a golden curtain. The sound was heard hundreds of miles away. Even in Xianlan Fairy City, it was clearly heard. The sound was like a dragon's roar, like thunder, and like the sound of metal colliding. The explosion was like the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth. Countless cultivators stopped what they were doing at that moment and looked in this direction. There were also rays of light flying towards this side from all directions. Luo Chen was in the middle of the explosion and felt it the most. Is this the power of the formation? The power of that attack just now was almost as strong as my full-strength mountain collapse technique. People in the world say that among the 100 arts of cultivating immortals, such as alchemy, formation, instrument, talisman, puppet beast, and vein planting, alchemy is the first, formation is the second, instrument is the third, and talisman is the last. No one in the world would object to putting alchemy in the first place. But casting instruments is ranked after formations, which often causes controversy. Because magic tools and treasures are used by every cultivator, and their frequency is no less than that of elixirs. Why should formations be ranked before casting tools? For this reason, it is not that no one has disrupted the order and listed them as elixir formations. But these operations are just a joke in front of the real big sects. Formations are ever-changing. Its uses are unimaginable. Training battles, defensive attacks, circle spirit assistance, etc., are everywhere. Even in the eyes of the great masters of formations, the world is nothing but the laws of heaven and earth evolved into formations, which outline the trend of mountains and rivers, lakes and seas. At this moment, in Luo Chen's eyes, he felt at close range how terrifying the formation is when it is prepared in advance. The attack just now was only the first turn of the flame dragon's 9 turns. This one is enough to match his most lethal means at present. If it really reaches the power of the 9th turn, how powerful will it be? Crossing the middle stage of foundation building? The late stage of foundation building? Or, with the power of the 2nd level formation, can he unleash an attack that is infinitely close to or even comparable to that of a giant stage cultivator? Luo Chen couldn't estimate it. He just looked at Min Longayu's back with a little more attention. This subordinate who changed sides in the middle of the battle and joined his side became more and more useful after building his foundation. Whether it was the Battle of Dangsha Defense or the Battle of Refining Jingjiao Fort alone, he was constantly showing his potential. Now, the strong attack on Shen Guangmin has even more vividly demonstrated his advantages. It's not in vain that I spent so much effort on him. After sighing, Luo Chen restrained his shock. He didn't look forward to the next attack like others. Instead, he released his spiritual consciousness and slowly drilled into the 9-turn flame dragon formation. Soon, he found the magic weapon that suppressed the center of the formation. Zuanhuo Sword. His magic flying sword has been sacrificed for more than 5 or 6 years. Luo Chen is confident that if he uses Zuanhuo Sword now, both the number of times and the power will far exceed Wang Heichao's back then. Even among the same level, he can use his full strength to activate it more than 5 times. And each time, he can exert 40% of the power of this magic weapon. This is far more than the best magic weapon, blood-inherited magic weapon, and even the talisman that contains 30% of the power of magic weapon. In the Battle of the Foundation building period, it can be called a great killer. However, crossing a major realm and activating a magic weapon, even if it is just the lowest grade magic weapon, is extremely difficult for the Foundation building true cultivator. Although the power is great, the consumption is also great. And it is not flexible and varied enough. Luo Chen is still more accustomed to using nearly instantaneous spells and best magic weapons to fight the enemy. Therefore, he did not use magic weapons in the Battle of Qinhu River. It is definitely not to look down on the 3 brothers of the Hu family and Wei Tuo. Min Longai once said that if I use the remaining power of this great formation to sacrifice magic weapons, I can save decades of work. If it is true, it is enough to look forward to it. Luo Chen immediately sat cross-legged. According to a small restriction taught by Min Longai, he transformed the restriction with spiritual consciousness. Originally, the formation still had some repulsion towards him, and issued warning dragon roars from time to time. But after the spiritual consciousness was transformed into a forbidden state, the entire formation seemed to have recognized him and regarded him as a part of the formation. Sure enough, because the eye of the formation was suppressed by the Zuanhuo sword that I had been refining for many years, it naturally did not repel me so much. With a dragon transformation band covering it up, I can become a part of the formation. With thoughts flowing in his mind, Luo Chen's spiritual consciousness entered the Zuanhuo sword. At this moment, he seemed to have become a sword spirit. And in the operation of the formation, he seemed to have become a formation spirit. The dragon transformation ban is indeed an extremely mysterious ban. Luo Chen sighed and stopped wasting time. He activated the Zuanhuo sword and began to slowly absorb the free fire spirit energy nearby. With a continuous influx of fire spirit energy, his identity as a sword spirit and a formation spirit was vaguely integrated into one. In his mind, he became more and more familiar with the control of the Zuanhuo sword. Horizontal ellipsis. While Luo Chen was using the power of the formation to refine his magic weapon, Min Longaiu's attack on Shen Guangmin became more and more fierce. One turn was just a test. On the first day, he had already raised the power of the formation to the 3rd turn. At this moment, the power of the flame dragon's bursting formation was already at the late stage of foundation building. The golden formation that protected Shen Guangmin was no longer as stable as it was at the beginning. With each impact, golden ripples continued to bloom. On the 2nd day, Min Longaiu directly raised the formation to the 4th turn. The condensed flame dragon even had a half-real and half-real scale prototype. The intensity of the attack at this moment was so high that it shocked countless onlookers. Even the passers-by were shocked, and the interior of Shen Guangmin was naturally not much better. When Fei Changqiu entered the central hall of the formation, the elder was muttering anxiously and urgently. How is it possible? Why is this happening? Fei Changqiu looked unhappy. He asked, Grand Elder, what's wrong with you? The Grand Elder came back to his senses and looked a little panicked. Every attack of the Luo Xianhu is more powerful than the late foundation building cultivators. So what? Fei Changqiu frowned. Didn't I say before that even if the late foundation building cultivators come here to attack, we can still hold out for several months? It's different, it's different. The Grand Elder muttered to himself and suddenly raised his head. There is a master of formation inside the other side. It's not just as simple as breaking it with force. He also integrated the 5 elements of life and death. Now he is using fire to overcome cold, and he is trying to refine my iron wall. Fei Changqiu's face changed drastically. But in his heart, He still had a fluke. When we asked someone to set up this formation, didn't we consider the life and death and specially arrange the two attributes of gold and earth? Fire can overcome gold, but it is not so simple to overcome earth. On the contrary, based on the power of mountains and rivers, the iron wall can counter the power of fire. Unexpectedly, the elder laughed bitterly. It has changed, everything has changed. There has never been an eternal formation in this world. My Shangang sect is mainly engaged in casting. Every year when we repair the formation, we add too many gold-attributed minerals to increase the counterattack power. Now, the power of gold has long been dominant, and the balance between gold and earth is no longer there. Fei Changqiu opened his mouth wide. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. The elder's words continued. The opponent's formation master found our shortcomings, so he laid the purest fire formation. Now, it's just the beginning. Half a year. I'm afraid we can't hold on for 7 days. 7 days? This was Min Longgaiu's initial estimate. But if you were to calculate it now, it wouldn't take 7 days at all. Although the guild leader's Zhuanghe sword is not of high grade, it can increase the power of fire quite well. I didn't take this factor into account when calculating the time before. Now, I only need 5 days. 5 days. Min Longgaiu's eyes flashed with brilliant light, and he kept mobilizing the power of the formation. On the 3rd day, the 5th transformation of the flame dragon. On the 4th day, the 6th transformation of the flame dragon. On the morning of the 5th day, Luo Chen, who is immersed in the ritual of refining magic weapons, suddenly woke up from the dark. He suddenly raised his head and looked to the southeast. A beam of light flew from a distance at a high speed. When the light gradually faded, the scattered cultivators who had been watching all night burst into discussion. White beard and long eyebrows, red face and ears, uncast iron sword, using ki to control the sword. Isn't this Zuo Song, the head of the Iron Sword Hall? Senior Zuo, do you think you can call him by his name? Be careful. Isn't this the first late-stage foundation building cultivator to come here to watch the battle in these days? Why did he come here? Is he going to? Just as everyone was talking, Luo Chen moved and leaped into the sky like a rock spreading its wings. Dao, the distance to watch the battle ends here. Zuo Song stopped, and qi circulated all over his body. The huge broadsword under his feet trembled faintly. He is a sword cultivator, but not a traditional sword cultivator. He controls the sword with ki, not the way of turning a sword pill into a sword. He looked at Luo Chen and forced a smile on his face. Lord Holing, you should show mercy when you can. Why do you have to kill him? Luo Chen looked at him coldly. Since you didn't show up in the past few days, why do you have to wade into this muddy water today? Zuo Song's face froze. He couldn't say that Fei Changqiu promised better conditions in the voice transmission. Just as he was speechless and looking for an excuse, 2 more escape lights flew from behind. When the escape lights dissipated, the surroundings broke out again. Is that Fairy Yazi? She is here too. Is she here to plead for Shangongmen? Fairy Yazi has always had a wide range of friends. Maybe she has a good relationship with the leader of Shangongmen. The person being discussed by everyone was tall and had an extremely slender waist. Her skin was like white jade and her breath was like fire mushrooms. Before she came to him, there was an extremely rich fragrance that was fragrant. Luo Chen sniffed and held his breath with a method of tortoise breathing. He knew this woman. He had met her twice before. The former owner of cave number 17 Ling Yazi. It was really surprising that she could live in a 2nd level upper grade cave at the 6th level of foundation building. You know, the other party is not the elder of a cultivation family, nor is he affiliated with any big power, and it is unknown what skills the other party has. But he can support the consumption of the top grade cave. In his spare time, he asked Chu Kui about the other party's origin. The answer he got once made him dumbfounded. When the other party was in the early stage of foundation building, he had a relationship with a master of fragrance, one of the 3 great golden elixir masters of Bigu Palace. After the master of fragrance left, he left her with a lot of cultivation resources, so she was able to practice to the middle stage of foundation building in one breath. Even as a casual cultivator, and not on the late stage, she rented an expensive top-grade cave. Moreover, with the help of the name of the master of fragrance, the other party also mixed like a fish in water in Xianlan Fairy City. She can be called a socialite in Xianlan. What surprised Luo Chen was that the master of fragrance was rumored to be a female cultivator. The two of them. Luo Chen, there is no need to be so excessive. We are all practicing in Xianlan. If we look up, we will see each other. Ling Yazi said. Although her words were fair and peaceful, her tone was somewhat arrogant. Luo Chen glanced at her and pulled the corner of his mouth. Zuo Song, a great late-stage foundation-building cultivator, was still friendly and respectful to him as Lord Fire Spirit, but you just call him by his name. He snorted coldly and turned his head to look at the last person who arrived. It turned out to be another great late-stage foundation-building cultivator. What's the name of this fellow Taoist? The visitor was haggard, and his hands were like ghost claws, extremely eye-catching. He said lightly, "Hello, fellow Taoist Luo, my humble name is Luo Feng. Also surnamed Luo." Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, but is it fellow Taoist Luo Feng from Luoshifang? That's me. Luo Feng clasped his fists to show courtesy. Luo Chen was silent for a while after sweeping his eyes over the three people. He didn't expect that when the great formation was about to be broken, Fei Changqiu could directly invite two late-stage foundation-building cultivators, plus a female cultivator of the 6th level of foundation building. Is this the network that has been operating in Xiancheng for 100 years? While he was silent, the three people on the opposite side also carefully looked at everything around them. Zuo Song, who was carrying an iron sword, looked past Luo Chen and looked at the formation behind him. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Faintly, he had regrets in his heart. However, seeing that Luo Feng had come, he felt relieved. Two late-stage foundation-building cultivators should make the other party retreat. And what Zuo Song paid was just a few words. Luo Feng, like him, also glanced at the formation obscurely. It was almost activated to the extreme, enough to threaten their late-stage foundation-building cultivators. Only Ling Yazi had a livid face. In the conversation just now, Luo Chen was the only one who didn't reply to her. This was a naked disregard. When she thought of the country bumpkin she looked down on at the beginning, now he dared to be so contemptuous of her in public. She, who had always been arrogant, was really burning with anger. She suddenly didn't want to make peace. Let's fight. With two late foundation-building masters, plus her, it will be easy to kill Luo Chen. Suddenly, Luo Chen raised his head and looked at the three people. You suddenly came to mediate for Shangongmen. I guess you didn't come for friendship. I wonder what benefits the other party promised you. Facing this question, Luo Feng did not hide it. A long-term business, plus a foundation-building pill. That's all. Luo Chen was speechless. Luo Feng nodded, that's all. After he finished speaking, he casually said, I heard that your association also has a large number of foundation-building pills, and there is also a casting business in the association. My Luoshifang has a mine. If Luo Xianhu agrees to cooperate with my Luo family and provides a foundation-building pill, I can leave now. Luo Chen smiled. Are you here to take advantage of the fire? He didn't answer, but looked at the other two. Zuo Song laughed heartily and said, What Fei Changqiu promised me was just a piece of ore. What kind of ore could make him rush over after not paying attention to it for several days? Luo Chen finally looked at Ling Yazi. Under his gaze, Ling Yazi's face was a little unnatural. It's just a few spiritual stones, why bother asking so much? After getting the details of the conditions promised by Shangongmen, Luo Chen was relieved. It turned out that it was not a stable relationship. It was just a transaction of interests. In this case, Luo Chen smiled grimly and said without looking back, Min Longgao, launch a general attack. As soon as the words fell, a 100-foot-long flame dragon roared out. Under the stunned and angry expressions of the three people, it crashed into the dazzling golden light curtain. Flame Dragon, 8th transformation. Endless red flames turned into a flame dragon and plunged into the light curtain. Chapter 297, Break the formation and repel the enemy. So why is there a dangerous wall? Under the powerful spiritual energy explosion, the iron wall formation that had been attacked for several days, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, seemed to melt like golden iron, and turned into streams of golden liquid. The formation was broken. Inside the canyon hall, the elder of the Shangguang sect had a look of despair in his eyes. Bang! 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 Beside him, the late-stage key refining monks who assisted him exploded and died at the same time. After many days of manipulating the formation, they had already connected themselves with the formation. At this moment, the formation was broken and the people died. It's my turn. The elder of the Shenguang sect laughed bitterly and looked at the familiar face that flashed out of the door. Master, goodbye. The last word goodbye was not finished. The terrifying backlash power instantly washed over his body. Bang! A puff of blood mist filled the hall. Fei Changqiu's pupils shook violently, and his spiritual power surged. He stretched out his hand and a baking furnace appeared in front of him. Holding the furnace with one hand, the whole person soared into the sky. Luo Chen, accept your fate. How dare you? Bold. Not right. Faced with Luo Chen's sudden action, Zuo Song and the other two were stunned. When the lifelike flame dragon of 100 feet broke through the iron wall, Zuo Song and Ling Yazi shouted angrily. However, Luo Chen treated them coldly. The formation behind him suddenly changed direction, and a terrifying spiritual energy began to gather continuously. 3 Taoist friends, my formation still has the 9th turn. Think twice before you act. Min Longaiu's voice rolled out. It was like a huge bell, echoing in all directions. When he spoke, the terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations had faintly reached the 9th level of foundation building. Its momentum was extremely terrifying. Zuo Song and Luo Fen changed color at the same time. Ling Yazi was even more pale. At this time, Fei Changqiu's angry voice rang out in the Grand Canyon like an explosion. Luo Chen, accept your fate. Luo Chen suddenly turned around and looked. 10 miles away, Fei Changqiu held a huge furnace in one hand and rushed towards him unstoppably. Luo Chen smiled grimly. Come on. He didn't care about the 3 people behind him, and flew towards Fei Changqiu with his sleeves waving. When passing by the Yanlong Jiazian formation, he stretched out his hand. It was as if he had pulled out something. The next moment, the Zuanhou sword rang and turned into a sky-high fire meteor. There was a piercing sonic boom and rumble. The air became extremely distorted, as if it was going to be burned to ashes by this fire meteor. Go! Luo Chen put his fingers together like a sword, and the fire meteor instantly crossed the distance and rushed to the front. Whoosh! Fei Changqiu threw the furnace out with one hand, and the mighty spiritual power fluctuations surged forward. This attack, he did not hold back. With the strength of the 4th level of foundation building, the power of the magic weapon's Hengyang furnace was stimulated to its current extreme. Not seeking to kill Luo Chen. He only wanted to catch Luo Chen by surprise and make them both lose. Once that kind of scene happened, the 3 people he invited would certainly not be able to hold back. Only then would he have the chance to survive. Seeing that the fire meteor was about to collide with the oven, but in just a moment, the fire meteor strangely and flexibly bypassed the oven magic weapon. In Fei Changqiu's horrified eyes, it pierced into his chest. The more unreserved, the bigger the flaw exposed. As the 4th level of foundation building, he had not fought for a long time in the years of peace. On the contrary, Luo Chen rose from all kinds of large and small battles along the way. Especially, the degree of sacrifice and refinement of the Zuanhou sword today has changed drastically compared to before. The violent fire spirit spewed out, destroying his body crazily. He looked forward unwillingly. Will he be injured too? Under his gaze, Luo Chen and Wang Yuan attacked together, and with their strong physique and profound cultivation, they took his desperate attack. Behind them, Zuo Song and the other 2 watched coldly, as if indifferent. Bang! The fire meteor pierced the plaque of the hall, revealing the long sword body in Fei Changqiu, who died with his eyes open after being pierced through the chest. Luo Chen groaned and smashed the furnace magic weapon to the ground. Wang Yuan looked at him with concern. Although the attack just now was taken by the 2 of them together. But he had a way to release the force, but Luo Chen did not. Are you okay? Luo Chen took a deep breath, suppressed the depression in his heart, and then waved his hand. Next, the matter of Sheng Guangmin will be left to you. After saying that, he did not wait for Wang Yuan to respond, and flew straight towards Zuo Song and the other 2. As he flew, the Zuanhou sword behind him flew back to him like a young swallow returning to its nest. Such a smart way of controlling the magic weapon fell into Zuo Song's eyes, and his heart trembled again. How is it possible? He is only in the middle stage of foundation building, but he can control magic weapons so skillfully. How much must he have practiced? He had more than one person who thought so. Luo Feng also looked solemn at this moment. As Luo Chen stepped forward step by step, Ling Yazi's face turned pale and she stepped back subconsciously. When Luo Chen faced the 3 people again, the situation was completely different from before. The person who traded with him was already dead. "Three of you, please go back," Luo Chen said in a deep voice. His face was not hurried, as if he had just crushed a small insect to death with a sword before. Luo Fen was silent for a moment, then nodded to him. Without any nonsense, he left. Ling Yazi looked at Luo Chen hatefully and was unwilling to leave. As expected of Lord Ho Ling. Zuo Song suddenly laughed. "Such a thunderbolt method really opened my eyes." Luo Chen pulled the corner of his mouth. "It's not as mysterious as the sword-controlling key of fellow Taoist Zuo." "No, no." Zuo Song waved his hand. "Every cultivator can control the sword with key. I just studied it a little more deeply." Luo Chen didn't say anything, just looked at him. Zuo Song glanced at the formation below that was still ready to go, and finally sighed. Forget it, forget it. Before leaving, he couldn't help it. "Lord Ho Ling, about that piece of ore. Wait until I have dealt with a lot of things, then come and discuss it." Luo Chen knew that he should not hide a smiling person. Although the other party had tried to kill him, that was based on the fact that Fei Chengqiu promised him a lot of benefits. This is a different time. If there is a chance, Luo Chen will certainly not let the other party go. But now, it is better not to tear the face. No matter what, the other party is at least a late-stage foundation-building cultivator. Zuo Song thought about it, took a deep look at the direction of Shangongmen, and finally left. Luo Chen stood in midair, watching the three people leave from a distance, until they were 100 miles away. The string in his heart finally relaxed completely. "Min Longgao, retreat." As soon as the voice fell, the fiery red formation that originally covered the ground suddenly dissipated as if ice and snow melted. Everywhere you look, it's a mess. Hundreds of formation flags have spontaneously ignited without wind and turned into ashes. The hundreds of late-stage key refining cultivators brought by Luo Chen seemed to have lost their support at this moment, and they all collapsed on the ground in a mess. The 500 middle-grade spirit stones before had already turned into powder. The 300 middle-grade spirit stones that Luo Chen added later were also lacking in spiritual energy, and there were few left. In order to support this formation, this battle alone consumed 800 middle-grade spirit stones. If converted into low-grade spirit stones, it would be more than 80,000. This is not to mention other losses. Wars are always fought for resources. And in the center of the formation, Min Longgao held the 18 formation plate in his hand, his face extremely pale. He was sweating all over his body, as if he had just been fished out of the water. Seeing this, Luo Chen said, "Thank you for your hard work." Min Longgao forced a smile. "It's not hard work, after all, I was too reluctant. I wanted to control the 9 revolutions of the Flame Dragon at the initial stage of foundation building, but I didn't expect it to be so difficult. I have done a good job." Luo Chen comforted. Indeed. In this battle, Min Longgao made great contributions and did an impeccable job. Not only did he break the copper wall iron wall formation, he even used his remaining power to pretend that he could activate the 9th revolution, which temporarily frightened the 2 late foundation building masters. "President, what about now?" "It's okay, don't worry about this, someone will come to deal with it." Luo Chen did not look at Wang Yuan's actions. Instead, he looked into the distance and saw a high-grade flying boat rushing towards this side at lightning speed. On the flying boat, a beautiful figure was looking at this side with a nervous expression. Soon, the flying boat was about to arrive. The figure flew towards Luo Chen before the flying boat stopped. "President, Wei Niang is late." When she looked anxious, Luo Chen clasped his hands and saluted from a distance. "Congratulations to Taoist Sima for building the foundation, and there is a time for the Great Road." Sima Wei Niang was stunned in place, and the fluctuations of her spiritual power, which had just entered the foundation building period, were extremely obvious. Then, she smiled. Sima Wei Niang also congratulates Taoist Luo for defeating the Shengguang sect and making the name of Luo Tian famous. Haha. The two smiled at each other, and everything was said without words. The work of cleaning the battlefield and carrying the spoils took a full day and night. The Luo Xian who did not make things difficult for the disciples of the Shengguang sect. After a simple search, they were allowed to leave freely. Their high-level people were all destroyed. The remaining people were mostly in the early and middle stages of key refining. There are few people in the late stage of key refining occasionally, but they are not a big deal. Sometimes, it is not appropriate to kill them all. The reason why Luo Chen is so unscrupulous is that it has done this several times in a short period of time. First, it has a legitimate reason. Second, it has the support of the giant ice castle. If it goes too far, it will be criticized even if there is a legitimate reason. On the contrary, while taking revenge with iron blood, leaving a little room for low-level cultivators will not give people a pretext. Min Longyu and the 100 late-stage key refining cultivators were taken back to Dangshi Peak by Wang Yuan on the first day. The only ones left are Luo Chen and Sima Wei Niang, the two leaders of Luo Chen. On the Lanqi flying boat, Luo Chen played with a crystal-clear ore with a look of surprise on his face. If he was not mistaken, this should be a Tongsun Xianjing. This thing is not of high grade. It is only the 4th grade. Well, it is already very high. But the mystery of this thing lies in the word Tongsun. According to the information Luo Chen learned from a classic book, this thing is one of the most suitable mineral materials for casting. The characteristics of Tongsun allow it to communicate with each other and integrate various materials with different properties. This alone is enough to make most casting masters ecstatic. Not only that, Tongsun Xianjing even has a little growth potential. If it is used as the main material to cast the life magic weapon, it can even increase the upper limit of the magic weapon. In addition, Tongsun Xianjing, as a 4th level mineral material, has many wonderful uses. Ventilation, melting, spiritual absorption, pollution removal, etc. How to use it specifically depends on the intention of the casting master. No wonder Zuo Song is so eager for this item. He is good at controlling the sword with ki, but the flying sword magic weapon is not something that a foundation building cultivator can perfectly control. If this item is added, it may be able to increase the upper limit of the magic weapon's control by 10% or 20%. But for me, there is no such need for the time being. Luo Chen held a Tongsun Xianjing, thought about it, and then treasured it in the depths of the storage bag. The greatest value of this item is not to increase the power of the magic weapon. That is too short-sighted. It is the most appropriate use to use it as the main material of the life magic weapon. While Luo Chen was thinking, footsteps were heard outside the door. Then, Sima Wei Niang walked in. She looked at Luo Chen and couldn't help but said helplessly, "President, you are taking too much risk. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. How can you treat 2 great cultivators in the late stage of foundation building as nothing?" Faced with this accusation, Luo Chen smiled. Why is there a dangerous wall? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298, A Kind and Graceful Heart? No, a lofty ambition. How can there be a dangerous city? Sima Wei Niang was puzzled. 2 late foundation building masters, plus a 6th level foundation building master, were watching covetously from the side. Isn't this considered a dangerous city? Luo Chen smiled slightly and pointed in the direction of Xianlan. In the next 10 years, Bingbao will still be in charge of the fairy city. Sima Wei Niang was shocked when he said this. If this is a certain thing, then there is indeed no danger. Especially from the meaning of Luo Chen's words, he also got the full support of Bingbao. In this case, these late-stage great monks who still want to stay in Xianlan Fairy City naturally can't offend Luo Chen too much. She just came out of retreat, and through her subordinates, she only knew some things on the surface. This kind of inside story, she didn't know. Luo Chen smiled and said, "Besides, I don't have any fundamental conflict of interest with him. The conditions promised by Fei Changqiu are all illusions before they are obtained. In this case, with the deterrence of the 9-turn flame dragon formation, they will naturally not tear their faces with me." After saying this, Sima Wei Niang completely understood. No wonder the president was so confident. He faced 2 great monks alone without panic. He even killed Fei Changqiu in front of the 3 of them. The president is smart. Wei Niang is worrying too much? Luo Chen shook his head. It was just a little information gap. Instead, he looked at the other party and frowned. You have just completed the foundation building. Why are you in a hurry to leave Xianlan Peak instead of consolidating your realm? Sima Wei Niang said helplessly, I have only been in seclusion for a short half a month, and so many things have happened in Luo Chen. How can I be at ease to stabilize my realm? She thought that she had just completed the foundation building. No one came to greet her, and the door was deserted. Before she had time to find someone to express her inner joy, she heard about the things that happened in Luo Chen recently. One by one, powerful enemies who built their foundations, one battle after another, and the mountains were broken and the clans were destroyed again and again. There were also countless resources piled up on Dangsha Peak, which made people jealous and shocked. She couldn't sit still. She knew that at this time, Luo Chen and Luo Chen needed her the most. Therefore, she gave up on stabilizing her realm first and left Xianlin Peak without any hesitation. Especially after learning that Luo Chen had led people to attack Shengongmen for 8 days, he brought a group of people and headed straight for Shengongmen. Fortunately, everything went well. President, regarding the harvest this time. Luo Chen raised his hand and interrupted her. Let's count it after we go back. Sima Wei Niang nodded. She knew that counting the harvest was extremely tedious and complicated, and Luo Chen never liked this aspect of things. But she still had to talk about the big aspects. What should we do with the 2 storage bags of the foundation building cultivators? These are storage bags with spiritual consciousness marks. Even if the owner has fallen, it will take a long time to unlock the mark. And it can't be a cultivator in the key refining stage. It must be a foundation building cultivator with spiritual consciousness. Generally, after a battle, among all kinds of spoils, the storage bags of the foundation building cultivators are often the first to be dealt with. Luo Chen did not hesitate, and he had a plan in mind. Min Longai has made great contributions in this battle. You can get other rewards later. First, give him the storage bag of the Great Elder of Shengongmen. It is said that he is also a formation master. I think he will like this reward. Sima Wei Niang nodded. She also heard that Min Longai has made great contributions in this period of time. In Luo Chen, he has been admired by countless cultivators. As for Fei Changqiu's storage bag, give it to me first, and I will crack it. At this point, Luo Chen paused. He looked at Sima Wei Niang and said meaningfully, it is said that there are foundation building pills in it, and there are more than one. Sima Wei Niang nodded subconsciously. But then, she realized something was wrong. Luo Chen did not elaborate and let her go out first. After she went out, Luo Chen took out the Zhuanghe sword. This magic weapon is not that powerful. At least, the evaluation of others on it is far inferior to the Xianyu purple gold wheel that Mi Shuhe took at the beginning. Compared with the magic weapons of other famous foundation building true cultivators, it has no advantage. But now Luo Chen is confident that if he fights with opponents of the same level, he can have a great advantage in using magic weapons. If there is a progress bar for refining magic weapons, then I have only reached about 40% at most before. After going through the 9-turn flame dragon formation, I have increased the progress of refining to about 60% in one go. This progress is already extraordinary. It means that Luo Chen can exert 60% of the power of this sword when his spiritual power is sufficient. You should know that even a great cultivator in the late stage of foundation building can only exert 70% to 80% of the power of a magic weapon at most. Even so, it is still limited by the degree of his own spiritual power. Moreover, Luo Chen's control of this sword is more flexible and changeable. Unlike other foundation building cultivators who use magic weapons, they often go straight back and forth and threaten the enemy simply by violence and speed. But he can make some fine adjustments with his familiar control. This is more practical in battle. The best example is that he killed Fei Changqiu, who is also at the 4th level of foundation building, in a single encounter. It's really cool to use the formation to refine magic weapons. If I can continue to use the Flame Dragon 9 Revolutions formation. After imagining this wonderful thing, Luo Chen couldn't help laughing. How could such a good thing come from? In order to maintain the formation, this battle almost consumed all the middle-grade spirit stones he had accumulated for many years. In addition to Min Longayu's formation tools, the overall consumption is definitely more than 100,000. Even if he is a spendthrift, he can't take such a shortcut. 60% of the power is enough for his current use. Just this has saved him from decades of hard work. Rubbing his hand on the warm sword, Luo Chen's eyes seemed to become distant. Fighting, chaos, fame, and prestige. So far, it's enough. The next step is to digest all the gains this time. If it can be thoroughly digested, then both he and the overall strength of Luo Chen will rise to a huge level. If it is the previous situation, This digestion process may be very bumpy. You have to digest while being alert to unknown enemies. But now, it is confirmed that the Ice Castle will continue to be in charge of Xianlan Fairy City. It undoubtedly provides the most comfortable environment for him and Luo Xianhu. On the flying boat, Sima Wei Niang counted the spoils while looking for people to learn about the recent specific situation in detail. She didn't just want to understand how things developed. She also had to consider whether the family sects destroyed by Luo Xianhu would have other friendly forces with good relations, or hostile forces with poor relations. The impact of this war is far-reaching. The subsequent handling can no longer be as open and closed as during the war. It must be like cooking small fish, with just the right amount of oil, salt, sauce and vinegar, not too much, and not missing. How should Luo Xianhu contact those friendly forces that originally had good relations in the future? Should they continue to be hostile, or turn enemies into friends and convert them to the side of Luo Xianhu? And for the forces that originally had poor relations with Inhuman and Xianfeng, can Luo Xianhu take advantage of this opportunity to develop them into allies? Even if they are not allies, with this relationship, they can also have some business contacts. In the process of understanding the situation, Sima Wei Niang's mind would occasionally reflect Luo Chen's words. Is there more than one foundation building pill in Fei Chengqiu's storage bag? It is said. But the president hasn't opened the storage bag yet. She frowned slightly and stopped what she was doing. With the Shenggong sect rooted in Xianlan for 100 years, it is normal to have 1 or 2 foundation building pills as reserve resources. But there will never be too many. Why did the president say there are many? What he meant? Create a false impression to the outside world. Suddenly, Sima Wei Niang vaguely understood what Luo Chen meant. Give the outside world the illusion that Luo Xianhu has harvested many foundation-building spiritual medicines in this battle. In this way, it is natural for Luo Xianhu to continue to give birth to foundation-building true cultivators next. This guess is in line with Luo Chen's style of doing things. Whatever you do, you must lay the groundwork first. Whether it is attacking the Fu family and spreading rumors in advance, or before the Battle of Xiaohun Mountain, he connected with Nangong Jin and used interests to win over the Daijiang gang, the Li family, etc. Then the question is, the foreshadowing is in place. Will there really be many foundation-building cultivators in Luo Xianhu next? If you want to make a cultivator in the key refining stage break through the foundation-building stage, and it is a casual cultivator with poor qualifications, you must have sufficient foundation-building spiritual medicine. Sima Wei Niang, who has just completed the foundation building, has a deep understanding of this. Without Luo Chen's full support, how could she build the foundation this time so smoothly? But foundation-building spiritual medicines such as foundation-building pills are not so easy to get. The large-scale auction in Xiancheng is held once every 10 years. Although there are many foundation-building pills that flow out each time, they have to be shared with major forces. The foundation-building pills circulated in the black market are very popular. Often, they will be immediately sold at a high price when they are exposed. So, are they the large-scale markets under Xiancheng? But Luo Xianhu's hands are not that long. Unless the president has a unique channel to get a lot of foundation-building spiritual medicines. Inexplicably, Sima Wei Niang thought of this only explanation. President, we are going to Dangsha Peak. Su Xiaoliu's voice came from her ears. Sima Wei Niang came back to her senses from her trance. Looking at the Dangsha Peak, which was so close and full of vitality, Sima Wei Niang took a deep breath. I know what the president means. It's enough to spread it out. As for other details, it's not my place to go. After understanding her position, Sima Wei Niang no longer hesitated. She waved her hand. Prepare to land. On Dangsha Peak. The monks came and went, extremely busy. Although busy, everyone's face was filled with joy and happy smiles. Luo Xianhu won another battle. Although this battle took longer than the previous few times when the elders of the association broke the mountain and wiped out the sect, no one doubted the president's ability. Because this time, the attack was on a nearly intact small sect. The other side had a mid-stage foundation-building monk sitting in, a second-level defense formation guarding, and even invited 2 late-stage foundation-building monks and a 6th-level foundation-building monk to help. Even in this case, the president had not this hard bone. This feat, how exciting it is. After this battle, the monks of Luo Xianhu can go out with their backs straight. They can say to others, We in Luo Chen are not only good at earning spirit stones, but also never afraid of fighting. A figure went upstream in the busy crowd of monks. Wherever he passed, people would salute him from time to time and say, "Hello, Hall Master Sima. Thank you for your hard work, Hall Master." Sima Xian suppressed his anxiety and nodded one by one. Finally, he arrived at Huxin Hall. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw at least 5 high-level members of the association queuing up to report their work to Sima Weiyang. Among them was even Duan Feng, who was in the foundation building stage. Sima Xian suppressed his emotions and waited behind. Finally, after 2 hours, when everyone had dispersed, he anxiously stepped forward. "Hall Master Sima, is there anything?" Normally, Sima Weiyang would not address Sima Xian and Sima Wenji as relatives. She would always call them by their positions. Seeing her busy, Sima Xian said worriedly, "Second sister, you have just established your foundation, why are you busying yourself instead of consolidating your realm?" Hearing these worried words, Sima Weiyang smoothed her messy hair. She said, "Brother, is it just for such a small matter?" "This is not a small matter." Sima Xian said sternly, "This is a big matter related to your path." Path. Unexpectedly, hearing these 2 words, Sima Weiyang smiled. "Brother, you really think too highly of me. Do you think I can peek into a higher realm? Golden elixir? Nascent soul? Just based on my qualifications?" After a series of rhetorical questions, Sima Xian was speechless. Sima Weiyang stopped what she was doing and stood up from the desk. She had just established her foundation, and the spiritual power fluctuations of the foundation building period that could not be absorbed spread out from time to time. The higher realm made Sima Xian subconsciously frightened and retreated. Sima Weiyang smiled apologetically. She walked down the steps and slowly walked towards the outside of Huxin Hall. "Sometimes, we should be more sober. I am able to build a foundation, which is already a great favor from the president. Under such circumstances, how can I go further and covet more?" Sima Xian followed closely. He couldn't help but ask, "But how can there be so many buts?" Sima Weiyang wore a loose but decent Taoist robe, with her hair tied up high. Her originally beautiful face had become more majestic after many years of managing Luo Chen society. Now that she has built a foundation, her temperament is more unique, and there is a hint of nobleness. Sometimes, we should be self-aware. Wang Yuan admires the Great Way, so he can give up some power and interests and practice hard. Min Longyu has no other desire except the formation. What about me? Sima Weiyang stopped at the gate of Huxin Hall, overlooking the scenery below the mountain, and then slowly moved her eyes up to the Luo Chen Hall, which was higher than her Huxin Hall. "I have average talent, and I may never be able to advance to the late stage of foundation building in my lifetime. In that case, why should I spend so much time on cultivation? Thanks to the President's mercy, I have successfully built my foundation and can live an extra 200 years, which is a great blessing. Then, these extra 200 years should be spent on more meaningful things." Sima Xian didn't understand. Isn't what we cultivators seek the Great Way? Knowing that it is impossible, can't we work hard for it? Moreover, are the meaningful things you are talking about these trivial chores? Sima Weiyang glanced at him. Although chores are trivial, don't they have meaning? If I don't put my energy into these, do you think I can build my foundation so quickly? Sima Xian was once again speechless by his little sister's rebuttal. Yes. If Sima Weiyang hadn't shown enough excellent talents to manage Luo Chen in an orderly manner for Luo Chen. With her status as a latecomer, how could she have obtained foundation building resources in advance? You know, Gu Kie and Qin Liangzhen, 2 friends who have a closer relationship with Luo Chen, have not yet received the foundation building pill. My value to the president, lies in these trivial matters. He is a person who is devoted to the Great Way and has an extremely firm will. These things will hinder his practice. I have the obligation and responsibility to handle these things for him. Obligation? Responsibility? Sima Xian was thoughtful. She should be referring to the life-saving grace of that year. Even though Luo Chen never took the initiative to mention this matter, Sima Weiyang has been loyal all these years, and she also has a heart of repaying her gratitude. As a senior member of the Luo Chen, Duan Feng's realm progress was not as good as Sima Weiyang's. But the other party could spare a lot of time to practice. Sima Weiyang, however, devoted herself to the Luo Chen who, resulting in a step later than the other party to the great perfection of the key refining stage, and even several years later in the foundation building. But she never complained. Besides, big brother, you are worrying too much about whether my realm is stable. Sima Wei Niang could also understand Sima Xian's concern for her. She rarely showed a gentle smile to her family. Whether my realm is stable or not has nothing to do with the overall situation. If there is a battle, will I, the president of Luo Chen, go? Sima Xian opened his mouth to speak, but in the end he had nothing to say. If there is a real battle, he will go to the battlefield before Sima Wei Niang. It can even be said that in the face of an irresistible enemy, anyone in Luo Chen may die in advance, but Sima Wei Niang will definitely be the last one. While he was speechless, Sima Wei Niang suddenly spoke, "Tell the truth. I didn't plan to retreat for half a year to consolidate my realm. Now Luo Chen is in the most important period in history. If you don't stand in my position, you don't know how important this period is. So many resources, so many industries, each of which has the potential to make a family prosperous. If Luo Chen can digest all these things, we will definitely be promoted to a big level. Given a certain amount of time, I am even confident that I can develop Luo Chen into the first force in Xianlan Fairy City, second only to the Jiandan sect. Even if you look at the Yuding domain, it will be one of the best forces at the foundation building level." As she spoke more and more, her face actually had a bit of fanaticism. There was even a flame called ambition burning in the black eyes. Sima Xian opened his mouth wide. He had never seen such an expression on his little sister's face. It was a feeling that often only appeared in male leaders, who had great ambitions for their careers. The little sister who accompanied them all over the country and was always calculating and calculating, suddenly had such a huge change. It really caught him off guard. He trembled all over. Was it sudden? No. It was just that he had been subconsciously ignoring it all along. Since the little sister became the president of Luo Chen, she has been changing subtly. Now, it was only because he was anxious to let her stabilize her realm that he suddenly noticed it. "Okay, big brother, don't worry about me." Sima Wei Niang's expression returned to calmness, without any waves. "It's just a matter of stabilizing the realm. I can always perfect it with slow grinding if I practice occasionally. I still have a lot of things to do, so I won't entertain you." Before entering the hall, Sima Wei Niang seemed to suddenly remember something. Turning around, her face became serious. "Master Sima, submit the list of monks who have made contributions and made mistakes in this battle in your battle hall as soon as possible. After that, I will review with Master Murin and give corresponding rewards and punishments." Sima Xian's face froze. "Okay. It seems that nothing has changed, and everything is exactly the same as before. When it comes to official business, even if it's with family members, they all treat it as official business." Chapter 299, Rewarding Merits and Punishing Faults, the 9 Palaces of Luo Chen, growing wildly until they reach the sky. Regarding the rewards and punishments of Luo Chen this time, it is not that complicated. Because the main force involved in the battle is just those few people. Luo Chen, Wang Yuan, Duan Feng, Min Longyao. Putting aside Luo Chen, the leader of the association, the main rewards are also given to these 3 people. In terms of merit, Min Longyao has the greatest contribution. Sitting in Dangsha, killing 2 major foundation builders, destroying the Jing family, and breaking the Sheng Guangmen, he has made great contributions. Invisibly, with the power of the formation, a group of casual foundation builders who coveted Luo Chen were unwilling to leave. His rewards have been in progress since the beginning. Zheng Sheshan storage bag, the storage bag of the great elder of Sheng Guangmen. In addition, Luo Chen also gave Zheng Lai's sledgehammer magic weapon directly to him. In addition, Sima Wei Niang also rewarded him with 50,000 low-grade spirit stones in the name of Luo Chen. This reward is really generous. If it is spread to the outside world, I am afraid that countless casual foundation builders will be jealous. But Luo Chen felt it was worth it. There was nothing more worthwhile than this. Forgetting the past and not caring about the fact that Min Longyao had attacked him in the past was one of the most wise decisions he had made in his life. With such a master of formations, he would be much more calm in making any decision. Whether it was attacking, defending, or anything else. Min Longyao was also very happy about this reward. The magic weapon and 50,000 spirit stones alone weren't already generous enough. There were also 2 blind boxes that had not been opened. What if there were surprises inside? After rewarding Min Longgao, it was Wang Yuan's turn, who had the second greatest contribution. He killed Lu Rong alone, destroyed the Danan sect, and accompanied the attack on the Shengguang sect. The 3 merits were combined into one, and the reward was quite good. Lu Rong's storage bag belonged to him and did not need to be handed in. Among them, Lu Rong's smoking gun magic weapon also belonged to him. In addition, Luo Chen, who also supplemented 30,000 low-grade spirit stones and 20 bottles of second-level elixirs suitable for cultivation. Finally, it was Duan Feng. Due to his limited strength, he only participated in 1 battle. With the strength of the initial foundation building period, he held back the fairy Miao of Yuzhan Temple, and finally assisted Min Longgao in killing her. He was meritorious, but not too great. The reward was simple: 20,000 low-grade spirit stones and 10 bottles of Hekidan. In addition, Luo Chen decided to give him the magic furnace of Fei Changqiu, the leader of Shanggongmen. In other words, it was not given to him, but to the kitten. That furnace can be used to cast weapons. Perhaps it can help Duan Feng to cast the 2 magic weapon embryos as soon as possible. Regarding the result of this reward distribution according to merit, the 3 of them acted very calmly. Even if Min Longgao's reward was too generous, Wang Yuan and Duan Feng did not express any objection. Even if Luo Chen, who did not give rewards, they would not have any complaints. Over the years, they have long been accustomed to living in Luo Chen, which is like a home. To protect their home, do they still demand rewards? Are all the generous treatments they usually enjoy for nothing? Compared with the rewards for the foundation building true cultivators, Sima Wei Niang mainly focused on the group of key refining cultivators. Sima Xian led the battle hall cultivators to capture Shining Peak and Yuzhen Temple, and made great contributions. Bianzhen and Chu Lingjun led the medicine hall to bring back many precious medicinal materials from Danan Gate, and even 2 first-level alchemists also made contributions. Sima Wei Niang and Gu Kai, who were in the rear, dispatched personnel and provided logistical support, also made contributions. In addition, the outer sect cultivators suffered heavy losses in this battle, but they were enthusiastic about fighting and deserved rewards. After all these, Sima Wei Niang gave a complex and detailed reward and punishment plan. It was a plan that made people feel headache at first glance. It was not just as simple as the spiritual stone and elixir rewards. It also involved positions, salaries, accumulated merits, etc. Even 2 of them, because their merits had accumulated to a certain extent, could directly exchange for precious resources such as foundation building pills. These 2 people were Sima Xian and Murin Qinglian. It's not just the 2 of them. According to the merit policy formulated before, Bianzhen is almost accumulating enough resources to exchange for foundation building pills. Sima Xian is okay, as his realm is not yet full. But Bianzhen has already reached the great perfection of the key refining stage and is in urgent need of foundation building pills. And Murin Qinglian, after a year of recuperation, is almost fully recovered. In addition to the age limit, she is also more in need of foundation building pills. So, the question is, where does Luo Chen get so many foundation building pills? Don't worry about this matter, I will solve it. Facing Sima Wei Niang's inquiry, Luo Chen gave a confident answer. Seeing his confidence, Sima Wei Niang stopped asking. Instead, she mentioned another matter. Now Luo Chen is at a critical moment, and there are many industries transplanted from various families, and each one needs to be carefully cared for. Luo Chen understood, lack of manpower. Sima Wei Niang nodded first, then shook her head. Lack of manpower is one problem, and another big problem is unclear responsibilities. Huh? Sima Wei Niang sighed while Luo Chen was puzzled. She gave several examples on the spot. In addition to the monks and the medicine hall, more than half of the spiritual fields in the medicine hall are cultivated by the monks and the war hall in their spare time. Once a battle occurs, there will be fewer people to take care of them. Now Dangshi Peak has added several important spiritual plants that need to be taken care of by special people. These spiritual plants are not medicinal materials, but have other economic values. And those eagles. It has only been less than a month since the eagle nest was moved from Shining Peak, and several eagles died due to poor care. This is a huge loss. There are several more examples like this. the breeding of jade cattail silkworms, the feeding of green-scale dragonfish, all aspects are problems. After listening to these problems, Luo Chen's head was almost big. He said a little embarrassedly, I was negligent. I only cared about moving the good things home, but ignored the follow-up. He thought he had handled it well before. Unexpectedly, Sima Wei Niang found a lot of problems after just a few days of taking over. In response, Sima Wei Niang just smiled. President, don't blame yourself. You are so talented and ambitious that you can't focus on these trivial details. I will check these things and fill in the gaps. This flattery. Luo Chen was very happy. He smiled and asked, what are you going to do? Recruit people. It's not as simple as recruiting people. Sima Wei Niang said solemnly, Luo Xian who needs a change. Luo Chen also nodded. He had long felt that the current Luo Xian who was a little deformed. But he hadn't thought about how to change it, and just proposed a succession system. After my investigation, what is suitable for our Luotian society is undoubtedly the mature and followable system of the big sects. If Luotian society is compared to a big tree, then the inheritance system proposed by you, the president, is the foundation for the continuation of the vitality of Luotian society. On the foundation, the trunk is our foundation building true cultivation. In addition, more lush branches and leaves must be pruned to allow them to fully absorb nutrients. This metaphor. Very vivid. Luo Chen nodded in approval and waited for the other party to continue. Under his gaze, Sima Wei Niang spoke in an orderly manner. The original 7 halls of Luotian are no longer suitable for the times. I suggest that in addition to the 7 halls of Jingxin Hall of Alchemy and Instruments, Law Enforcement Hall, and Outer Gate, 3 new halls be added. Farming Hall, Beast Hall, and Transmission Hall. For the establishment of the Farming Hall, I think the backbone monks of the Medicine Hall can be used as the foundation. Yuan Dongsheng is a senior spiritual plant husband, and he can fully serve as the head of the Farming Hall. As for the Beast Hall, it is mainly aimed at the sudden increase in the breeding of spiritual beasts in our Luotian association. This aspect must not be neglected. At that time, we may have to pay a high salary to hire senior beast masters from Xianlan Fairy City. The transmission hall will serve your inheritance system, President. Having said this, Sima Wei Niang paused, with a faint light flickering in her eyes. After many battles, our Luotian society has collected a lot of skills. A mere library cannot take advantage of so many skills and classics. Just like after I established my foundation, I looked through many second-level skills before choosing the next one, Water Tower. If there is a dedicated person to manage it, I can save a lot of trouble. A long string of words, listening to people's headaches. However, Luo Chen knew the current situation of Luotian society very well. Combined with those situations, he also felt that Sima Wei Niang's arrangement was the most reasonable. For example, splitting the medicine hall and setting up a special farm hall. It is very necessary. The division of responsibilities of the medicine hall has always been unclear. The initial positioning was to serve the Dan Hall, but after many changes in the station, the Dan Hall's medicinal materials are still mainly purchased from outside. The medicine hall itself, however, is mainly engaged in planting spiritual plants and managing spiritual fields. Among them, it involves the help of the monks of the war hall in their spare time. If a new farm hall is divided, many things can be solved. But in this way, the current 300 people of Luotian society, big and small, seem too few. So, we need to recruit people. Luo Chen asked. Sima Wei Niang nodded heavily. Yes, we must recruit people, and we have to lower the threshold for recruitment. The realm does not need to be too high. Casual cultivators in the early and middle stages of key refining can be used, and for cultivators at a high realm, they must have a skill that can directly play a role. My goal is that, except for the 2 halls of transmission and law enforcement, each hall must have at least 100 people. When she said this, her brows suddenly frowned. Looking at Luo Chen, her face showed hesitation. Luo Chen caught the hesitation. What's wrong? Sima Wei Niang thought about it, and still gritted her teeth and said, in fact, I think the manpower of the war hall is too wasted when there is no fighting. They are all used to farm. And the law enforcement hall has not been used too much at present. It's not impossible to let the war hall do what they can do. The functions of the 2 are somewhat overlapping. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Do you want to merge them? Sima Wei Niang did not dare to look directly at Luo Chen, but just nodded to express his opinion. Seeing her attitude, Luo Chen suddenly understood where her hesitation came from. The battle hall is headed by Sima Xian, her biological elder brother. The law enforcement hall is headed by Zhou Yuanli, who was Luo Chen's former guard and Luo Chen's confidant. It can even be said that most of the people in the law enforcement hall were selected by Zhou Yuanli from the group of key refining cultivators who guarded Luo Chen in the past. Even though the law enforcement hall is usually unknown and does not attract attention. But in the entire Luo Chen society, no one in any hall will take the initiative to offend them. This is a knife in Luo Chen's hand. A knife for the inside. Now that Sima Weiniang proposed the merger, it was really bold. For a while, the atmosphere became settled. And the situation did not last too long. With Luo Chen's chuckle, the settled atmosphere was broken. The law enforcement hall was not formal at first. It was just a temporary place I arranged for Zhou Yuanli after I established my foundation. Merge, it's natural. As for how to arrange Zhou Yuanli, just do it with confidence, I will fully support you. Hearing this, Sima Weiniang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Her brain was working rapidly, and soon she had a basic idea. I intend to merge the law enforcement hall into the battle hall, but the law enforcement team will not be disbanded. You mean, the two will coexist? Luo Chen asked curiously. Sima Weiniang nodded heavily. Not only will the two coexist, I also plan to form a team of cultivators responsible for intelligence in the battle hall. At this point, her face was solemn. President. From the post-war summary, the troubles encountered by Luo Chen who this time actually had clues long before. But there was a lack of professional manpower to collect those trivial intelligence information and analyze them one by one. In the end, it led to the situation where many casual cultivators coveted Luo Chen who. She said this. Luo Chen also suddenly realized the importance of intelligence. If Li Jinhong hadn't reminded him and Xing Zonghan hadn't reported the news, he would have taken Wang Yuan and other foundation-building cultivators to Qinhe River to calm down. In this way, Luo Chen who fell into a huge void. Intelligence. The new battle hall will still focus on fighting, and we will recruit loyal people to form a second law enforcement and intelligence team. This is my initial idea. What do you think, President? Without hesitation, Luo Chen clapped his hands and sighed. It's a very good idea. I think it's feasible. After getting Luo Chen's affirmation, Sima Weiniang's face relaxed. In this way, there will be 9 instead of 10 halls. Halls. After listening to hall, for a long time, Luo Chen was about to get calluses. He repeated it a few times. In Sima Weiniang's confusion, he suddenly spoke. Anyway, it's going to change, so let's change the hall too. This name is too secular, it sounds like a gang. Sima Weiniang was speechless. The several halls of Luo Chen who were all inherited from the establishment of the Pashan gang back then. It is hard to refute the fact that the Pashan gang is worldly. After all, it is a loose sect. Now that the Luo Chen society is going to develop into a sect, this title, although harmless, is indeed not very pleasant. Let's call it a hall. Luo Chen said. Hall. Sima Weiniang silently recited a few new names for the hall. Luo Chen Jiu Hall. Luo Chen smiled slightly. Isn't it good? Back then, the name Luo Chen Society was named, which means the Daluo Jiushan, the highest and broadest. There is nothing wrong with saying that. Sima Weiniang naturally would not care about such trivial matters, as long as the president is happy. When the discussion was about to end, Luo Chen suddenly said, didn't you say before that the lush branches and leaves need to be pruned? How come we have 2 more departments after a set of plans? Sima Weiniang smiled slightly. We have to wait until this big tree is lush and leafy before pruning its branches. Right now, Luo Chen who is just a small tree. What it needs is not pruning, but wild growth until it reaches the sky. Wild growth until it reaches the sky. Luo Chen's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands in praise again. Good. Chapter 300, Complete Evolution, Eternal Youth. Luo Chen handed over the reform of Luo Chen to Sima Weiniang. He got out of the tedious chores and put all his energy into cultivation. No matter how remarkable the results of this battle were, there was a naked reality that Luo Chen could not escape. That is, Bingbao did not care much about the Luo Chen who. What they cared about was Luo Chen. As for whether the Luo Chen who founded by Luo Chen lived or died, they did not care at all. In this case, the Luo Chen who was able to survive and achieve great results, which was based on Luo Chen's strong strength. If Luo Chen failed in Qinhu River, Tan Taiyu might come forward to protect him. But for Luo Xianhu, it would not be as smooth as before if they wanted to destroy the mountain and annihilate the clan. Even the great cultivators in the late stage of foundation building came to the scene in person, but just watched him show off his power. How much I can use the banner of Ice Castle depends on how strong I am. If I am strong enough, the more power I can borrow, the greater the deterrence to others. After thinking this through, Luo Chen practiced harder every day. And the feedback of hard work, with the accumulation of time, was almost immediately in front of him. 1 month after the destruction of Shangongmen, Luo Chen was in the quiet room of the cave, and his whole body was shocked. A green and misty spiritual light suddenly spread out from the sea of qi in his abdomen, gradually covering his whole body. A mysterious feeling emerged in his heart. So, it's like this. I'm wrong, the previous way of practicing was wrong. There was no other reason for him to express such emotion, but only one. That is, the Yimu Yao Wang Sutra that he had practiced for many years finally reached the level of great perfection. Just like when he reached the level of great perfection by practicing Chong Chun Gong in the key refining period, this time, after the proficiency of Yimu Yao Wang Sutra was maxed out, it also produced an abnormality. Or rather, it was not an abnormality. It's a completion. Whether it's the Chong Chun Gong or the Yimu Yao Wang Sutra, they are all deleted and modified from the key refining chapter and the foundation building chapter of the Yao Wang sect's divine Guang, the immortal Chanking Sutra. It can be said to be an incomplete technique. Among them, many special methods such as purifying spiritual power have been deleted. Only the basic skills for practitioners to absorb external spiritual power are left. And now, with the efforts of Luo Chen and the help of the system, he has completely completed it. At this moment, his main practice method is not so much the perfect Yimu Yao Wang Sutra as the complete foundation building chapter of the Immortal Chanking Sutra. What is immortality in the Immortal Chanking Sutra? If the body does not decay, it is immortality. What is evergreen? If the spiritual power is as long as Qinghua, it is evergreen. What is immortality? If the soul is immortal, tenacious and full of vitality, it is immortality. As the most financially powerful and with the largest number of nascent soul cultivators among the 6 major sects in the Far East, the Yao Wang sect naturally has its own outstanding core magic skills. In the past, the basic skills that had been deleted could not be seen. But now that Luo Chen has completed it, he suddenly realized the essence of it. Even if it is just the foundation building chapter. At this moment, in his mind, the nearly complete foundation building chapter of the Immortal Evergreen Sutra has been stretched out. It's like a revelation. Luo Chen instantly knew how the true foundation building true teachings of the Yao Wang sect are practiced at the foundation building stage. They are not only limited to absorbing external spiritual power. Instead, when practicing the skills, they are also tempering the body and increasing the strength of the soul. It turns out that the 3 elements of spirit, energy and spirit are practiced together. Physical energy, spiritual energy, soul and spirit. No wonder there are so many giant masters and nascent soul masters in the Yao Wang sect. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Luo Chen started to practice the skills for the first time. The new route is slightly similar to the previous one, but the slight difference, even if it is only a millimeter difference, the result is a world of difference. The first step has changed. In the past, the absorption of external spiritual power was to use the spiritual energy in the body to circulate the exercises, making the body attractive, so as to passively absorb the external spiritual energy. But now, it has become based on this, releasing the spiritual consciousness, and actively capturing more free spiritual energy from the outside world. All along, Luo Chen has a doubt about the 3 major changes after the foundation. The Denshin turning into C is easy to say, the volume has been expanded, and more spiritual energy can be stored. The liquefaction of spiritual energy is also no problem. In a limited space, more spiritual energy can be stored in a liquefied way, and the power of casting spells becomes greater. But the third change, the manifestation of the soul, the release of spiritual consciousness. He has always felt that the use is not as great as imagined for ordinary cultivators. Release a few miles outside to anticipate the enemy? His pair of spiritual eyes can see farther. Branding spiritual consciousness restrictions to protect the storage bag? If a person dies, others can use slow work to unlock the spiritual consciousness restriction. Better control of magic tools? The improvement is only a little. Until now, he realized that the greatest role of spiritual consciousness is not to fight, but to assist cultivation. At this moment, after he actively released his spiritual consciousness, the originally transparent and colorless free spiritual energy of heaven and earth appeared colorful. Like particles, like mist, and like smoke. Among them, a kind of light green spiritual energy is the most familiar and closest to him. Wood spiritual energy. Come here. As soon as the spiritual consciousness moved, it seemed to turn into a small hand, grabbing a small ball of spiritual energy and entering the body. Just this ball is equivalent to 1 minute of passive absorption by the body. Luo Chen did not stop, and frantically released his spiritual consciousness to grab the nearby wood spiritual energy. This is a precise grab. Unlike the body, it will absorb the 5 elements of spiritual energy indiscriminately because of the 5 elements of spiritual roots. Under this precise grab, Luo Chen's cultivation speed is undoubtedly faster. And at the same time, Luo Chen was doing 2 things at once. According to the method of the Immortal Evergreen Sutra, he forcibly differentiated a spiritual consciousness and carried out the second step in his body. The spiritual energy that had just been absorbed and simply refined and filtered. Under the guidance of the spiritual consciousness, it rushed towards the large and small meridians of the body. If the human body is compared to a complex water network, then the 8 extraordinary meridians are the most important waterways. Even if the exercises are reduced to the extreme, they have the function of opening up the 12 main meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians. But that's all. However, the Immortal Evergreen Sutra will try to open up all the meridians of all sizes in the body from the beginning of foundation building. If all are opened, then this water network will be unobstructed. In this way, more spiritual energy from the outside world can be received and poured in instantly. Luo Chen had already opened up all the main meridians when he was in the key refining stage. What he has to do now is to use spiritual energy to open up those small and fragile meridians. This process is a bit difficult. But if it is completed, the benefits are unimaginable. The spiritual energy circulates faster, the upper limit of storage increases, and the bearing capacity becomes stronger. The instantaneous output will also be greater. Not only that, when the exercises are running, the spiritual energy will flow through more places in the body. Under the infiltration of spiritual energy day and night, the physique will also become stronger. It may be complicated to say this, but if it is put into another practice system, it will be extremely simple. In the second stage of body refining, the blood river stage, there is a stage called opening the meridians. The principle is almost the same as this. In other words, when the Immortal Evergreen Sutra is building the foundation, it also incorporates part of the body refining. This is the tempering of the essence of the body in the 3 practice of essence, energy and spirit. If you persist long enough, Luo Chen's life essence blood will also be much stronger than that of the same level. However, opening up the small meridians is a very troublesome thing. After Luo Chen worked hard and opened up a small one, he felt powerless and had to withdraw the spiritual energy and gather it towards the sea of Qi. Almost at the moment when this spiritual energy entered, a drop of pure spiritual liquid fell from the sky-covered clouds in the sea of Qi. In this way, the third step of cultivation will be a natural process. Capture, refine, transport, and cleanse the meridians. After one process after another, the external spiritual energy, which was originally a little frivolous and irritable, has become very pure when it enters the sea of Qi. He only needs to refine it a little bit to turn it into spiritual liquid. Time passed unknowingly. Huh? As a long white dragon of air spit out of his mouth, Luo Chen opened his eyes. At this moment, he felt a little tired. Actively capturing external spiritual energy with spiritual consciousness is like a child catching butterflies. Although it is joyful, it is really tiring. However, the benefits of this kind of tiredness are obvious. It can be imagined that after this operation, his soul will become stronger and more resilient under the daily training. This is the real way to train the soul. The effect is several times better than Mingxian Posha, and it is not so painful. After sighing, Luo Chen first looked at the fierce incense next to him. After seeing this, he was stunned. This stick of incense was actually half burned. This is not the time of one stick of incense in the conventional sense. The burning of the fierce incense is very slow. It can support Luo Chen's 5 hours of practice. That is to say, it takes me 2.5 hours to practice my life skills now. Luo Chen was shocked. Before, it only took half an hour to practice the Yimu Medicine King Sutra. And considering his current fatigue, he can only practice the foundation-building chapter of the Immortal Evergreen Sutra twice a day. The time is basically the same as the 10 times before, but the number is reduced. I don't know if the practice speed has increased. Suppressing the distracting thoughts in his heart, Luo Chen practiced again after a short rest. After a night of practice, Luo Chen returned to his previous daily life, reading books, practicing spells, and refining pills. He reads a lot of books now. In the previous battle, Luo Chen who collected many books on alchemy. Even though most of them were related to the first and second levels, Luo Chen also learned a lot of useful things from them. His foundation in alchemy, which had not been systematically taught, gradually became extremely solid. Basically, there were no shortcomings. Not only that, he also learned 2 alchemy techniques from those alchemy secrets, one of which was the second-level water alchemy technique. The alchemy technique of Pianhan came from Danoan sect. During the alchemy process, the essence of the medicinal materials can be refined, and through the cultivator's own spiritual energy, it can be cultivated to make it stronger. The first-level Zongmiao Pill, the signature elixir of Danoan sect, mainly uses this alchemy technique. Another alchemy technique is called scaled turning hand. This is a very niche alchemy technique that only targets alchemy materials of monsters with scales. The processing of monster scales has always been difficult in the alchemy. Alchemists often use alchemy techniques such as folding jade hand and picking star hand to process mineral materials. But the effect is not that good. Because the scales of monsters contain extremely complex ingredients. It's not just bone armor. It may also contain the lifeblood, soul and wool of the monster, and even inheritance. To process this kind of material, relying on the alchemy of Zhe Yashao, which is not true, often leads to 1,000 miles of error. In conjunction with this alchemy, there is a third-level recipe called Bigu Pill. It is also the only high-level recipe that Luo Chen has harvested this time. The main material needed to refine Bigu Pills is the scales of several specified monsters. According to records, after long-term use, the cultivator can grow body scales similar to those of monsters, just like a powerful monster with a treasure body. It can even rely on the body to withstand the attack of magic weapons. The effect sounds very powerful. But Luo Chen has no intention of refining it at all. First, this is an ancient recipe, and he has never even heard of the specified monster scales. Second, the grade is too high, and it costs too much for the system to get started. Third, his attainments in alchemy may be a little worse. Therefore, he could only put aside this alchemy technique called scaled turning hand. As for the second-level water technique, he carefully read it and tried it. Unlike the fouling cloud smoke method of Luo sect, this is a very conventional water technique, which does not have such high environmental requirements. When Luo Chen plans to refine the elixir, he will try it from time to time. After he is familiar with it, he can pass it on to his disciple Chu Lingjun. Speaking of alchemy, his recent alchemy work has also been a little easier. There is no large-scale refining of jade marrow pills. The main focus is on jade pills and top-grade Zongmiao pills. The former is related to the closeness of his relationship with Ice Castle, and the latter involves the improvement of his soul. Time, in such a regular life, flows like water. Soon, more than half a month passed in a flash. Luo Chen entered the quiet room again. After a period of practice. Looking at the progress of the practice, he fell into contemplation. The Yimyu Wang Sutra has been upgraded to the great perfection, and even the defects have been made up, becoming a slightly complete Immortal Evergreen Sutra. However, the improvement in his cultivation speed did not seem as great as he had imagined. On the realm progress bar, he barely reached 2/100 of the 4th level of foundation building. In nearly 20 days, only one progress bar has increased, which means that it will take at least 2,000 days for me to advance to the 5th level. 2,000 days, about 5 years. This is only a slight improvement from the 5 or 6 years I estimated before when I had not yet perfected the technique. After getting the answer to this experiment, Luo Chen couldn't help but sigh. What a pity. He had previously wanted to put his hope of improving his cultivation speed on the great perfection of the technique. Now, his hope has fallen through. After the pity, Luo Chen quickly became excited. Now the technique not only absorbs spiritual energy, but also can temper the body and train the soul. With such a great benefit, how can I be greedy? You know, The complete version of the foundation building chapter of the Immortal Evergreen Sutra is only available to the disciples of the Medicine King sect. Even, they may not be ordinary disciples, at least they must have the true teachings. He was just a casual cultivator, and he had obtained it without paying a huge price, just through hard practice. This was already a great blessing. After adjusting his mentality, Luo Chen was no longer pessimistic. It was rare that he opened the attribute panel. After being promoted to the middle stage of foundation building, he had been busy with the affairs of Luo Chen and had not checked it for a long time. As he looked forward to it, a light curtain slowly unfolded. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.